All right, well, I guess we should go over, as usual, just the rules for this tournament. So this is our 6th NA tournament. This is what we're looking at for the bracket. Oh, what do we got? Oh, can't add any new friends. Okay.
You could remove me if you'd like.
Oh, no, not for me. For some reason, he has trouble like adding his opponents. So, yeah, not quite sure what that's all about.
I see.
Yeah. But yeah, in any case, so it's going to be best of 5s all the way through. Open deck lists once again. We'll just be jumping into games as they start here at the beginning till we get to the semifinals, and we'll spectate everything. We got to $100 on the line this time, so $75 going to first place. I think 15 to second, 10 to third, if I remember correctly. Conquest format, so whoever, whenever you win with a deck, that's it. Can't play that one again, which means you have to win with every single deck that you're bringing, as well as a single ban for each player. So, if we've got anyone, I see a doing a battle. Is this a tournament participant? It is. It is.
Got Big Daddy Soba.
Big Daddy Soba.
Again. Actually, I think this is his first turn when he's played it.
All right, we're doing a different overlay. This time we're actually using the deck tracker. If you know anything about me, I never use the deck tracker, so it might just take a little bit of time for me to get up to speed with maneuvering quickly here.
Well, I'm noticing that the handlock right away not having the best time.
No, probably would rather see some Molten Giants in hand against this aggro Paladin deck, and Divine Favor always a card that you're very scared of as the handlock player.
Yeah, it's a pretty tragic matchup for their handlock, to be honest. I almost wonder if you have to just go for a tap here to try to pull a Molten Giant.
Yeah. You're probably going to play Earthen Ring anyway, so yeah, I agree with the tap. Hey, all right, that's something.
We're getting there. Yeah, looking at Soba's decks that he's brought to the tournament, it's actually a pretty control-heavy list. He's got the Control Paladin and Control Warrior, as well as a Jiraxis handlock. So we'll see how he does against a more aggressive lineup from Zen. At least this aggressive Paladin.
And Zen finding exact lethal here pretty early. Soba I did get a chance to speak with a little bit before the tournament. Really nice guy coming to us from the Philippines, and former tournament player for StarCraft 2, Dota, Counter-Strike. So first Hearthstone tournament, but a player that is well steeped in competitive activities. So I'm kind of excited to see him play here today.
I mean, always great to see newer players, or I guess not newer, but new to the tournaments showing off. I think there's a lot of really good, really creative players in the community. Let's see what he can do with the aforementioned Control Paladin.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a pretty good start here. Always having equality and some activators against these decks that play a lot of big, scary threats like the Giants. Equality is always going to come in really handy. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe ditch Thalnos here. He's going to keep Thalnos.
I think he mulliganed into Thalnos.
Oh, I see.
I don't remember what the other card was, though. So I could be wrong. It's a pretty aggressive handlock from Zen, with the Leroy double faceless, double power overwhelming, and an arcane golem, actually.
Yeah, we've started to see this more and more recently with the adding the arcane golem in there for consistency as a finisher. Not amazing earlier on in the game, but it is a 3 mana possible Shadow Flame target as well. So if it really hits the fan, that's always a possibility. And actually, really nice draw here with the Alder Peacekeeper. We don't really want to trigger the equality early against Handlock. We want them to commit to the board as much as possible. So Alder Peacekeeper just gives us a nice target. We don't have to pay any attention to that 1/8 anymore.
Would you have considered playing the Drake first and then actually pulling out the Giant next turn? I feel like that's generally the play into some of the slower matchups for Handlock, because you wanna be able to play both, and getting the extra card in is nice.
Yeah, I think, a lot of times we want to play the Drake first and kind of lead with the thing that's going to take the brunt of the damage, and then leave that 8/8, the thing with 8 attack, making sure that's healthier. Zen may be thinking here that he's on a bit of a clock. Handlock, at some point it's just going to run out of threats to play on the board and get equality, so he might be trying to finish the game a little bit more quickly, but hey, it seems like both lines were pretty viable.
It's definitely if you have both in hand, it really depends on what your situation is. I think both can be correct and can be incorrect depending on the situation.
Yeah, a lot of times, when we find ourselves being the aggressor against another deck that we know is going to kind of win in the long term, sometimes we make sacrifices or, plays that we might not normally make against those decks. And, what it usually comes down to is, does the control deck have the thing that they need every turn consistently to answer the threats? So sometimes we just flood the board with threats and hope they don't have answers.
Well, looks like Soba had the answers. Yeah, like we were saying with the aggro paladin in the handlock, paladin in general is a very strong matchup into handlock, I feel. Just a lot of it just has to do with equality. Just, being able to kill giants for free, basically.
Yeah, you don't really find a better target than, pretty much any minion handlock plays for Alder Peacekeeper as well. So probably getting about as much juice as we can out of equality.
Speaking of equality, I definitely think this is a turn you probably drop it. You've already got fairly low health minions, and you have a second one in hand. Honestly, the second one in hand makes you want to use the first one, potentially bait out the Molten Giants because you're setting him to 10 health. And then you hit him with the second equality, and things are suddenly looking quite bad.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a bit of a decision. And this is, I suppose, slightly better, but yeah, as far as how much damage to actually push with both those Molten Giants in hand, tough to be able to deal with the board and plop them down, but that is what we're going to see.
So, seeing both these Molten Giants, the question now is, you're going to equality. Do you Pyro equality, or do you actually equality Pyro and then try to get like a Holy Light in, just to keep your Pyro alive? Looks like he just wants to play a 4-drop, which I would say is probably correct.
Yeah, having seen a lot of the creatures that would be taunted up coming out already, it feels like, it's a good time to just push damage on the board as the Paladin. Try and find any answers to this Sen'jin, bait him out, and then play Tyrion the next turn.
My eyes are open.
We'll see what can be done.
My shield for Argus.
I think you just play Tyrion here. There's merit in Black Knight. I don't like it. I guess you can Black Knight one and then coin Defender and kill the other. But I feel like just dropping Tyrion is very good here.
Yeah, I think at 22 health, especially holding Holy Light in hand, Soba might be willing to play this a little bit more slowly. If the handlock had a few more cards in hand, maybe not. But if there's ever any risk of being silenced on Tyrion, especially with Faceless in hand, maybe he wants to just not run that risk. Other side of the coin is, you're letting the handlock draw 2 cards per turn as well, so may not. You may want to just play Tyrion ASAP and hope they don't get an answer to it.
Well, there's the Faceless. Could potentially see on Tyrion soon.
Yeah, I don't mean to call it right now, but I think we might see 3 Tyrions on the board relatively soon here. Be a good way to start the tournament.
On the other hand, there's the Leroy. And this is very tempting to Brewmaster Black Knight the other taunts. Doing that would theoretically leave him open for a Leroy play. So you definitely want to play some kind of taunt here.
Let me think. My shield for Argon.
Yeah, actually, that Brewmaster play is pretty cool. Gonna opt for a super safe line here. Just consecrate, clear that board, and keep a very healthy 5-6 up, 5-4.
Could technically still have been lethal with a Power Overwhelming draw. This is for the Soulfire. Funny enough.
Yeah, you know, you're right. Be 20 damage exactly. A tough position here, because if we tap and don't get anything as the hand lock, we're done for. And since we've seen 2 consecrations, we're not expecting more damage necessarily, so... well, I wonder if Zen is going to tap here, one of those situations, or we might just play Soulfire.
Yeah,
Tap Drake Soulfire feels good. Sorry.
yeah. I was sort of wondering, like, do you even just abandon the Leroy opportunity? It looks like that is what it's going to be. Just try to stabilize a bit and say forget your burst here.
Yeah, it actually seems like a pretty reasonable play. Tyrion, of course, going to punish this really hard now that there's no Faceless in hand. The Archer's there to add insult to injury.
Yeah, I believe that was both Faceless used. Silence is nice, but not actually going to be enough to stay alive. This is actually lethal with the Brewmaster on the Archer. That's
It is,
funny.
yeah.
Wait,
Oh no, he
he
misses
went too
it.
fast. It doesn't actually
I mean,
matter, but
yeah, too cool to be able to pick up Tyrion, I guess.
Put your faith in the light.
yeah, but it's so cool to Brewmaster the Archer for lethal. That's such a funny way to win.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter though.
I agree. That would be a nice stylish way to go out. All right, series tied up 1-1 so far.
Right, yeah, taking a look at the lineup. So, okay, Paladin gone. Leaves Rogue, Shaman, and Warlock. One of those things banned. You know, I'm going to take a bold guess and say that Rogue is going to be unplayable here for Soba.
Well, one of the rogues is banned. It is Soba's.
Yeah.
I believe Soba banned Zen's Shaman. It's kind of an interesting Shaman list. Fairly standard, but no 4-drop, instead opting for double Wild Pyro and double Doomhammer.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice.
Very anti-rogue list, I would say. As anti-rogue as you can make a Shaman. That's not entirely true, but
You gotta
those
throw
are
the-
2 very good cards against rogue.
Yeah,
Greetings. I greet you.
and Soba here is playing a fairly traditional warrior deck, but there's no Alex in it. And when I asked him a little bit about it earlier, he's saying, I don't always find a perfect opportunity to play Alex. It can feel like a dead card or just a little bit too slow. So, opting for, I think, double Faceless here instead with a Tinkmaster. So a little bit geared toward Rogue.
Yeah, double Faceless in his Paladin as well. So really teching these control decks for the control matchups. Gonna do well, theoretically, against Handlock, especially since Zen is missing a turn 4 play at the moment.
Let the pains be.
You can just Soulfire Face on turn 4.
Ooh, oh, this is a turn 4 play.
Yeah, Leroy, perfect.
Yeah, nice. You're going to play Leroy anyway, right? So may as well just get him out well on curve.
Oof. No Arcane Golem today. I don't know if I like using Soulfire there. I feel like
Yeah,
you just tap and play Ancient Watcher.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. There's no problem just tapping and developing the Watcher. I kind of wouldn't say it puts any kind of clock on the Warrior, but it makes them a little bit more afraid to put things on the board when they already know that Shadow Flame is a possibility. And he's going to opt to even keep the Ancient Watcher in hand here.
Could be him that's on the clock soon enough.
Yeah. All right, now we got a Drake. I have a feeling this Drake is just begging to be played. The worry, of course, is something like Execute, but okay, gonna go for Hellfire instead.
I don't hate it. They did have 2-3 health targets on the field. Nice and easy Hellfire.
Yeah, Hellfire not a card that's going to get much value later on in this matchup either.
What are your thoughts on playing the Cairn over Sylvanas? I know Cairn is usually better on an empty board, but you're expecting that a big minion is going to come soon.
Yeah.
Maybe you're thinking about what just happened, the Faceless possibility.
I have no time.
Yeah, I would be a little bit afraid of either silence or removal on that Sylvanas if I were sitting in the Warrior's shoes there. So I think that Karen is probably still correct here. But you're right that anticipating their play with Sylvanas, it might just be a situation in which they can't play anything on the board. That said, having detected a little bit of weakness, not playing a 4-drop on turn 4. Oof. Good play there with the PO. Now Zen's still pretty low here, though. Zen also sitting on, looks like 19 damage as well, if all of these minions connect. So,
you can't.
Close.
Yeah, boy, this is just an awkward spot. I feel like so many good Faceless targets, but when Sylvanas is out, it's always a question of if you actually want to be able to do it. But I'm also just eyeing that Reg as a potential. Like, you still haven't seen so many of these big minions, and you kind of want that chance that it could just go ahead and kill your opponent as well. So, like, a War Axe swing to face, also kind of appealing here.
Yeah. It's one of those situations, doesn't feel too bad to take a risk on it. Now,
That's a good draw.
Yeah. The Karen was played first, so if Sylvanas and Karen trade, Sylvanas takes 1 damage, then she will take the Death Rattle away from Karen.
Play a lot of minions on board here. Potentially looking at like a Drake, Giants, Sun Fury. Which 2 do you taunt though? I actually think you shouldn't have taunted the Giant, because I think Soba does have this Black Knight. Obviously, Zen doesn't know that it's in hand, but I think you still... Oh my god, what a brawl draw.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, a lot of options here. So Black Knight is definitely one of them. I like this idea of trading Karen off first so that Sylvanas doesn't steal the Death Rattle. If we do that, then Brawl is just kind of guaranteed to be our play.
Yeah. It's not best, depending on what wins, I suppose.
Will it be the Humble Sun Fury? It's the Giant. Yeah, not the absolute worst thing that could happen here. Black Knight's still in hand, so feeling a little bit safe from that. And we've already seen the Arcane Golem discarded, and we've seen 1 PO, so there's no absolutely crazy combo headed our way.
Suddenly this is looking a little scary. for Soba. He's already played the Brawl. This Molten Giant is as safe as you're going to get it against a Warrior. I'm kind of surprised that's all he played, though.
Yeah, you know that there's no other Brawl. I can definitely see the concern for the Black Knight. You know, you don't necessarily want to taunt up the healthier of the two, but...
One off lethal. If he had played anything, this would be game.
Yeah, I liked at least playing Thalnos there to cycle a little bit. Yeah, like again, we're not like really concerned about Brawl or anything. I don't think that we necessarily need Thalnos to deal that 1 extra damage.
Well, if he played the Thalnos, it would have been lethal because it would have increased the Soulfire damage to 5.
Yeah.
But it might not matter.
I got a 1 and 4 on Rag here. Faceless, double Faceless does give a big board. Of course, Shadow Flame is always a possibility. You spend 10 mana copying that 8/8, and then it just gets Shadow Flamed. But he's going for it. I like it.
Does that run Shadow Flame? Looks like he runs.
Looks like 1?
Yeah, 1 Shadow Flame. It looks like the math has been done. Zen actually going to take it. Through the big board of 8/8s.
Wow.
The Silence top deck, I believe. Or did he top deck the Mountain Giant? I don't remember.
Yeah, he just top decked the Mountain Giant.
Okay, so he had the Silence already, but... Yeah, we'll play it.
Yeah, it was a really cool game. It's interesting watching these 2 players that have quite a few Faceless in their decks. So, you know, you have and they're also both playing, you know, some big creatures and these big death rattles like Karen Sylvanas Tyrion. So, seeing all of these creatures copied on the board, or the potential to have them copied, just increases the complexity so much.
Watch your back.
Well, we have the Rogue. Heard, I think the anti-rogue sentiment within the community is reaching a new high here.
It is. Spearheaded by the EU server. Turn 5 enjoyers have been called out, as they're now named. Now, I agree with this decision to keep Tinkmaster, sort of the reason that you'd have this in the deck in the first place. I'll be interested to see if Zen waits to conceal the Gadget Sand when it gets to turn, you know, 5/6. Sometimes one easy way to deal with this is just put Thalnos on the board at the same time and conceal them both.
Yeah, you're not really worried about the Warrior gaining too much health. You just have so much damage in this deck. So you can wait that extra couple turns just to not guarantee, but protect your Auctioneer a little bit more.
You do actually have to draw the Auctioneer, though, which is really no guarantee with this deck. Yes, it does feel like it every time you go on ladder that it's there, but yeah, still maybe going to need to cycle that Shiv. Keep digging for it.
Yeah, or play the world's largest Edwin and hope that Shield Slammer Execute isn't in the hand. Okay,
oh boy.
He's going to go for an Edwin. This is going to be an 8/8. I wonder if he'll deploy the coin as well.
Well, there's a Tankmaster.
Well, it kept it at a BGH range.
I don't think you want to 50-50 the Tankmaster play here. I guess with Shield Slam Whirlwind it works out.
Yeah, I think
Just
actually
barely.
it's a reasonable investment from both players. Here you're still able to continue cycling as the Rogue, but you ate up some removal.
Yeah, as the Warrior, a lot of times with cards like Shield Slam that are real premium removal, we don't want to be having to use that and another resource at the same time. It's kind of how we lose card advantage. So I think a reasonable trade for both players, investing those resources.
Kind of surprised Zen didn't use the weapon. I guess he just decided to use the Shiv here. He's running one Shiv, so...
Yeah, I would think given that we don't have Auctioneer or Conceal in hand, it's probably going to be a couple of turns before we actually get to do something as the rogue here. So I would have been in favor of swinging with the weapon, then swing with the weapon this turn, redagger.
Yeah,
Get a
just
little
get.
bit of extra damage.
You have plenty of damage in the deck, but getting the chip damage with the weapon is still important.
It
to get
is.
through all this armor.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Cairn, not always the best in this matchup, but Zen's only running that single sap, which is kind of the best counter at this point. So we don't even see it here. But even if we did, it would still mean that Soba was in a position to replay Cairn and potentially get a lot of value.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a smart play here from Soba, dropping the Karen. And like you say, if there's only one sap and the rogue has already, said essentially I don't have gadgets in, then it becomes a pretty powerful card.
This guy's toast.
Not the best situation for the rogue with these draws, and it's not going to get easier. I believe Soba's last deck is the handlock we saw earlier. Which is one of the few favorable matchups into rogue.
Wait, now this gets interesting, actually. Faceless with Korkron and Gorehowl in hand, there's actually quite a bit of damage from the warrior.
Yeah, you're right. That's 15 total. We're doing 4 this turn. That would have been just 7 left over.
Theoretically, could Taskmaster and then Faceless.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
That's what 12, 16. Not quite lethal.
Yeah, but even so, if the rogue is down to 2 health, they got to clear an entire board, and they got to also heal up with a Shadow Step to avoid the Gore Howls. Too many things for them to have to do.
Arceus getting the Nothing Can Go Wrong achievement. I don't remember which one that is.
Yeah,
Yeah, but big congrats to him.
Yeah, back in my day, Hearthstone didn't have achievements, okay?
Oh my god, what a very sad series of draws from the Miracle Rogue. And this can happen. It is a deck that's prone to just drawing all your cheap spells and none of your important cards.
Yeah, and not a lot Zen can do here. He's cycled every single card that he could. Gadget Zen just buried.
Yeah, and a lot of times as a backup to this, you try to do something like, play Edwin, conceal it. Sometimes just send Leroy Conceal, maybe drop a Cold Blood or something. But that early Edwin play didn't develop into anything. Nothing to really do with Conceal there. I mean, just totally dead there either way. So not just unfortunate to not draw the Gadgetzan, but unfortunate to not even draw the backup plan.
He did have Leroy Conceal, but didn't have any of those Cold Bloods to buff it up and start really pushing damage.
Yeah, and with Soba being so healthy, already having played a shield block, being able to accumulate some armor, it just doesn't feel like the Leroy play really works anyway.
I live once more.
Oh, there's the Mountain Giant.
Yeah, Mountain Giant seems like a pretty reasonable card to keep here, especially against 1 sap.
Yeah, definitely what you do not want to see as the rogue is Mountain Giant on turn 4. Even kept the Molten Giant. I actually don't like that, but with Twilight Drake and Mountain Giant in hand, you are sitting pretty here.
Yeah, this feels like you've got a lot of security here as a handlock. And if we play the Twilight Drake on 4 and it gets sapped, then we have Molten Giant for 3 on 5, which means we can play it with the Sun Fury, and that's going to set some serious problems for the rogue.
I think this is a matchup you play Mountain Giant on for, even with Twilight Drake in hand. Because you really want to kill the rogue before they kill you, straight up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable as well. If it gets sapped, same deal. You play it for 3. So yeah, it might even be better to play the MG first.
That's what I would tend to do. Looks like we do have a reasonably sized Edwin coming down.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Yeah. Oh, and doesn't want to conceal it this turn. Could have waited 1 turn to conceal or played it without the poison.
This guy's
I'm surprised that he's trading here. I feel like I would have gone face with that hand. The Edwin and concealed it potentially. It's what, 9 damage? Put him down to 15.
Yeah.
You got 12 damage concealed.
Yeah, I definitely. I thought it was going to be, a more aggressive line, seeing that, because, if you're going to play it more patiently, you've got gadgets and coin conceal. But yeah, early Edwin just to trade. I agree. I feel like it just wasn't quite impactful enough.
Another question here too of whether to play the Drake and Sun Fear. It's good to get on the board without a doubt, but there's some consideration for Siphon Soul as well. Probably too slow, doesn't commit to the board enough. All right, let's see what kind of miracles can be made here.
Well, next turn.
Yeah.
1 turn away from the Ragnaros to potentially answer this.
Yeah, and I mean the board itself this is monstrous. How do you deal 8 damage to 2 creatures?
Yeah, again, just a single copy of Sap. And
do you think you play the Dominus here? Zen did.
Probably digging for Deadly Poison Flurry here. I think that's the only way we have to clear the board. Although now, Sap will help. Probably want to prep here first. Looking for Flurry, looking for Poison.
No prep.
Interesting. It's a 2-mana spell there. I would probably prep that out. We're not interested in playing any Fan of Knives or anything here. Yeah.
This is looking so good.
Well, we're not looking at exact lethal yet. It's 2 off. We've got 14 damage as the hand lock here, so it's possible that Zen just takes a risk here and goes for a conceal.
This guy's toast.
Might even ditch the gadgets and got a second one in hand.
I would play the conceal first. Never mind.
Oh, interesting.
Still not lethal. Not yet.
But we've seen the only copy of Sap come down, so now Soba feels very safe, I think, to create the biggest board possible. We've seen that no Flurry was played last turn as well. Now, I suppose it makes sense why the Gadget's in, or why the Conceal wasn't played last turn, just because we've got another Gadget's in here to conceal. That said, though, it's going to be very hard to play the Gadget's in this turn and actually get enough damage done to the board to survive.
You're really looking for, like, prep Flurry.
Yeah. Doesn't find the second prep. Well.
I think either rag outcome is game ending here. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, pretty devastating.
Is the game over this turn? Looks like it is.
Yeah, gonna close it out. Okay.
Yeah, well played. I think that was impressive handlock showing there as well. It's a tough deck to play. We don't see we see surprisingly few handlock experts or high-level handlock players. I'm not exactly sure why that is. I know it's a tough deck, and you can have some bad beats with it where mountain giants are hidden on the bottom of the deck, but Soba here showing some good skills with handlock, able to take his first series down 3-2.
Okay, so this is the updated bracket. I had a number of people with a bye. Had one late duck out, HDA to duck out, so Katopolis just getting the free 3-0. But it looks like we've got a few matches already underway. Amby, a crowd favorite. I think I would get a lot of flack if I didn't just immediately jump into this game, so... Let's see. Amby
Looks
versus...
like she's up 1-0 already.
Yeah.
Speaking of fun, though, Lavori's lineup, I don't know how closely you studied it. It is 4 aggro decks.
Yeah, him and Phasure are bringing the 4 aggro special. I'm a bit of an aggro man myself. I have to say I appreciate it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I would also say it's not very good against Druid.
No, typically Druid would be the intended ban there.
Actually, it's pretty good against Shaman, so maybe getting the Shaman win off screen, very important.
Yeah. A nice pickup here with Misdirection. I know Lavori's been playing this Trap Hunter deck quite a bit recently.
I must safeguard the land.
Alright, Amber giving herself another target here for the Misdirect. And it pays off. Now she's able to play that second taunt. And I think we're set up here for lethal with Savage Roar, are we not?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
That's
the
full.
longbow can kill the smaller taunt without taking damage,
True.
so not lethal yet.
To my side.
Now, one of the dangers of playing against this Hunter deck is you just never know what secret they've played, especially when they're top decking here. As who knows if this is a snipe, or if this is an explosive, or misdirection.
Funny enough, I think the Drake is a fairly reasonable line here, and it would get sniped.
Yeah.
Wow, that
Oh, she's going to check for the secret first. Attacking face. No, well,
I don't like not killing the bird.
yeah.
Job done.
Lavari hoping for Unleash off the top here. Find some way to get back in.
A lot.
And
But
Hunters.
that's not an unleash.
No. Hunters mark something, though, we would have liked to have seen a few turns ago.
Well fought. I concede.
Alright, well played by Amber.
It looks like she has the Miracle Rogue left, which another deck that can be punished by aggro, to be fair.
Absolutely. In fact, I think part of the reason we see so much aggro in these tournaments is that because Rogue is a little bit susceptible to getting aggroed down. So Lavari fighting for his life here, down 0-2 against Amber. Let's see if she can close it out here.
Or as a novice engineer in his aggro rogue. It's actually something we're seeing a few different people do, running novice engineers and a couple captain's parrots in aggressive decks. And I gotta say, I don't like it.
None can
I
escape
think
my
you don't really want to be playing a 2-mana 1/1 in an aggro deck, but
I could see it as a replacement for Loot Hoarder, because sometimes we just can't wait that extra turn. You know, and maybe the difference between 1 and 2 is not huge. I think that might be part of the reasoning, but I've certainly encountered situations where Loot Hoarder off the top feels like, okay, well, I needed needed that last turn to draw a card. Novice Engineer kind of solves that problem. But yeah, it's a pretty weak body for 2 mana, so it's a significant trade-off.
Yeah, I feel like I would just rather have the card, like have the other card instead of having a 1/1, but who can say?
Alright, and we're going to commit the coin pretty early here to taking out this Leper Gnome.
Well, you don't want the Leper Gnome dealing, 6 damage on
Right,
turn 1. That's usually a way to lose the Hunter.
right. Now, Trap Hunter is extremely favored in this matchup. They just have so many tools to deal with stuff, from the snipes to the deadly shots to the misdirections, and unstoppable damage from the bow and the Gladiator's longbow. All in all, this matchup is just really tough for the rogue.
It is a deck basically tailor-made to be rogue.
Yeah.
I think you're okay using the fan here.
Yep. Yeah, and for those who are watching who haven't seen this Hunter deck in action before, one of the perks of playing this deck is that it doesn't run very many minions. So decks that have a lot of removal in hand, we kind of just useless cards sitting there. So Amber's choice here to play Fan of Knives, I think, is the correct one. You're not really going to have a situation where you need to use it on the board.
I actually would have considered playing the snipe there. Just to get the guaranteed bow charge.
Yeah,
It's
I think there's something to be said about holding on to snipe for a Gadget Zen turn or for the Drake. If it got triggered there, there's a possibility that Thalmos triggers it in that situation. And it's just so powerful against those 2/5 drops that the rogue plays.
Yeah, you do have the deadly shot though, which is why I brought it up. Even if the Thalmos gets sacrificed to check for it, you're still not sad because it's a weapon charge. And then, potentially your opponent feels safe to play the Gadget Stand, and then it just gets deadly shot or gets freezing trapped next turn or something like that.
Right. It's kind of funny just looking at this, at these two hands. It's like, as the rogue player, even if you manage to stick a minion through snipe, through deadly shot, and freezing trap, even if you manage to do that, there's still a misdirection lead at the end there. So, yeah, really, really challenging. All of the answers already in hand here for the foray. Now that is a really good draw, and I think I'd be maybe a little bit more careful about playing this on the board here. Amber's got to buy herself some time and look for shadow steps. So it can be risky to put out the Earthen Ring too early, because then we're just susceptible to Hunter hero powering us down so much. That said, what else to play? Maybe Fan.
You definitely do want to get more than 3 health off of these Farseers. Ember does have double Farseer, running 2 Farseer, 2 Sap, 2 Drake, and opting not to run any Shivs.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't much like the versions with 2 Drakes in them. I feel like it's one of those cards that eventually, it feels useless when you draw the second one. And once you start drawing with gadgets in, it feels like you're never going to play that Drake. You're just going to play spells for the rest of the game. Alright, going to beef up that hand size a little bit. Stealth the Auctioneer, and we'll find out the bad news here in just a moment.
Yeah, as tempting as it is to leave this alive just to get freezing trapped, you are still giving your opponent, 7 cards if you do that.
Exactly. Now the secrets are sequenced correctly here as well, so if something attacks Lavori's face, or attacks at all, it'll get freezing trapped and not trigger the misdirection. So 2 layers of defense on his face right now. I like this play to Eva's face. Just got to find some way to dump damage and race as much as possible here.
That is exactly lethal. The one hound triggers the kill command. That's 6 damage plus 3 plus 2.
Yeah, looks like it. Good doggy.
Good doggy.
Well played.
Yeah, well, it's a really, really tough matchup for the rogue, and you can see it here. It's like, what else could they possibly do, right? She can't really play any minions. She can't play into those secrets. Yeah, just a deck that is absolute nightmare for rogue to deal with.
Yeah, one thing I think to note too is, coming to a tournament and bringing that deck, you can even leave out some of your worry about maybe more aggressive lists, or if there's other matchups that you feel that you can just ban out. So the deck doesn't even have to be as balanced as you might want on ladder. It can really just be completely geared towards taking out the rogue. Yeah, exactly what we see there.
I think aggro warrior probably the weakest of the lineups in terms of the rogue matchup. Although, if you can get a beefed up Arcanite Reaper, I forgot what the 5-mana weapon was named. If you can get that upgraded and just have 20 damage from hand over 3 turns, then things get a little bit scary. But otherwise, I actually think it's a fairly manageable matchup for the rogue.
Yeah, it's, being as the warrior, hero power doesn't really do anything here, except maybe some, edge cases where it can contribute to a race situation. It's going to be, kind of, if Lavari runs out of steam, there's not really much way to get reach with that deck.
Yeah, we'll see, unless there's a lucky top deck here. Looks like no. I do find that sometimes Dread Corsair can be very, very helpful in this matchup, because I find the rogue will tend to run away with things. They've got those early SIs, backstabs, but if you can just kind of cheat out an early Dread Corsair, or in this case 2, it can be really problematic to deal with.
Yeah, the turn 4 possibility of Coin Reaper double Dread Corsair is scary. I would have liked to see the minion get placed on the board. Just throw out the SI. You need to get board pressure while you still can.
Yeah, I would agree there. It can be really tempting to say, oh, the SI, though, it's so good at removing these small minions and stuff. But just, everybody's scared of a rogue putting something on the board, right? You never really want to let a minion stick.
A little surprised to see that hero power. I understand the fear with giving your opponent mana from Arcane Golem, but I feel like even just an owl with no target does so much more than hero power for you in this matchup.
Yeah. And it's just chip damage on the rogue's face, right? If the owl comes into play and deals 2 damage for 2, it's not like the worst thing in the world.
Situation is looking awfully familiar.
And I think we might see the second prep fan here, second fan.
Yeah. Getting the board clear is nice. Double Cold Blood is a lot of damage potential eventually.
Yeah.
I actually don't think you play the Arcanite Reaper here. I think you play a minion, either the Korkron or like a Arcane Golem ooze.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the ooze there. You'd love to hit a poison dagger, but just forcing like a 2-mana dagger up for later, that could be a big deal.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If in any way Amber is counting on Blade Flurry or Deadly Poison here, just removing that weapon is really awkward for her.
I actually would have saved Conceal for next turn, I think. Try to get this Edwin concealed.
Yeah, it's a little awkward here to conceal, just because there's no combo activator for Cold Blood in hand, so I have to rely on getting that next turn.
Fortunately, it might not matter. This is a lot of damage that is going to come next turn with the Arcane Golem, the second Arcanite Swing, and the Mortal Strike. That is 13?
Yeah. Yeah, we're looking at lethal here from Lavari. I don't think there's any way to stop it.
No, even if you take out the ooze here, which looks crazy.
Well,
let's see if he can find it. Let's see if a player that got 18 Legend titles in 2 months can possibly find lethal here.
Okay, well, gonna tie it up.
Surprise of some, he found it.
Yeah. Really interesting, though. I mean, we're very early in the tournament, but I mean, as you said, if salt levels have risen to previously unimaginable heights surrounding Miracle Rogue, it's really not seeing that kind of success so far today.
I believe it's on stream. Has not picked up a win. Miracle Rogue 0, and I believe that makes it 4.
Yeah, it must not be a very good deck.
Yeah, you should stop playing it, really.
Yeah. Alright, last matchup here, and Lavari is bringing the aggro paladin.
Oh, this is interesting. So this paladin doesn't run Avenging Wrath. Now that I find quite unusual.
Yeah, it's one of the better tools to deal with an auctioneer.
It
It does
is.
run an ooze, though.
It is. This is something I suspect that Lavari and Fasher may have been talking about, because it's certainly a conversation I'd had with them recently about, whether Avenging Wrath even belongs in this Paladin deck. If you're playing so many Chargers, so much direct damage, and you're playing Divine Favor, Avenging Wrath can be a super awkward card. And even when the games go the mile, it just doesn't do much once somebody has a minion or two on the board, unless we already have equality. I also like the choice to remove one Wolf Rider here and add that Worgen Infiltrator into the deck. Worgen Infiltrator, Swamp Ooze, whatever. 2 Wolf Riders is maybe a little bit too much. It kind of hedges our bets a little bit too hard.
Well, yeah, and even going to what you're saying, Avenging Wrath, okay, sure, if you've got the equality, equality's been cut from this list as well.
What are your thoughts on just dropping the ooze here, being a nuisance? I don't think it's correct. I think it's probably just Mukla, right?
I think,
like
yeah.
it.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made for both. One of the benefits of holding on to Mukla for at least a little bit is sometimes we can play him with Divine Favor and just draw a lot of cards.
Actually, the best play into the Mukla potential turn 3, using the backstab so it can't backstab Visit. Whereas if you use the Deadly Poison to remove the ooze, you would have had that opportunity. Obviously, that's something we can see, but
Yeah,
that works out. Amazing.
Absolutely amazing here. Yeah, and a lot of times you'd think maybe aggressive decks like Aggro Paladin are favored into Rogue. Having played this deck a lot, I have to say, if Rogue has the answers, it's hard for the Paladin to come back on the board, especially if the Rogue is playing conscientiously and ditching some of those cards like Bananas, playing their preps out, so they just give no value to Divine Favor. Rogue will eventually just top deck better than Paladin does.
Yeah, and we actually see 2 Divine Favors in Lavori's hand.
Yeah, this is the worst case
Really
scenario.
Blood Mage is eating good tonight, some would say. Do you just eviscerate face here?
Well, I think you need to get rid of some of these cards. I think you probably even play Deadly Poison here. given that there are so many cards in Labori's hand, you might not be too concerned with Divine Favor this turn, so it's probably okay to hold the poison. But yeah, just in general, it's a rough life for the Paladin when they can't draw with Divine Favor.
I'm surprised how
The light protects me.
slow this turn was for Labori. I guess your only other option was like dropping a Leroy, but I think that might have been the play, to be honest.
I got the best deals.
This feels good.
Yeah, it does. It is a little bit dangerous here to be playing Gadget Zen. Just, you know, from the pace at which Labori's been playing, my read would be there's at least one Divine Favor in hand.
Yeah, not gonna get a ton of cards off of it though. Plus needs to use the weapon charge to get rid of the Gadget Zen. So that's another 4 damage that you're not taking. Well, never mind.
The light protects me.
I may still go face with the minion.
Actually, it's probably correct to go face with the minion.
Yeah. So drawing 4 with Divine Favor feels pretty good. Got a second one to reload in case of another Gadget Zen.
Pretty heavy hand for the aggro paladin, though. Got 2 of your big chargers, Blessing of Kings, Consecrate.
Yeah.
Not gonna be playing a whole lot next turn.
Yeah, I mean, I would be strongly in favor of playing Arcane Golem and Blessing of Kings here. It's a little awkward to sap that target, just because, you know, it's a charger. It's going to come back in and deal 4 more damage.
I mean, I actually think you probably sap this turn as the rogue. Just like sap SI, clear the board. Make it even more awkward to get like a Divine Favor off.
Yes.
This works out as well.
It's a little scary here, you know, if Leroy's Shadow Step is in hand, Labori is looking at exact lethal, needs to heal with that weapon.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprisingly, it's both players just like staring down the gun of Leroy at the moment. And yeah, just the question is like how many buffs and other cards are there to complement it. And just this like balance of, yeah, at what point can you start ignoring the board and sending damage to face, but neither player right now feeling at all comfortable doing that.
Yeah, real game of chicken here. I might have preferred to see the Arcane Golem last turn. I don't think we really care too much about giving a rogue a mana crystal from 8 to 9. Not too many things that they can do with that.
I think you just trade here. I don't think you play the Cold Blood, even though this is your second Gadget Zen. I think with Leroy Cold Blood in hand, you're fairly happy.
Right.
Even if it dies. Because if it dies, then, you know, Labori is using a charger or like double Consecrate and playing nothing on board. There's no Avenging Wrath that could kill the Auctioneer.
Yeah, not to mention just, you know, we got 2 Azure Drakes in hand to cycle whenever we need as well, so we're not super concerned about using Cold Blood to draw.
Yeah, I guess this deck doesn't have any equalities either. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, no equality. Yeah, that makes sense in a tournament because we can ban out Druid, which is usually the primary usage of equality. Even Paladin or even Warrior, we don't honestly care that much about being able to equality the board.
Yeah, and it does seem pretty clear. Like you're saying before, this whole lineup just really here to counter Rogue. Ban Druid, run Swamp Oozes, and yeah, deal with Rogue alone.
Yeah.
This is... with the double Consecrate, this is 1 damage off. 10, 16, plus the Deadly Poison Weapon would be 19.
Oh.
Yeah, That is that's more than a deadly poison does.
Just
So if my math is correct,
Amber double
Yeah,
checking
gotta
here.
count it.
count 21 with the weapon.
Here we go.
Alright, now the skill to not accidentally attack the well.
Right. This is why we always stay in the game and let our opponent get the Leroy Jenkins achievement. Also, very tempting to put down Edwin here. That'd be a big Edwin.
That is a really big Edwin. I think that might be a misplay.
Yeah. I mean, imagine, how do you even deal with that without a goal?
Okay, so Amby.
Close series.
Yeah, gonna advance. It is the two that we've spectated so far going down to game 5. Let's see. See what the bracket is starting to shape up to look like. So that means Amby gonna go ahead and face Katopolis in the next round, who bested Quatoch 3-2. But yeah, we still got a lot going on here in the second round. We see Dallin, No Time to Cry, both advancing. But yeah, let's see if we can't get in on some of these other games in progress.
Try to check out maybe Thunder and Davin.
I was just thinking that exact thing. Let's see.
Yeah, Thunder bringing the Malagos Druid, which if you haven't checked it out on youtube.com/classic Hearthstone, I don't actually know if that's the link, so hopefully it is.
I think it is. I made it, so I should know. Yeah, youtube.com/@classic Hearthstone. Yeah, really nice guy, Thunder. Yeah, exceptional player as well. And I think, well, at least one of you guys has probably played against him on ladder and knows how uncomfortable it can feel to have to face him. You just know that, like, Nourish, Wild Growth, and Innervate are always in his opening hand.
Yeah, look at this. Double Innervate in, like, the top 10 cards of his deck or something. He's just so good.
Yeah. No, one thing I did learn that was really valuable to me about this Malagos deck was this idea of holding on to one of these Innervates in order to pull off a double combo. Force Nature, Savage Roar for 22 rather than 14. Because the deck doesn't run as many big minions that are going to be able to backface and get them down to 14. So I would not be surprised here if we saw one of these Innervates being held for that combo.
So, regrettably, I don't know if we are going to get to see any combos, as he may be dead next turn.
I would agree with that.
Depending on where this rag lands. If it doesn't hit one of the fire elementals, he is dead. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and Fire Elemental, just a horribly difficult card for Druid to deal with. 5 health, requires spell damage, swipe, and with 2 of them on the board, it's like not too many ways to deal with it. Alright, and Savin off to an early lead here. Looks like up 2-0. Thunder on the back foot.
Yeah, so what does that leave Savin with?
Well, he's got the rogue again.
Okay, so we're going to game 5, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe he can get his win with rogue first try instead of dragging it out. I don't know, I think Thaven's another newcomer to these tournaments. I don't know if I've seen him before. So we'll see how his skill is with the rogue.
Victory for the Forsaken.
Well,
And this
yeah,
is
we do see that.
this is definitely a matchup we've seen a little bit already today. This Trap Hunter, Crusher Hunter, as it's sometimes called, very, very tough for Rogue to deal with. I wish I could say I know some way for Rogue to play this matchup that's favorable or that can actually put some pressure on, but I'm afraid I don't. Maybe just trickling out 3 drops or who knows.
I assume it involves not seeing Deadly Shot in the other player's hands.
I got bad news for Thaven.
I mean, actually, no bow is pretty nice if you have 3-drops, which Thaven has a couple.
Yeah.
Could play Big Edwin. Just trust there's no deadly shot, I swear. Or Freezing Trap. Or Mr. X.
Or Hunter's Mark.
Or Hunter's Mark. Have I mentioned this isn't a very good matchup?
Right. Is this going to be coupled with SI or Edwin?
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
I wonder can pick what he wants to use to deal with this. Got a few options.
Gotta think you just go with the deadly shot, just for the fear of something else coming down and trying to get picked up by the freezing trap. You can end up in some situation where the Gadget's hand comes down later, and suddenly all the RNG comes into play for deadly shot. If you got 2 in hand, a free shot on a 6/6, I don't see the reason to get cute here.
Yeah, the other consideration is that if we play Freezing Trap here without the bow, we're not getting those valuable bow charges that are killing all the 3-drops that we'd rather kill the 3-drops with the bow than we'd use Snipe or Freezing on those. We want to save those for Gadget's Hand and Leroy. So probably waiting around maybe one more turn for the bow.
Yeah, you do get the hero power though, if you play the freezing.
Yeah,
So,
very true.
even with all these ways to counter rogue, you do need to kill them eventually. That is an important part of playing against rogue.
Job done.
That's what the hero power is for. Fun fact, it only takes 15 turns to completely kill a rogue with a hunter hero power. And you'll probably be alive after those 15 turns anyway, right?
Surely. I've never had a rogue kill me before turn 15, trust.
Yeah, this is just so annoying. Killing your own minion and taking damage.
And then getting the Drake sniped.
Yeah, I just, like you said before, kind of no way to play around it. Like, again, if you throw the SI into it, you're really just setting up for that other deadly shot.
And at the end of all of it, there's Freezing Trap waiting for that 1-out Leroy play.
Yeah.
I kind of would like to see the double Starving Buzzard. I guess there's been no AoE from Savin, but
I got the best deals anywhere.
this isn't a matchup where you're going to draw a ton of cards with the Starving Buzzard Unleash combo.
Yeah, it's very true. Although at some point the rogue is going to get desperate and they'll just start dropping Earthen Rings and SIs left and right. And that might be a good time for it. Got Swamp Boost too.
Just all kinds of rude here.
Just in case you thought that, the one way you could beat this deck is by using a powerful weapon. And Thunder plays a lot of this deck. He's very skilled with it, and it's a deck that requires a lot of patience. And being a very patient player, I think that Thunder's very well suited for playing this deck. And there we go. There's the trickle of 3-drops coming out.
Yeah, this gives 5 cards coming in if he wants to commit both buzzards. Although that's a little bit scary because you can't really do anything else on the turn if you don't draw Hunter's Marks. Then
yeah, I single
could be at
unleash.
risk.
We've got more options to draw later on. We're already fairly well in control of the game.
Well, that explosive trap is quite nice.
Yeah. Good choice to play conservatively here, I think. We can play Hunter's Mark, attack in with one of the dogs, and go face with one of the dogs too. And play explosive, of course.
Yeah, Hunter's Mark kill command just to preserve the board isn't unreasonable. But again, you haven't really set up a board that the rogue wants to AoE, so if he's holding on to one, then you do get punished pretty hard, in theory.
It's time to even the scale.
I don't know. I've played some of this deck, but not a lot, so I can't say I'm an expert.
Same. Constantly confused as to how to play this deck.
How much damage is this?
Well, now it's a lot. 6, 12.
It's not lethal.
20.
Well, wait.
Oh, yeah,
you can
it is.
actually Shadow Step the SI. That's what?
Oh, it's 1 mana off lethal here.
Yeah, if you could play it all.
Yeah. Leeway with the Shadow Step is 12, plus the Cold Blood is 16, plus the Evis is 20.
Yeah, and then the Shadow Step on the SI would have been 22 then.
We'd already used this. We'd already used the Shadow Step on Leeway in that situation.
Okay, I was thinking like Leroy, Cold Blood, Shadow Step, or not Shadow Step, Cold Blood Eviscerate, and then Shadow Step the SI, which would have been 19 damage.
Still just a tiny bit off. And actually, you know, it looks very scary here for Thunder, but I don't think that this is too bad of a position, because after Explosive Freezing, Leroy's going to get frozen.
It's a pretty bad position.
Yeah. What else? Yeah, exactly. Like, what else comes after this that can't be killed by a kill command, right? Shiv, a pretty decent card here, actually, drawing us into maybe some more damage.
Yeah, and just taking advantage of that spell damage now. Looks kind of appealing.
Yeah, I actually think you play as many spells as you can while you have the spell damage on board.
At the very least, play Shiv, I think, with the spell damage on board.
Yeah, well, you can Shiv Eviscerate, and you still have enough mana to play Leroy. But I guess you don't actually need that much damage.
I'll have to pop the secret first.
Yeah, with the Phantom Knives draw, this makes a lot more sense, because you can Leroy, pop the freezing, and then the fan deals with everything.
Yeah.
He's worried that it's second misdirect, maybe? That weapon doesn't mean anything.
No, I agree. Doesn't make a ton of sense. And oh my, can we just imagine what would have happened if Thunder had drawn the bow here. Alright, so exactly 12 in hand. Oh my god, another explosive.
Oh, that is... I was gonna say it's a bad situation. That second explosive is really good.
Unfortunately, though, I don't think it saves him because...
he needed the taunt. He needed the Misha.
Yeah.
Now you have enough mana to dagger for the explosive, and then Leroy Shadow Step is game.
Yeah.
Hey, remember the whole bad matchup thing for the Rogue guys?
We just needed to wait a while. Maybe we can get some EU folks in the chat to share their opinions on Miracle Rogue and how they feel the deck performs just in general.
Let none survive.
I've heard that they're all great fans over there.
I've heard the same thing. A lot of sportsmanship and respect toward Rogue players.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, a lot of the people who are really the most vocal about hating Rogue are generally Warrior players. I don't know about that Shiv face play. But on one hand, it's kind of feel bad for them. It's not their fault that they enjoy playing a deck that's like 30% against Rogue and also 30% against Druid. What is Savin doing? Hold on.
Throwing the game, I think. I was gonna actually mention, you know, before you said that, you still have to find lethal here, and it's not the most obvious thing, I think.
I mean, you have to you just weapon and then Leroy Conceal. That's enough. It doesn't keep the price increase.
Yeah, it would go 6 to 8. Like, don't get me wrong, it's lethal. But
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
big mistake. That
just not
could be
seeing
punished with a weapon.
And doesn't trigger the trap either. Interesting. Oh, maybe playing around.
He thinks it's another snipe. He thinks it's another snipe.
Oh, but isn't there only
no.
one with snipe in this deck?
Yeah, there's only one snipe, but that's all I can think of.
Misdirect maybe. Anticipating misdirect.
Yeah. What was I saying before? Something about warrior losing to rogue, but also losing to druid.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
can't be too sad, or can't hold it too much against the warrior players who are very sad because that's the situation they are dealt in classic. But
Right.
a lot of sad people against rogue,
Yeah.
as it turns out. All right, David, just hit with a
Yeah.
weapon.
I think he knows now that he has to hit with the weapon, right? Because if it is misdirect or something else, you're dead next turn anyway. Okay, he's gonna get the news now.
All right, we got there.
Yeah, really keeping us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, I'm sure Thunder just as much as us.
I think he did think that the price increase would carry over, so he waited until he could use all 10 mana. But as it turns out, that's not how it worked.
Yeah, that's possible. Maybe that was the thinking. Well, in any case, that one did not go to game 5. It's just going to be a quick 3-0, actually, for Savin.
Yeah, good games there. Strong showing, able to unseat our current NA champion.
Okay, we can jump into... I mean, Freaks and Man Thighs, I feel like just such a good pairing on name alone. We got to see how this series ends up.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Almost out of time.
This is a... I love just jumping into a game like this where it's a very dire situation for someone. Unfortunately, I believe we will not be watching this game for very much longer.
This one
Is that a 3-0 for Freaks then? I think.
Oh, was it Freaks who was out? I should probably... Yeah, this will make it. This will make it 3-0. Once again, if Freaks can spot lethal.
I think there's at least 17 different combinations of attacks that could be used here.
Yeah. Is there a way that you can't get lethal?
Yeah. Actually, what is that? 5 exclamation, whatever you call that.
Factorial? 5
factorial,
Yeah.
so what's that, 120? But I don't think there's a way you can possibly not have lethal there with your attacks. If you just attacked with all the minions and ignored everything else.
Right. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Okay, well that means the only other series that is actually underway is Katopolis and Amby here. Looks like they're just getting ready to get into game 4. Katopolis up 2-1. As they're doing that, let's take a look, see how it's gone so far. So Katopolis had banned Amber's Rogue. Amber banning Katopolis' Druid. Game 1, Amber won with the Warlock. Game 2, Katopolis Paladin, and then Katopolis winning with Shaman. So looks like Katopolis is gonna have to win with Hunter here. We'll see what Amber goes with to counter that.
this apple on your head.
Right.
Always nice to have the keeper in hand against the turn 1 knife juggler. Gonna take some damage, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, always just a really annoying card for Hunter to deal with here. The Keeper just has kind of an awkward amount of health, can't be bowed down. You know it's going to trade with small minions favorably. Poundmaster with a target on curve, though, always feels nice, too.
Still having the answers, but here we bring out one of the most annoying minions for Druid to deal with. Honestly, in Classic, with the Stranglethorn Tiger.
Yeah. That and High Mane are really good anti-Druid cards. Now, I would expect if Sylvanas or Karen comes down here that we see Freezing Trap and the Tiger maybe trading into the 2-1.
Well, I think with the High Mane, I was almost wondering if you just kill the Sylvanas and drop a High Mane down.
Yeah, especially after having seen one Keeper already. The likelihood of that's High Mane being... Oh. Okay. Alright. It's a potential misplay there, although at the same time, anytime your opponent plays something just the tad bit slow, mid-range Hunter, you can kind of just pounce and go face sometimes. Especially with this Leroy kill command in hand, I can see why.
Yeah, he really gets punished for it though with the Farseer to stabilize. If he plays the High Mane, the second Keeper comes down, or even the first one.
Yeah.
Got freezing trapped.
Right.
Kind of rough.
Yeah, I'm not really sure the thinking behind the risk there. I think if this list didn't run Farseer, there'd be, a lot stronger argument to do it. But with 2 copies of it, it just seemed completely unnecessary.
Yeah, Ember looking like she's in a pretty good spot here. She's hero powering every turn, making sure that she's staying healthy. Of course, got the Ancient Allure in hand as well to heal up.
Need a Huffer here. Push 11 damage with the Huffer kill command.
Yeah.
Next turn you have like Leroy.
Leroy Unleash
hero.
Yeah.
I think that's your out. Just hope that there's no combo coming down.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you were hoping for. I think you still just stick to the plan though.
Just gonna go for the 2 damage hounds here.
Okay.
Hope that these don't get cleared by swipe so we can play Leroy kill command next turn. Be the same amount of damage either way with the hounds.
Well, actually, there's not a great way to kill everything. I guess you can use the Keeper.
Yeah, I honestly would have preferred to see the Keeper trade into the Leok there. Talking about a situation in which there are not too many options to die here.
Well, 6, 12, 14?
Can try and set up 2-turn lethal.
Yeah.
And that'll do the 2-turn lethal. Just tragically a little late.
Is this lethal? No, not quite.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I was actually thinking like if you silence the taunts, it's 10, 11, 19 damage.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Wait, with Rag. Actually, is there lethal with Rag? If you like Rag, Coin, Savage Roar. That's really risky though.
It would be, I think. Oh yeah, it would be. So the Keeper trades in. You've got.
Yeah, 12, 14. It's exact lethal, but
Yep.
if it's a 50-50 and if you lose, then you're in trouble.
Yeah. And this way,
You're only in trouble.
yeah. Well, if this deck doesn't have a ton of, or the Hunter deck doesn't have a ton of direct damage in it, so she's playing around Leroy, and she gets rewarded.
Yep, just playing around the Leroy was safe. I might have gone for the 50-50 win, I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, I think I might have too. That one extra hero power.
This is just the Phasor Hunter list, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Astounding.
Yeah, it looks like the exact list.
Well fought. I concede.
Alright. And we're keeping our tournament hopes alive. Series tied up at 2-2.
Ooh, so we have Mid Hunter versus Shaman, it looks like. Shaman from Amber.
Yeah.
Got a BGH in this list. Assuming I'm looking at the right person.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got a BGH in it.
Let the hunt begin.
And a black
Interesting, really removal heavy list. Not great against the mid-range hunter. Don't think you're gonna get BGH value very often. Also have a good opening with the Argent Squire.
Yeah.
Turn 1. Having that in your opening hand as the slower shaman build, it really feels like it increases your win rate by like 5% at least.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, it's just such a good card for controlling the board early, and really without it, it's like nothing on the board into a totem, into Harvest Golem. Just doesn't feel like it's gonna contest well enough. I would be tempted there to play the Rockbiter, but maybe she's banking on baiting some more stuff out here and then just clearing it with Lightning Storm.
Yeah, this deck has a lot of 2-drops. I almost wonder if you hold one more turn.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. There's maybe, Animal Companion coming down, but this makes sense.
Well, there's some cute plays you can make with this, the boar. A few different options.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I think I like the
playing
Knife Juggler best. Try to just kill the Squire outright.
Yeah, my one consideration would be you got Houndmaster in hand, so if possible, playing the Hyena could get a Buzzard instead. Now, a lot of times, because Shaman will miss turns or will, have times in which they need to just totem like this turn, holding onto that Buzzard can be good because you get to play with Unleash and get 5 mana, draw a lot of cards.
Put this apple on your head.
And opting not to play the Houndmaster this turn, going for the 66% play there on the Juggler.
It's reasonable. I think you Rockbiter the 4/3 and not Lightning Bolt it so you can Fire Elemental next turn. I don't like this Lightning Storm, actually.
It's probably the most value we're going to get out of Lightning Storm, at least for now. Most of the minions that are left in the Hunter deck are like 5 health, or maybe the Death Rattle from the Savannah High Maid.
I guess, but getting the Fire Ellie down on 6 is really good. It's
is.
another one of the you have to kill your opponent eventually situations, and getting a big minion, big 6 attack Ellie on board early is one of the ways you can do that. This is a tragic hand for the Hunter.
Yeah, kind of wish they had maybe like Unleash and Buzzard or something here. You see a lot of these low attack minions that aren't really doing much, and now what a time to play Fire Alley.
Well, if you get an Unleash, then it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. Still, without the Buzzard to play it with, it's just a single card, and it doesn't really help us find any more answers. Hex is a good draw. Amber's just going to load it up. She's either got the read that there's no Unleash the Hounds, or she feels like since we've already seen a Buzzard, that Unleash won't do anything anyway. And I think that's the correct read. All right.
Yeah.
Let's just call it there.
I mean, that was a game that blew by really fast, but I actually feel like there were a lot of really interesting decisions, like right from turn 2, basically, as to what minions Katopolis is going to play out. Like you mentioned, playing out the boar with the knife juggler as opposed to maybe, going for the draw for that buzzard. Some of the lightning storm opportunities there. I don't know. I felt like there was so much to look into that game. But yeah,
Definitely an interesting game. And I think that even though both players played really fast, I think they both made solid decisions with what they knew. Obviously, the using the buzzard early didn't really pay off. Although he didn't actually draw Unleash anyways, so can't say it's terrible.
Right, but it does give another opportunity to hang in there. There's also the chance at tracking as well. So there are 3 shots in the deck at getting Unleash. I would say the buzzard can get massive value against Shaman in general, so I might have held on to it there.
Okay, so our first time getting to see No Time to Cry here. These two just kicking things off. This is game 1.
I must safeguard the land.
And Shaman is typically favored in this matchup on account of just Hex being quite strong. The totems are hard to deal with without a spell power swipe. But No Time to Cry is making a game of it here. He's got Innervate Cenarius next turn, which it's something.
I was gonna say, having the Cenarius teched into the deck. Do you go +2/+2 here ever? Oh, yes, he does.
Yeah, going for it just for a nice value trade. World's most scary keeper there. It's gonna be a 5/7 next turn too.
How much damage is that with the Force Power of the Wild? If there weren't any taunts coming down.
It's lethal. It's 15 plus 6 is 21, plus 5 is 26. Or plus 6 is 27, actually.
Yeah. Of course, that's not quite going to be the play. Turns out that Thaven's going to play a little more defensively than that, not just going to Argent Commander the enemy face.
And even this little 1/2 getting some value here.
Actually, I think there's merit in using the Karen to kill the taunt instead of the Keeper, just to play around like a spelled up, the powered up Lightning Storm.
Yeah, or Double Storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
There is no storm on the horizon. See what I did there? Haha.
Right, because Thunder's already been eliminated, so...
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for.
Thunder only happens when it's raining.
I live in the south. I can assure you that is not true.
And Savin here may be a little bit desperate to draw into a Lightning Storm or something that can help clear this board.
It's not going to matter because I believe this is lethal.
Yeah.
In fact, I know it's lethal because it is a lot of damage over.
Yeah, I've seen some.
I hope you don't try to pull that kind of stuff with your professors in school. We're going to need a proof of this mathematical equation. Well, you see, I can prove it because the numbers are real big and stuff.
Yeah, there's like a ton of big numbers in this thing. It looks pretty true to me. Yeah, like the starting number was big, ending number was even bigger. I mean, that's gotta be true.
Listen, question my methods all you want. The game was over. I was not wrong.
I like your evaluative mechanisms in Hearthstone. That's kind of how I like to do it too. That's the joy of playing aggro decks. You just kind of send stuff because what else are you gonna do?
If you have enough numbers, eventually you'll reach 30.
Yeah, exactly. See, now you're speaking my language. All right, a Shaman Mirror here. Let's see. We've got in No Time to Cry's list got 2 Violet Teachers. So a little bit different tech there. No Alakir on the top end. Looks like it's a pretty aggro-oriented shaman with Leroy Wind Fury. But no leper gnomes.
No Time to Cry has Violet Teachers in all 4 of his decks, by the way.
He's a learned man. A little bit more standard shaman here for Savin. He's got Alakir at the top end, got the Black Knight in there, teched as well. But you know, both of them have about the same board presence early on in the game with Harvest Golem, Argent Squire, and all the regular full suite.
Yeah, I think this is a Sapiwi's Shaman list with no Earthshock, no Doomhammer, Archon Commanders.
Yeah.
It's a heavy list. It can brick sometimes, but I like it. It's the one I run on ladder.
Yeah, I think in this matchup, it could be struggling a lot versus this more aggressive type. Like, you don't expect a lot of healing, if any, for Shaman. So stuff like Lava Burst or, yeah, the Leroy Wind Fury really just have the potential to kill them partway through the game. But yeah, without those Earth Shocks early, I feel like that's just rough against Shaman.
Yeah, and you never feel good using removal on these Flame Tongue Totems, things like that, because you'd rather just kill it on the board. You'd rather have a 3/3 boop into a 0/3 for free than you would use removal on something that doesn't deal damage. And they've been a pretty natural curve here, not overloaded going into 6, so has the opportunity to play Fire Elemental.
Yeah, not sure what he's actually going to be Fire Elementaling now. I guess just this Mana Tide.
Yeah, just the 6/5 body is tough to deal with. It's either, you know, spending 3 mana on a Lava Burst that's going to overload, or you know, Lightning Bolt's not really an option to kill it.
Yeah, the Lava Burst would also prevent him from playing Fire Elemental next turn.
Right.
And with not a whole lot else to do with this hand, it's not an attractive option for sure.
Right. I would have preferred playing the Fire Elemental way over on the left-hand side there in case of Flame Tongue Totem. I don't really want to get it buffed.
Very true.
Okay. So I'm going to play Thalnos without the Earth Shock. Doesn't feel like he's in too much trouble here. Might be waiting to play Teacher with the Earth Shock.
There's Doomhammer.
And Doomhammer, a really powerful card in this matchup. Like you mentioned, there's just no healing in Shaman decks for the most part, so Doomhammer can really help us control the board for a long time. And of course it does the convenient 2 damage, so it kills totems.
How convenient. I was gonna say, do you consider just playing the Black Knight here? But fortunately, we do see a play was drawn with the Defender.
Yeah, I actually think the previous turn, the Black Knight, would have been a reasonable play. Just seeing that Lava Burst had to come down to take out your Fire Elemental, just plop it down another reasonably big body. Yeah, it might have been kind of obvious that there wasn't a real strong answer to it.
Yeah.
Pay attention, class.
Oh, he's got Earth Shocks. Drop the Violet Teacher. Not doing a whole lot though.
Yeah, and kind of a tough spot here too, because now we're down to 10, and we're going to take 2 more on the board. That's 8. Not like a ton of burst damage in Savin's deck, but it does limit the possibilities of controlling the board with that Doomhammer. And Savin here probably feeling pretty happy to have this Thalnos double Lightning Storm in hand. I think he could play Koi here and maybe hold off for a turn before casting it. I'm not even going to use the Thalnos with it.
Well, he just wanted to kill the 1 mana minions. I'm surprised he used the Lightning Bolt though.
Yeah, just saying he really wants
How
to
much burst is
keep
this?
those on.
I was going to say, is there any way to just deal 30 damage over 2 turns. If I sort of wonder if you're out in this situation is just hoping for a Wind Fury top deck with no taunt.
Well, that would be a lot of damage.
Yeah, you got 22 from the Lavari.
21 plus 4 from the weapon. That's 25 with a Wind Fury top deck. That's my count.
I think that it's one-off lethal, right? Because we don't have the mana to play Lava Burst.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you had the mana for everything, you could deal that 28, but... You're gonna have some time to get there.
This Lightning Storm is nice. Although it doesn't actually clear everything.
Right. I have to use the face a little bit more to clear here. Or I guess, you know, can use this 2/2. Not like we're in any real danger of getting hit in the face anymore. You know, I don't think the difference between 6 and 5 health is insignificant here.
Seems like an easy Drake Storm.
Yeah.
And next turn, the Valkyrie will take it home. In theory.
Yeah, I might even consider there playing like Mana Tide, Senjin, and Lightning Storm. We don't technically need to play the Drake in that situation.
The light protects me.
Well, does the 1 and 4 Taunt Totem come down? Does not.
A little unlucky there. Curses.
Yeah, one of the problems with the more aggressive shaman builds is you are prone to just having a ton of burst in hand and not really having an opportunity to use them.
Yeah,
It's
really
definitely
didn't.
a problem that can happen.
Yeah, didn't get a chance to secure the board too early. I always felt like he's just playing from behind there. So, yeah, exactly that. But it is just crazy how much damage it's able to pump out. Where with just the right draws at the end, it could still go the other way.
Let the hunt begin. I'm acting on instinct.
Okay, so the Hunter mirror this time around. Now let's get these lists in. So I believe we've got some different archetypes going on here.
Looks like Savin won game 1 with his warrior, by the way, so this is actually game 4.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
According to bracket.
Okay. Yeah, looks like we... Good to know. Must have jumped in just before that was updated on the site. Okay, so yeah, super aggressive kind of face hunter coming out here for Savin. There's a not quite as aggressive hunter for No Time to Cry here. Like you said, Violet Teachers once again, but still going ahead with like those leper gnomes. Pretty heavy into the traps and green skin, probably with Rogue in mind.
Yeah, and we actually don't see Snipe in this deck either, which is interesting. A lot of times you see Snipe in this Trap Hunter, but it's a little different archetype. It's got 2 Savannah High Mains on the top end. It's got 2 Violet Teachers, so a little bit more minion heavy. Not quite as consistent with the original idea of the deck, kind of making an iteration on it. Still a ton of direct damage in the deck, so I do have a feeling it can do some good work on the board.
Yeah, and when I look at it, I actually think, you know, pretty solid deck. Every card in there, just a really high value, good card that you often want to be running in Hunter. But it does stand out to me in this tournament as something that's maybe not as tournament ready as some of these other lists, because it does seem just a little more balanced in general than some of these other lists that seem to be coming here with this idea of ban something and target anything that differs from that, whether that's rogue or druid or just generally control or aggro.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally this Hunter deck is played as just a strict anti-rogue deck, and in this situation we're seeing it kind of flex a little bit, try and deal with aggro a little bit better with these teachers, and deal with mid-range or druid control decks with the 2 high mains on the top end.
Okay, so not the explosive trap draw that I'm sure No Time to Cry was hoping would come out. But this misdirect has a chance to clear the board as is.
Yeah, it feels awkward here to have to play misdirect and deadly shot. It kind of gives it away that this isn't explosive trap.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think most likely just the way that Savin's hand is kind of turned out, pretty likely that you're swinging with minions there. Either way, 2 chargers, you got a hero power that's always pushing damage, so maybe didn't change up too much, but yeah.
I think I would have preferred to have seen the hero power here. I think maybe he's playing around explosive trap, saying, well, if there are no secrets up this turn, it's my turn to pounce on the board.
I don't think that taunt is actually enough to save him.
Unless if you're using Leroy to clear?
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
You have to Leroy into the... I guess it doesn't matter which one you Leroy into, but you should Leroy into the 4-2.
Yeah.
And then... I don't know how you win next turn, but...
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah,
definitely have to go face.
Yeah. Yeah, Leroy kind of an important win condition here to... You imagine that Savin would be down to 12 now, so... Oh.
Thanks.
Does not matter.
Okay. So I guess with that ends up being the 3rd win that Savin needs. Gonna advance him to the semifinals.
Yeah, good games, well played.
Take a look at this.
So Savin will play the winner of
okay.
Dolan against Arcuous as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got Satur against Freak still going on to see who faces Amber. And then, yeah, Dallin and Arcus. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can't hop in to Satur's match here. Considering this has the potential to be the last game of the series. Hey,
Yes, we're up 2-0, it looks like.
yeah.
It looks like he's bringing that same control-y druid that we saw last time he was playing in a tournament. This Mark of the Wild can be comboed with the Black Knight, or it can just be used to taunt up things like Keeper of the Grove. Take it from a 2-4 that's a middling creature into a 4-6 taunt, which is actually pretty tough to deal with.
So Freaks are only priest player in the tournament. I actually had it banned this series. You're not going to see any priest gameplay just yet.
A priest band? Is that what you just said?
Yep. I know it's hard to believe, but that is what happened.
I'm sure there's a Starforged somewhere weeping silent tears at that.
Somewhere in the cosmos, he looks down upon us. He's still alive. He's just. I don't know.
Just waiting
Yeah.
for the priest decks.
That doesn't mean he's not in our hearts.
Yeah, he's just taking a flight around the world.
It's on a farm upstate. Now, we could innovate a hero power here, or save it for, like, Keeper Swipe next turn. Keeper Swipe seems pretty good.
Yeah, I think passing is fine. Looks like Sator wants to get rid of that. No, doesn't want to get rid of the 1/1. Wants the beefier Drake.
Interesting. This is going into the Black Knight turn, but not drawn off the top.
Earthshock deals with it just fine.
I'm gonna say this is a big Earthshock target now.
Yeah.
I wonder if you actually double Earthshock here. I guess not, because there's still Ancient of Wars in Sator's deck. I think you're definitely using it on the Drake, though, because you really don't want a spell damage swipe to ruin your day. At least that's my thought.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable. I guess it just depends exactly how you want to use the rest of your mana. You could play Defender, toss a couple of these things into the Druid of the Claw, and then just leave the Drake up with the Earthshock.
Yeah, it feels kind of awkward to use, losing both the Harvest Column and the 2/3 here in Sun Fury by playing Argus.
My shield for Argus.
It looks like just gonna kill the Drake.
Saving Earthshock for another day, but I don't know if there are too many other Earthshock targets that are going to be better than that.
I mean, it is just the Ancient of War.
Yeah.
Which I guess Sator does have 2 of, to be fair. Also has a Cairn. Those are 2 big ones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What to do?
Keeper Wrath deals with everything.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty strong turn here for Sator.
I must safeguard the land.
He's just going to opt to clear with the hero power. I kind of like this as well. When we're talking about like an economy of cards here, a lot of times this matchup is decided by who has card advantage, and typically that favors the Shaman a little bit when they have cards like Hex, which can remove big minions. So playing a little conservatively, waiting with the Wrath in hand.
We hunger for vengeance.
Well, now the swipe is even better. I think. Sator just does not want to use swipe. He wants to prove me wrong. It's messed up.
He might be waiting to play it with spell damage on a turn where he just can't deal with the totems anymore.
That was actually an uproot, wasn't it? Look at
Yeah.
this. Big 10-5.
That Ancient of War is one bad motherfucker. I have a feeling he may encounter some removal spells in the near future, but
Yeah, I have a feeling he's a frog.
when you're playing against the Black Knight, this can make sense. Still at 5 health is a difficult minion to deal with. So, 10-5 makes sense.
We'll wait in anticipation.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what, I guess what the other consideration is here.
Yeah, Hex Flame Tongue clears most of the board.
There's little time.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I suppose there's a choice between whether we deploy the Hex now or use an Earthshock and try and get some more value out of the Hex later.
Get him back here. Looks like it.
Yeah, so going to clear the Ancient without using any spells there.
Yeah, now you got a 4 health and a 1 health target on the board. Surely this is the swipe turn.
I was just gonna say. Yeah.
Alright. Enough messing around.
He'll probably want to calculate whether he's got lethal here with Force of Nature Savage Roar if none of his minions die. Yeah, he's going to go for it.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is, I believe, exactly 30. No, it's 28.
A wise man once said, "It's a big number. It'll kill him."
Yeah, it's just like I see just a lot of big numbers there. That Lightning Storm's a pretty good response to that board. Really punishes the extra keeper play there. Making a cycle for Karen. Haven't seen a Hex yet, so Karen feels scary to play.
Yeah, but Hex didn't come down on the Ancient of War. So, might be misled into thinking it's not around.
Right.
Well, Rockbiter and Argus deals with the 5 health Shield Master. Plays fairly on curve. Keeps your removal spells in hand.
Yep. And if only there was a spell damage swipe in hand here.
Well, Force of Nature does clean everything up, but then you're using a Force of Nature. That's actually its only one. He only runs one copy of both combo pieces.
Yep, exactly. So probably doesn't want to. Yeah, he doesn't want to play one without the other.
I like this Hex, actually. Even though Karen and Ancient War are in Sator's hand, you know, having the second Earthshock, I actually like playing the Hex here, just keeping as much board control as you can. And Druid can't really deal with a wide board of healthy minions.
Yep. Yeah, Hex seems pretty reasonable here. Also, 5/5 on the board, it can only kill one thing per turn, and there's a lot of stuff, so...
Very true. There's actually a pretty solid... Well, it could be a pretty solid Lightning Storm. It really depends on how much damage it hits. You really want a Lightning Storm Doomhammer, but you want everything to hit 3. That's far from guaranteed.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and you're looking at a 50-50 totem roll here as well.
I think I like Lightning Storm Doomhammer regardless. Unless you just hit all 2s, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I like the Lightning Storm Doomhammer as well. We can leave maybe
first,
one
please.
minion up.
No, that's pretty bad, but, you know.
Yeah, it could have been worse. It still trades stuff into it, but like I mentioned, this this matchup's a lot about card efficiency, and it seems like Satur is pulling ahead here with some of these bigger minions. He doesn't have the board quite yet, but I think that Freaks might start running out of answers as Satur continues to draw.
Yeah, you're already kind of in the I need to clear the board every turn phase. With how many cards the Druid's drawn, the potential of just getting comboed is increasing further and further. So as much as you hate to Hex this 5/5, now you kind of have to.
Yeah, every single turn, Force of Nature Savage Roar is threatened.
Yeah, the Mana Tide to draw extra cards is really crucial here, though. Definitely gonna help Freak stabilize if he can do it. Still has a Black Knight in his deck. Still has Alakir. Double Sun Fury Protector. I didn't notice that earlier.
Yeah, it's an interesting
yeah.
If he played one already.
Satyr looking at a pretty strong turn here as well with Druid of the Claw and Faceless. Just not not taking any conceivable face damage on the next turn there, and essentially baiting out whatever the last removal spell is. Whenever we watch Satur play, I think one thing that I always appreciate is that he really does take his time on his turns. You don't see him making hasty decisions, even when it looks like there are obvious plays available. He's pretty patient player, and in a tournament situation where you're off for the rest of the day if you make a mistake, seems like a good idea.
What are your thoughts on actually just comboing to clear everything off the board? In this situation?
I would prefer to just play minions on the board, especially if our opponent doesn't have any taunts up currently. Feels like we're always threatening the combo anyway. I think maybe one of the worries is that most of the time for the rest of the game, Satur's not going to be able to play more than one thing per turn. You can play Ragnaros, but you can't play anything else with them. Same with Karen and Ancient of War. So it might be looking for to hold that combo.
What do you do here? This is not looking good.
Yeah, I think maybe you're... Because you're not able to clear... Are you banking on this taunt from the Sun Fury keeping you alive?
You can clear, but...
Well, clear, sorry. Go into combo range if you clear.
Yeah. Take
Yeah.
8 damage for it. It's a little bit too much.
There is little time.
Though technically with all the taunts up, you are just barely alive. If you were to do that.
Yeah, he's just going to send it face. Yeah, with 2
I like
taunts. Yeah. Force of Nature Savage Roar is going to take a whole turn to play.
Well, what do you think? You're the swipe expert here, Dirk.
You know, I'm liking the swipe here.
Yeah, you don't think like Ragnaros would be a good play?
I know it's tempting. Leave it up to fate. See how Ragnaros is feeling today.
Yeah, 2 consecutive rag shots to the face plus 1 ping from the hero power, and that's GG.
Yeah, the scary thing about swipe is that you're not actually playing anything to protect yourself. I don't know if Freaks has used both Rock Biters, but like a Rock Biter is lethal and Alakir is lethal. Those are scary, and I don't actually know if you really have any way to deal with it. I guess you have the Ancient of War, which I think is going to be the play.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to just play Ancient of War here.
I guess that loses the second Hex, or Black Knight. He still has a Black Knight.
Yeah, but there are fewer chances to draw removal at this point that can deal with Ancient of War. Okay.
Oh, did he get the attack there?
I was just wondering. Looks like no.
He didn't.
Oh,
That gives
Wow.
that actually gives him. That's lethal, yeah.
Please just roll the totem, because this is a spell power totem here would be lethal anyway.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, unfortunately, just that Hearthstone APM.
Oh man.
I suppose I'll eat my words about Satur being a patient player. There's a limit to how patient one can be during.
Well, yeah, he is patient. Little too patient there. Well, it does keeps the series going, which, as a spectator, keeps things fun.
Yeah, we would call this a handicap Satur's playing with.
Malfurion versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be
Definitely is important to mental reset after making a misplay like that. That costs you a game.
For sure. And already making a pretty hasty mulligan decision here. I think that's correct, though. He pretty much You do want Keeper in case of Wild Growth or Innervate. You don't really want Sen'jin this early in the game. But
Yeah.
Zoo is not the ideal matchup here for Druid without any ramp.
No, this is a tough matchup. I would say good hand, but yeah, very tough matchup for the Druid normally.
It's actually pretty tough for the Druid having the Zoo into Miracle Rogue, I believe. Not matchups you want to be playing as the Druid.
Well, we can all be thankful that it's not Druid into Priest, right? That ban
Made
really gonna
sure.
save Satura. Yeah.
He made sure he didn't have to deal with any of that.
Yeah.
For better or for worse.
Yeah, tough choice here whether we play Wrath on the 3-3, Wrath on the Juggler, Savage Roar our face into the 3-2.
Yeah, I do like Wrath here on the Imp, but you're certainly worried about some kind of buff coming down. Pushing that Juggler out of Keeper range.
It's looking a little scary.
Yeah, just it's tough. Like you can remove one of these very high damage threats like the Knife Juggler or the Wolf, but you can't remove both of them, and just this persistent Zoo board is going to be tough to deal with.
Yeah.
Especially with the Soulfire in hand here.
Yes.
Able to play the hand out, Soulfire with no discard, tap into something for 2 plays next turn. One of which I'm sure will be a Doom Guard.
I guess it is worth mentioning, this is a bit of an odd Zoo list as well. You see that Hellfire, which is not too common, but the Black Knight, which is actually going to improve this matchup even more than it already is.
Yeah, Freaks looks like he's definitely targeted Druid with this lineup.
Well, you can Wrath the Wolf. Or Savage or the Wolf and Wrath the other big minion. One turn away from getting a nice heal. Whatever that's worth.
Yeah. At this point, the board is so out of control, it's really hard to... It's going to have to be like swipe.
In theory, if you draw swipe, even if he plays Knife Juggler Leper Gnome, I think you can hero power out of it and live at 1 health. 1 health in a dream, as they say.
Yeah.
Put this apple on your head.
It's a little tempting here to play the Squire also, because if swipe happens, then yeah, you get the damage off from the Leopard Gnomes, but you're probably going to get that damage from the Leopard Gnomes anyway.
I guess it was... I added an extra 2 damage, so you would have had 3 health in a dream with the swipe draw. Much better. Honestly, I think as Satori, you're kind of okay with that game going as fast as it did. Just like not having to suffer through a bad matchup that you might just lose to a Doomguard top deck or something anyways.
Right.
Like, mental resetting is genuinely important. You do want to be playing as good as you can.
Absolutely, yeah. Confidence and, just the right state of mind have so much of an impact on, especially playing in a tournament, but really any time. There are just lines that you may not see, single out lines that you may not see if you're tilted. So hopefully he's got his mind in the right spot here. Miracle Rogue against Druid. We got the 2 kind of S-tier classes coming in here. What do you guys think? The Control Druid better than the standard combo Druid against Miracle, or not much difference?
I've always thought that that token druid where you're running like Violet Teachers, lots of small stuff that can come out early. Sometimes you write Harvest Golems, things like that. That can be real annoying for Miracle Rogue to deal with, but anything that goes on the heavier end, I would still have to say it's just kind of a toss-up between this and the other, the hard combo. It almost doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
Ancient of War is really good into Rogue until it gets sapped. And
Right.
they can only sap it so many times in theory.
and we are looking at 2 copies of Sap in Freak's deck as well, so not so easy for Satur to actually get one of those planted down there. But like you say, you ramp hard enough if you're playing, turn 4 Ancient War or something like that. The Rogue doesn't have the time to sap it twice and then play Gadget Zan and do all the rest of the stuff they want to do. Alright, coming out swinging with a double deadly poison. Actually going to answer this Innervated Ancient quite well as well.
You do take a lot of damage for it, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both players are actually reasonably happy with this. It's like, you do get high value at your weapons, but Satur thinking, okay, I'm all ramped up on my 1 wild growth. I got a second here if I need it. Like, I could be okay going into the late game, so anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, and Satur drawing into a decent amount of removal here as well. I think that from Freaks' standpoint as well, you're thinking, well, if there's only 1 copy of combo, I can be a little bit more liberal with the amount of health that I spend clearing the board. And so, yeah, I agree. I think it's a pretty even trade for both players. A little bit of an awkward turn here, though, for Satur. We'd like to put something a little bit more impactful on the board than Keeper of the Grove. But we're always afraid of putting BGH down. It's just got 2 health. It usually dies to just about anything the Rogue has. Might even cycle here. Cycle Wrath for 1 and use the Keeper to get it off.
Yeah, I like this a lot, actually.
Yeah, just try and find... You're going to be at 7 mana next turn. Use as many chances as possible to get that Ancient of War down.
I don't love it, but I also don't hate it. I think that just being able to fully remove something with the Wrath is nice. I would have liked to see Keeper hero power, but that's alright. Also a little bit surprised to see the Azure Drake and not just like a swipe Swamp Ooze. As much as it feels bad to play Swamp Ooze against Rogue with no weapon, you've already seen both deadly poisons, so
Right.
Oh, actually,
you're not as sad about just playing it as a 3-2.
that's interesting. Satur just messaged me and he said, I'm not playing Swipe because of Derp. So, I don't know.
It's messed up.
Yeah.
It's a solid choice. This, staking your tournament career on just a little bit of spite.
So anyways, hoping for a solid win here by Freaks.
Gadget Zan off the top this turn was a pretty strong play. I imagine that felt pretty good. Swipe might be a little bit of a punish here, but at the same time, I just want to hold it.
I'm just not going to say anything.
That's the only way to win. I think that we're pretty terrified to play Karen or the Ancient here. We almost have to play Swipe.
Yeah.
Surely there's no other line. Like,
Surely.
I can definitely see wanting to play this Ancient of War and take the risk, but like you said, 2 copies of Sap. There's 13 cards left in Freak's deck. with a concealed gadgets in and a pretty full hand, it just seems like there's no way that this isn't getting sapped.
Well, that'll bring him down to 14. He's got 8 in hand. That's worth playing this turn. Could even really just go with Thalnos here, but we got the second sap, so we know that Leroy plus sap is going to do well next turn. I think we want the Cold Blood first, and probably on Gadget Zan.
Yeah, the Cold Blood, look for prep. Prep would be lethal.
Yeah. And we got to be tiny bit careful here about the backstab, because it does open us up to getting spell damage swiped, so might want to find a way to deal with this Drake and not have that happen.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Choose soon.
Well, Satyr lives to fight another day. He does have spell power swipe to clear the board.
Yeah, I don't know if
Swipe
I'd recommend
EGH.
that.
And unfortunately, that is not enough to deal with the second round of bursts from Freaks.
Right.
Third round even, I guess.
Yeah, we've got 10 damage coming in from Leroy Eviscerate, even with a hero power here, the rogue hero power, or Thalnos will deal that 1 extra damage.
Yeah, I don't see a way out of it. Well, Derp, looks like you're gonna get your wish.
Sweet Justice. Or something.
Yeah, this swipe played here is a little late. Would you have recommended playing that card earlier, or?
Well played.
I think there was a reasonable argument for it.
I do think that if you thought that he should have played swipe at any point earlier, maybe you should have spoke up and said something.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
didn't
sorry,
really get
I'll,
that feedback.
I'll tell him next time.
Wow. Okay, well, the reverse sweep. That's gonna, close out that series. And I think with that message there, sounds like that's gonna bring us to our semi-final matches. Let's see. So yeah, we got Arquus beating Dallin 3-1. So it's gonna be Savin versus Arquus. Amber versus Freaks. Yeah, I guess we'll just do. Sounds like they both just kind of finished. So Amber and Freaks will message here. To get ready.
Yeah, that top corner of the bracket got done pretty quickly. Amber has been waiting for a while, I think.
Message Freaks here. Alright, it's probably going to take just a second for like bands and everything to roll in, so it might be a good time for anyone in the stream. You know, run to the washroom, get a little snack, something like that, and yeah, we'll pick up here when we get back.
Yeah, take the time to subscribe to youtube.com/classic Hearthstone.
Absolutely. Don't forget to subscribe to Dex's stream, too. Yeah, I'm going to take a
Very
quick
true, very true.
2-minute break to start a little stream bio, and I'll be right back.
I think I am also doing that. It looks like Amber's in game. Now it's up to us to show it to you soon, TM. It's like both players banning the rogue from each other. No surprises there. It's looking a little shaky at the beginning of the tournament, but turns out rogue quite good. Welcome back, Dex, I think.
Yeah, just got back. Yes, we're here.
Cool. Looks like we're in game.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Get the deck list up. Did you run over bands and everything?
Yeah, both rogue.
Both rogue. Ah, that's what I was coming into.
I think some people will be happy to not see any more rogue, at least for this series.
Yeah, a whole region even.
It is a little bit surprising, though, I gotta say. Historically in these tournaments, Rogue has been notoriously unbanned as people bring a lot of the Trap Hunter and just decks that hate on Rogue pretty hard. So to see both Rogues banned out is maybe a little surprising, although I suppose if I brought Priest to a deck, I would probably ban Rogue too.
Well, if I brought Priest, there's a few decks I would want to ban. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, there are like 8 classes that you don't want to play against.
Yeah, when is the Priest showdown? When are we doing that?
Are you talking about a Priest deck spotlight?
No,
Priest on Priest.
Just Priest tournament.
Oh, we'd have to find more than one player to play.
Disappointing.
I'm sure they lurk out there. There are some Priest mains, some diehard people that like playing Priest.
They're lurking out there.
They're somewhere.
I like this play. You don't want to overload and you don't want to use your Rock Fighter with Doomhammer in hand, so just, losing some health in your Divine Shield to trade, even though it opens you up to AoE. And the AoE can actually come through with this Wild Pyro. I think getting max value from your Doomhammer is fine.
Yeah, I think that both lines have some validity. I think that a lot of times you're just sort of expecting that the Priest will be able to clear your board almost no matter what. So it's like, why bother building something that's super sticky when we know that there are 1,000,001 things that can be used to deal with that board anyway? Why not just trade off a couple of their minions and then try and get some damage done with, combo pieces like Doomhammer, Rockbiter?
Yeah, I don't think this list has any weapon removal. I could be wrong. Doesn't look like it does.
No,
It's
I
got a
don't
black
see
pick,
it.
though.
Couple of reasonably strong turns coming out here from Freaks as well. We've got Blade Master Circle. We've got, and deploying the circle right now is kind of iffy. Maybe just Blade Master heal it up. But Temple Enforcer also possibly coming down.
Yeah, I think the circle is reasonable because it lets you get the second minion out as well.
Yeah, just guaranteeing we get something off of Temple Enforcer.
And I think this is a good response. You're most likely going to be Fire Elementaling it next turn.
Right.
Well, I guess the Temple Enforcer makes things complicated. I kind of forgot it was a Battle Cry and not a Death Rattle. I haven't seen this card in so long.
Not exactly Priest mains here on the cast. I don't know. I don't even own Priest cards, so I can't say I'm too much of an expert.
I mean, you say that, but I think most Priests haven't seen this card. There's a lot of people who forgot it existed. Just a hunch.
Yeah, I mean it is pretty strong card if it gets its Battle Cry off. 6 health. 6/6 is, you know, pretty decent body, kind of hard to deal with. We've already seen a Hex come out from Amber as well, so you know, it's not exactly trivial to deal with.
It's really awkward. Pyro Holy Nova. You know, it activates your Berserker, kills all the enemy minions. It's too good to be true, almost. Does everything you could want.
Could also play Swipe here.
It's an option.
Yeah. I wonder if Freaks is ever considering wanting to use Nova to heal up the Blade Master. I can't imagine if he would do that. This is just so powerful. It really puts the Shaman on a clock.
Yeah, that turn just seemed like it was too good to pass up. And it's a lot of burst damage with the double Rock Biter, but
yeah.
Unfortunately,
is it going to have to be Thalnos Storm here? I
I
don't think it works.
doesn't even do anything.
It has to be Hero Power Storm.
Yeah, has to be Taunt Totem Storm.
Yeah.
It's not a Taunt Totem. 1 mana off potentially a crazy high roll Lightning Storm, but
Yeah.
not much can be done, unfortunately.
See if she chooses the stylish way to go out and Rock Fighters down those 2 minions.
You can just hit them both. Go out on your own terms.
Yeah, you're right. Alright.
Wow. Well, as much as we talked bad about our boy Anduin here, it's 100% win rate from Priests on stream today.
Yeah, Freaks with, I think, a world's first Priest win in Classic Hearthstone. Pretty impressive.
Wait, didn't Priest make the finals last EU tournament? Hold up.
Shh.
We're just gonna ignore that one. Didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about.
Actually made the finals the last 2 EU tournaments, I think, with Visconda and Starforged bringing it.
Maybe. I'm kind of surprised we don't see more people just bringing full control into an NA tournament, given how popular aggro is.
Yeah, we do see it every once in a while. As Soba looked like he was bringing a couple of, pretty much a whole control lineup with double faceless and everything like that. But yeah, we don't see it too often. There maybe it feels tough to slog through that many games as well. Playing control decks, there are just so many ways that you can just kind of get a bad hand and lose with them. Whereas with aggro, a lot of times, yes, we can get a bad hand, but we're less likely to do so. We're going to draw 1-drops and stuff.
Yeah, I do think this tournament, more so than any in recent memory anyway, though, it seems to be a pretty healthy mix of stuff across the board. We're seeing some, different stuff. Lots of those Violet Teachers. We see like a, Hellfire, Black Knight here, and Zoo. So some interesting tech choices. But yeah, healthy amount of mid-range Shaman. Still lots of Rogue, Druid, bit of Warrior. So I'm not sure that even with perfect hindsight, that there's a real clear and obvious lineup to go for.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. It's exactly what we want to see. Is no, we don't want to see the same decks every single time from every player. We'd so much rather see a diversity of decks, no discernible strategy that can just seem to take out all of the decks or anything like that. Players, in some cases, afraid to bring Miracle Rogue because, it seems like a lot of people target it. And we see Freaks' lineup the same, targeting Druid. So, yeah, a lot of different strategies chosen here. We see, I think the tournament meta is evening out a bit. Less aggro, or at least in NA, a little bit less aggro, more control in mid-range.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to say, but honestly, looking at Freaks' lineup, it's very targeted against Shaman. Like, Priest, for as much as we were talking down on it, is actually a decent matchup into Shaman, just because you have a lot of your AoEs line up well with the boards they want to make.
Yep.
Zulok also really good. He's got the Shaman Mirror.
Yeah, no,
It's really weird to say, but it really is.
It's a fair point. I mean, that single inclusion of Hellfire, I think we usually talk about it for the Zoo Mirror, but yeah, this is one where, sure, the Shaman wants to go wide. There's probably cases where it has benefit. I was surprised to only see a single copy of Holy Nova, so if Freaks does get a chance to go up against another Shaman here, I think he was lucky to have it in that last game when he did, but yeah, maybe that was part of the decision for going this way.
Yeah, and it is good against Shaman decks for sure. Shaman decks, especially the mid-range Shaman decks, they're kind of like me. They're slow and they like to go wide, and that's usually pretty good fodder for things like anything comboed with a Pyromancer or Akanai Circle or Holy Nova. Just a lot of good ways to line up the board with the priest removal.
Almost out of time.
Freaks opting not to trade here as well. Typically, I think as the Zoo player in this matchup, you're okay just trading on the board. There are not a ton of great options for Shaman to remove boards like this. I got Lightning Storm to come back in, but it can be helpful to just clear off those last minions.
Yeah, I almost feel like the fact that that Knife Juggler was on the board, maybe just forcing Freaks to go with a different play, worried about kind of wasting those knives, or are they going to go into the Golem or not? Whereas, yeah, I think without it, you would just go for the clear trade, play it safe.
Yeah, putting a little pressure on though. Amber's down to 16. And not a super good way to clear the board right now for Freaks.
Put this apple on your head.
Maybe buff up that wolf.
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
Pretty good juggle there. I think Amber's probably pretty happy with this draw.
Yeah, I'm actually a little unsure of that decision as well. I feel like the counter to that play is Lightning Storm, and if you're sitting on a Hellfire in hand, would it not make more sense to just, send that damage to face, put even more pressure on Amber, and you either win with no Lightning Storm or recover on the board with Hellfire the following turn.
Yeah, and just starting to tap every turn as well. If you haven't taken any face damage as the Warlock and you're holding Hellfire, it seems reasonable. Just be tapping.
Well, perfect Black Knight target here.
I actually kind of wonder if we'll see it. That would be a real tragedy going into turn 8. Might be a bit of a premature play.
You see Amber hovering the Alec here.
She knows.
Yeah, with the Hellfire in hand, your hand was so dead other than the Black Knight. You kind of had to use it, I feel. I don't know how long I've been muted, by the way. I don't remember when I muted myself.
Oh, that was us. We muted you a little while back.
Oh, now I get
Getting kind of rowdy with the swipe talk.
I have not talked about that card at all this series.
No, I think this kind of highlights the downside of including Hellfire in these Zooey decks. We've seen a lot of, over the course of these tournaments, we have seen a lot of weird, Zoolock decks that, or not necessarily Zoolock, but, mid-rangey decks. We've seen Black Knight, Karen, we've seen Molten Giant and Pit Lord in Zooish decks. So we have seen a lot of creativity out of people, which is cool. But Hellfire is one that I don't think that we've seen it be tremendously successful in these minion-focused Warlock decks.
Well, yeah, I mean, just going back to that that play. Like I said,
Hellfire here.
yeah, it would clear the board.
Observant.
Yeah, I do think that's half of it. I mean, part of it is the inclusion of the card. Okay. But part of it is actually playing to that strategy, whatever it is, which is, you know, you want to get good value from it. And I think whether it's a lack of actually having experience doing that, I don't know if people are running these kinds of decks on ladder a lot or practicing them in friendly games or something, but yeah, it just doesn't really seem to be utilized the way that you would hope.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to test something like this on ladder as well, because you're going to face 1,000,001 Zubots. And you know that, of course, Hellfire is going to pay off in that sort of mirror situation. But in a tournament situation, not really.
The problem with playing Hellfire is that you have to play Hellfire.
Yeah. Well, I do appreciate the value of Hellfire in decks like Starforged was played in a recent tournament, where he goes all in on the Pit Lord and Hellfire combo to end Flame Imp to burst his own life total down and get Molten Giants out very quickly. So I think when it's part of a concerted strategy, it can be very strong. I think that when it's just kind of used in isolation, it does have some weaknesses.
You aren't going to see Alakir just yet.
No, kind of an awkward turn for Alakir.
Yeah, well, even with Alakir, you still lose to Doomguard top deck. There are still 2 Doomguards in the deck. Somewhere. I swear, he has them in there.
Pretty good clear here for Freaks as well. Can really value trade on the board and leave up some stuff.
This is the one-off? No, there's the Taunt Totem.
But still, a tough board for a Shaman to deal with.
Honestly, it's not unreasonable to just send the Soulfire face. You can kill the Flame Tongue with your Flame Imp. And the other 2 minions can be dealt with fairly easily as well.
Yeah, the only concern I would have about playing that line is that probably Amber's only out here is to top deck a Lightning Storm. And so if she top decks Lightning Storm, then it's also an additional 25% chance to pull the spell damage to actually kill the Flame. But that looks like... Okay, so Freaks is just going to go for full board control.
I like it.
Yeah.
No, Alakir kind of has to come down.
Yeah. And good roll on the Taunt Totem there, too. Possible to play Fire Alley here. You just got to calculate if you die to a Doomguard. And
Doomguard's coming eventually, surely.
Yeah. 2 cards per turn, I'm pretty sure we know. But at the same time, Fire Elemental does set up for lethal, so... Yeah, this is tough now, not having the Fire Alley on board.
Lightning Storm or bust.
It's gonna be hard for Lightning Storm to kill anything here. Yeah, gonna need the 3rd consecutive Taunt Totem here. Holy hell.
Well, it's just that easy.
This woman is a goddamn Hearthstone genius.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so 2-0. We've seen Freaks do the reverse sweep. Good to see if we can be on the receiving end of that. Maybe Amber pull the same trick here.
Yeah, she's also got a Zoo into the Shaman, so wouldn't be surprised to see her open up with that. Just try to get some momentum back before going into the Shaman Mirror and the Druid matchup, which are both fairly close. I think Shaman is favored against Druid, but it's not like a huge favorite.
Yeah.
We'll see
Alright.
what strategy she decides to go with. Might just stick with Shaman. No, gonna go for the Zoo.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. Zoo is typically kind of tough for Shaman to deal with unless they kind of get a unicorn hand. And even then, as we saw last game, it can be pretty awkward to play Shaman into this matchup. You kind of just run out of cards, and the totems really don't help against Zoo. They're just too easy and too convenient to ping off, and you can kind of ignore them sometimes too.
It's actually kind of awkward coming up with the Earth Shock because you really want to Earth Shock the Leper Gnome, get rid of the health, get the perfect kill, and not deal with the Death Rattle, and then you're leaving a Priestess up.
Yeah, and Priest is definitely one of those creatures that can kind of run away with the game.
Yeah, also having the Ardent Squire makes things a lot more comfortable though.
It does it ever, yeah.
It's a big draw.
Put this apple on your head.
Yeah, and a 3 health Knife Juggler here actually going to be pretty good. Be able to trade into the board effectively if the Feral Spirit comes down.
Tempting to roll spell damage, get the second Earth Shock down. It is a game-winning roll, but if you don't, then you're really sad that you didn't play Feral Spirits.
Yeah,
But if you do it, you win the game.
That's
so
the thing.
tempting.
In a matchup that's unfavored, I do like taking those risks. And you could also be looking at it thinking, well, you're up 2-0 in the series. But
Yeah.
actually, the Hex here, I think it's interesting. I really
It's
don't
interesting.
hate
I
it.
don't love it.
It's time for a little blood.
I also don't love it. You know, it hurts to be overloaded this early. I also think trading probably would have been correct there. I would probably prefer to see the Golem here as opposed to the Wolves.
Well, if you Wolves, you can Golem next turn, so I think you do this order.
Sure.
It does get cleaned up for the most part with Defender Soulfire. I think you don't care about discarding the Leper Gnome.
My shield for Argon.
Regrettably.
Yeah, this is. I think this is a pretty solid position here for Amber. Flame Tongue changes it a little bit, but Flame Tongue not the most powerful play.
Yeah, I think you're still going with the Harvest Golem.
Yeah, and she's got Doomguard off the top here.
What? Where's the Doomguard?
Huh, this isn't the Zubat that I thought it was.
Wait a second.
Oh, she's going face. I would actually think here that trading on the board is good. The Shaman's got 2 cards in hand. I think we feel pretty comfortable. Maybe sending the 6 to face and just trading off is fine here too.
Yeah, I like the 6 to face. Although I guess it does mean that you get the with this Black Knight coming down, you get the nice trade here.
Yeah. I just, you know, I generally feel like his suit, it's really not about the face.
Alright, now the Doomguard off the top.
It's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming.
See, I do feel like now in this position, if you're freaks, as far as this matchup against Zoo goes, you gotta be feeling pretty good. It is every turn like you're taking a deep breath and just waiting for that Doomguard to come. But if you can dodge it any longer, like, this is really not that bad.
Yeah.
Wow, even opts to take the 3 damage face.
Yeah, I like that. I think keeping the minions healthy it just means that you have more chance to win the game. Also, more chance to just you know, value trade efficiently on the board.
Put this apple on your head.
And, oh, jeez.
This Hellfire card might have been a... Maybe we're not giving it enough credit.
Yeah. Manotide, pretty decent card to draw here. We'd rather draw the thing that actually does something, but at least we have some ability to cycle.
You know, with the mana tide, you'll eventually draw the thing that does something.
Right. Also, you know, a possibility to hero power here and just try and roll a taunt totem as soon as possible.
Hit this. Freaks is done with this series.
Yeah, I actually think that Hex on the Knife Juggler early was a big part of this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, essentially conceding that Doomguard will be a tough card to deal with when it comes around, which is, I think,
Wow.
reasonable.
If
Okay.
Doomguard doesn't come around on turn 5, then yeah, it's a good play. Worked out.
Wow.
Freaks with the anti-druid lineup making it to the finals.
Yeah, guess we're gonna quickly move into our other semi-final match of Savin and Arkless.
Alright, so Thaven, I think a new addition to our tournament scene. Argus has played a couple of tournaments so far and is kind of a perennial #1, top 3 ladder player as well. Very experienced, creative player. So this should be a good series.
Yeah, let's see. We'll keep an eye on the bans and everything. So Savin, who we did get a chance to see some of, but again, bringing Warrior, Hunter, Shaman, and Rogue. But Arquis, I don't think we got to dip into any of his games. Running Druid, Paladin, Mage, and Rogue.
Yeah, running a tempo mage list with a counter spell and a swamp who's slotted in.
Yeah, really haven't seen a lot of Mage today, have we?
I don't think we've seen any wizards yet.
It's definitely not the strongest class in Classic.
No, I feel like it does gain a lot in the tournament format, especially Freeze Mage. Tempo Mage, I think, is kind of its own thing, but Freeze Mage is vulnerable to just, you know, losing to Warrior because Warrior just presses their button. But in a tournament, when you can ban out Warrior, Freeze Mage can be pretty strong. It can be part of a good control lineup that just, you know, deals with Zoo and other creature-based decks that do a lot of damage through the board. You can deal with those pretty well. So I think it's maybe a little bit slept on, especially in NA when you kind of assume that most people won't be bringing Warrior decks because they can't stand games that last longer than 7 turns.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right with the tournament format coming into play there. It's kind of a middle of the road class overall, but yeah, we've seen a lot of success with Freeze Mage. You can vary it up a little bit, you know, include Vaporize for those pesky Miracle Rogues.
Tempo Mage is another kind of underrated druid counter, I think. You know, with you've got the mirror entity, a really strong tool, and you can have really explosive openings that the druid can't deal with Mana Worm. It's not the most consistent druid counter, but it is a druid counter nonetheless.
Yeah, just being able to build a little bit of a board and starting to play those secrets, you know, Druid's removal for things like Swipe, that we've maybe already discussed a little bit on the stream today. Swipe, you know, kind of doesn't want to be counterspelled. It's probably going to be the Druid's entire turn. And Mirror Entity, also very powerful against Druid when they're trying to plop one big minion per turn. You play an Ancient of War and give your opponent 7 mana's worth of creatures, and a full turn to play something can be dangerous.
But we do see the bans are in. Both players opting to ban Miracle Rogue. All of EU rejoices.
We are starting.
Good luck to both. Savin versus Arcuous here.
Geralt versus Uriel.
The light heals all wounds.
Paladin got aggro Paladin against Warrior here in the first round. Now, Warrior does have a lot of tools to deal with these tiny aggro Paladin minions, but I think in the long run the Paladin is generally favored here on account of two things. First, Divine Favor. Warrior doesn't have a great way to dump their hand and still stay in the game. And second of all, just the Paladin hero power is tough for the Warrior to deal with. When I tend to play this Paladin deck, I like to play it pretty slowly against Warrior and just try and get value out of that hero power. It's not like we have to kill the Warrior right away. In fact, if we do try to do that, we run the risk of just, getting outvalued ourselves. And this is a good example of that. We've got Worgen Infiltrator and a 4/1 Squire on the board, but does Savin want to spend an entire turn just playing Whirlwind here? Feels kind of bad to leave up 6 damage on the board. Also feels bad to lose Whirlwind when we got an Armor Smith in it as well. So
Yeah, I think you're okay with it.
yeah,
Especially since you have the slam to trigger execute on anything big, like this move.
right. Yeah, and inadvertently this becomes a pretty strong hand for Savin as well, being able to play Armor Smith double bananas.
Yeah, it's a big armor smith that's coming up.
Yeah.
Underrated threat.
She's going to craft some cool gear.
Yeah, and that was an opportunity to, if we were to see Divine Favor there, really have the Paladin not be too upset over that turn of events. But yeah, like you said, with this really cheap hand full of bananas, not going to look too bad for Savin.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I do hard mulligan for Divine Favor in this matchup. But really what happens on turns 1, 2, and 3 is irrelevant for the most part. You'll draw stuff to play, or you can just hero power. There aren't too many situations in which we get so far behind the Warrior board that we can't deal with it.
Yeah, if the Warrior's just drawing like both armor smiths and whatever, then you're already falling behind so much that it's not really winnable anyways.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately is kind of what happened here.
Yeah, and this is awkward too, because we're not getting as much value out of our hero power as we
That's good. That's a good juggle, at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
kidding.
Arquebus
Play is
probably,
pretty simple here.
yeah.
Tadingo!
I think he's praying for a Divine Favor here.
Not what you want to see.
No.
I mean, it could be worse, honestly. Leroy, maybe not so many opportunities to actually kill your opponent in these matchups. The juggle going base was pretty unfortunate there.
I think it's fine. You only really needed one to hit the whelp. I think
Right.
it's an okay outcome. As long as it didn't hit the taunt, you were happy. I think.
Yeah.
Or as happy as you can be given the circumstance.
I don't think I've ever seen this Paladin skin before, this URL one. Is that a purchasable cosmetic, or is that like some rewards track thing?
Kind of looks like a mage.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Surely that was unintentional.
Not a mistake.
Did he forget to attack with the abusive?
I think that's what that was, yeah.
Yeah.
So much time thinking, do I trade off this archer, or do I bump with the juggler? Forgot that abusive still had an attack available.
I'll see if that two attack ever plays any role in this game.
time for games.
I have a sneaking suspicion that I won't. But
I'm thinking the
there's
same
not
thing.
actually a great way to deal with a wide board. He's already used a whirlwind.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of like I was saying earlier, they're just, Whirlwind is amazing at dealing with these Paladin boards, but you only get 2 copies of it, and you don't draw your cards super duper fast. And the other thing is, Paladin's going to go wide with a bunch of 1 health stuff early in the game. you'd rather be saving like Whirlwind for turn 6 when you can drop an Acolyte and an Armor Smith and play Whirlwind. And, now it's a 1 mana, gain 2 armor, draw a card, and kill your opponent's board.
Do you ever consider executing this Knife Juggler?
I think if you don't draw something that clears this board, like a Get-In or a Brawl-In, yeah, absolutely, I think you're playing Execute here.
And he's going to hold on to the Harvest Column. Another cute trick in this matchup that may not be apparent at first is Acolyte can actually be kind of dangerous for the Warrior to play because you can bump all of these 1/1s in, and essentially it's draw a free card with Divine Favor. So if Thaven plays the Acolyte on board, we might see a couple of juggles into it, and then a couple of these 1/1s trading to just give a massive Divine Favor, if Arceus ever draws it.
It's in there somewhere.
Speak to me.
I've heard rumors.
A lot easier to draw Divine Favor when you draw the first one. This has to feel kind of bad here. Just you can feel Arceus slowly running out of steam here. Desperately needs that favor. Opts to cleanly clear this Acolyte.
I think you have to commit the Harvest Golem now, right?
Reporting for duty.
Maybe. I guess he just doesn't want to give it away because it's such a good tool against his deck.
Yeah, really interesting how Arceus is playing this matchup. Not getting the extra 2 damage from the Juggler, trying to keep that Archer alive, and being really hesitant to run out this Golem. Just slow and plodding, which is not something I'm used to when I see these aggro Paladins.
Right.
Easy Avenging Wrath hits. All 8 are going to be on the minions.
That's right. Okay, he's going to keep it.
For duty.
Thaven has little faith.
Well, I suppose if you've got 2 copies of Equality in this deck, you're probably going to save Avenging Wrath there. It makes a lot of sense. And to be fair, Arceus is still at 30 health, so can probably wait a turn to see if we get favor or something. I think it's just fine to play Harvest Golem here, though. Well, no, I can't play it with Hero Power. Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. Wait a minute. I wanted to see that all on the face. That was interesting.
Yeah.
Reporting for
Alright,
duty.
Rag's down to 7 health.
He's mortally wounded. maybe just wounded. He's got a paper cut.
Yeah, he needs a little band-aid for that. We'll get him all fixed up.
Get him a Hello Kitty bandage.
Yeah, he's got a little boo-boo. Well, he's also going to continue dealing 8 damage to face. And,
Here's that Divine Favor.
Yeah.
We've been looking
Right
for
on
all
time, yeah.
Arceus not receiving any Divine Favors at the right time. Well,
Oh, it's something.
I mean, those are the 2 cards you want to see. I guess.
it's possible to wait one more turn. I think I would be a little bit scared to wait with this combo, but at the same time, you're thinking like, well, what happens if Gettin comes down next turn, or what happens if anything big comes down next turn? Maybe those are the things still waiting in Thaven's hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so patient up to this point, but to me, this just, I feel like you gotta do it. 14 is not a comfortable place to be at against the Warrior with all this big stuff.
Savin blanking a little bit here. It's not exactly the kind of board you want Shield Slam and Slam for. It's like everything is set up to kill some mid-range minions, but these tiny minions are kind of unaffected by it. Let's see if he goes for a full clear here. He wants to save the Slam to maybe cycle later.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to...
For another Divine Favor, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, so few cards in hand, and this is just the perfect target for Slam here as well.
Well, that's good. Like, you just send this face, right? Just hit him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Blessing of Kings still left in the deck, so maybe you're a little bit worried about that.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I honestly think that getting rid of the Shield Slam is good here, too. Just, the outs are Divine Favor and nothing else, pretty much. Paladin drawing one card a turn is nothing. So just playing the Shield Slam out, knowing that there's not really going to be a good target for it anyway. Playing around Blessing of Kings.
Well, it's 1 damage off.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're okay. Just doing 13 damage.
I would think so too. Why not, right? There's no taunt in the Paladin stack, and there's no way to gain enough health. True Silver's the only healing in it.
Yeah, I think either way, whether you pull the trigger on Gorhal or Gromash now, it's just the other one the next turn.
Right.
So you don't even need to use the Shield Slam, but like you've been saying, just getting rid of a card.
Yeah, because this is the response to the board, but
it opened
just
up
isn't
like
enough.
some crazy like Divine Favor into a quality True Silver just to stay alive. You're still losing. It's still a terrible situation for the Paladin, but
Yeah, but you're right though. Is that like if that's the only out that your opponent has, you may as well play around it, right?
exactly. Not gonna matter this time though.
Reporting for duty.
Like Mana up before him, he's gonna take Gorhal to the face and not survive. Yeah, I played Warcraft 3. What? Still working my way through the campaign.
Flexing his Warcraft lore knowledge.
Yeah, I play the campaign on normal mode. I saw it. Spoiler alert, by the way. Shit, I was supposed to say that first.
How dare you spoil a 15-year-old game? Actually, how old is Warcraft 3? It might be older than that.
Probably
I think it's 20 years old at least, right? Brood War came out in 99, 98, and Warcraft 3 was only a couple years later.
Warcraft 3 was July
The
2002.
light heals all wounds.
Right. Well,
I'll
20
let you
years
do
old.
the math.
Once
That's a
again,
big-
it's a
big
big
number.
number. Yeah, I think that math would kill me.
Alright, so Arceus going to shoot for the aggro paladin again. They've been playing shaman. I think in general, aggro paladin can do okay in this matchup. Similar to Zoo, the shaman can kind of run out of stuff, and totems aren't particularly effective against it. But they do have tools like, Earth Shock, things like that.
The light protects me.
Yeah, the big thing here, though, only one copy of Consecrate, which is actually a little surprising, but one of those things that lines up really well against totems and some of those smaller shaman minions.
Yeah, it's adding too many cards at the top end of this paladin deck can really interfere with having a good, solid Divine Favor turn. So I can understand why you'd want to cut it down to 1. And looks like Arceus's list is pretty similar to the Paladin list that is kind of a V1 there. He's got no Wolf Riders and no Arcane Golems, so not going so much for the burst, kind of just going for a Zooey style of board control instead. Some modest burst still with like Blessing of Might, Blessing of Kings, Leroy, True Silver, Avenging Wrath, but just not going all in on the Chargers.
Bit of an awkward turn here. Not a lot of good options. You don't want to play the Knife Juggler because it just dies.
Right. Well, it doesn't get like an insane amount of value in this matchup, I would say. You know, healing, it's going to like blink totems. I don't know, it's pretty susceptible to just about any removal that the Shaman has, so I think I'm okay playing it, especially with Divine Favor in hand. We're almost just trying to find the most effective way to clear our hand. But having Avenging Wrath, Consecrate, and Leroy is not a good start for a Divine Favor hand. So after the trade, I'm interested if we've got Azure Drake coming down, or if we've got Senjin into Coin Argent Commander next turn. For the Azure Drake. Azure Drake, kind of a famous target for True Silver. Now we don't see it in Arceus's hand, but it can be, you know, a more or less even trade. The Drake draws a card for itself and replaces, but I might have preferred to see Senjin there into Argent Commander, just a little bit more proactive of a line.
Kind of interesting as well. You said, you know, going for more of the board control kind of Zooey style of things. But a surprising amount of, the high-end cards in hand, and I don't want to say unusable, but, you know, you're not really looking to drop Leroy quite this early in the game if you can avoid it. So, you know, going for that strategy, but not really curving out the way I think Arquis was hoping.
Yeah. Typically, you would want to see a hand just like he had last game, where you just drop a bunch of 1-drops, 2-drops on the board, get a little early advantage, and then play Divine Favor, and, you know, work your way back into another 5 cards to reload with. Here, this is a little awkward, but I notice Arceus is playing it very patiently. In general, he's playing this deck very patiently, so this might be, he might feel okay with this. Probably not going to drop the Worgen here. I'd imagine that he just hero powers.
Yeah, he'll have time to get rid of that Worgen later. Maximize the value from Divine Favor.
Yeah, and playing it on the Divine Favor turn, it also gives us a follow-up with Blessing of Kings or Blessing of Might as well. Not exactly the board that you want to use Argent Commander into. Black Knight might be a good play here, considering that it's never going to get value anywhere else.
Yeah, the way things line up, I think it ends up being okay. But in this position, you're just so worried about, something like a Blessing of Kings or Blessing of Might. Some sort of buff that's going to go down on a minion. The Black Knight's not going to do anything to prevent damage if that's the case. So I think that's why we're seeing the Feral Spirits come down here.
Yeah. I suppose, you know, given that there's only one Charger in Arceus's deck, it's reasonable to play the Feral Spirits here. We don't need that much taunt as the Shaman, but at some point we may want to save some of those taunts to play later. We already played Ascension, already played a Feral Spirit. We might get in a situation in which we do need those. I suppose that's what the taunt totem's for.
I think Divine Favor for 3 here is enough. That's the play that's jumping out to me here, even though it's a little bit awkward dealing with the board.
I don't necessarily.
Decent amount.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind Avenging Wrath here either, because it's such a heavy card. Okay, he's going to go for the Divine Favor.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, you might get something that's playable. Worst case, you hero power, but you're saying, this game's going to go on for a bit longer. You've got advantage on the board. I think overall it still puts you in a pretty winnable position.
Yeah, the other consideration here too is that Arceus could have drawn a second Divine Favor with that as well. Puts him in a great position. So he's probably saving Avenging Wrath either for 2 equality with it or just maybe for the 8 damage burst of lethal. He's got 14 total in hand here.
I wonder.
Still not the best hand ever. You've got a lot of burst, but not the best time to use it. Although, with no Lightning Storm yet for Savin, you're getting pretty close.
Yeah, it's getting a little awkward. He's got to pick up a Lightning Storm here soon. Defender of Argus helps.
Yeah, I think you have Avenging Wrath here. It's just, what do you do to set up for it? Do you just throw it out, or do you make attacks first?
I would attack with the Leper Gnome first, just because there's an off chance that gets Earth Shocked later on.
Into the Drake?
Yeah, we could do it into the Drake. I suppose that it's probably fine to do Avenging Wrath without it. I think you probably want to kill the Totem also. But then it really doesn't make a difference. You've got 2 1/1s there that can do that anyway.
Well,
This is probably correct, because I think that the Juggler's can get 2 damage either way. Or the Leper Gnome, excuse me.
looks like he's saving the Protector for Leroy. Which also makes sense.
I would be a fan of putting the Argent Protector down now and protecting that Worgen. Leroy, it can make some sense. I suppose that's a pretty reasonable thing to do as well, just having Leroy on the board.
Reporting for duty.
Well, this is exact lethal coming through.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to play. It feels bad to play Argent Squire. It's really not or Argent Commander. Really not the tool to trade on the board right now. Could try and smush a bunch of these things with Rock Biters and Lightning Bolts, but it's just there's not enough mana to play like Defender of Argus and the stuff you really want to.
I think with the Flame Tongue, it's somewhat reasonable.
I guess this is actually one over lethal for Arceus.
My shield for
It's got 16 damage. And that should do
Should
it.
do it. Yeah, because you get the 2 from the Leper Gnome as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Trade
13. Yeah, that's exactly lethal.
Yep.
Just enough.
Okay. Nice patient plays there as well.
Even gonna shield up the Leroy.
That's right.
Look at this terrifying minion we've got here.
12/12. Well, next turn I think the Whelps can trade into Leroy pretty well.
Well, that's what really makes it just, not such a great card.
Right. It's like even with Divine Shield, one of the Whelps is going to pop it anyway there, so.
Okay, so 1/1. No rogues. We've got Mage and Druid from Arquis. See what he opts for. Looks like Thaven's gonna stick with the Shaman, so yeah, finally getting to see some Mage here. And something a little bit different than what we typically see in this tournament format.
Yeah, and even on the ladder as well. Arceus has been playing this Tempo Mage as well from time to time, so he's got some experience with it, must feel pretty confident in bringing it to a tournament. Might be targeted at Druid. Wouldn't be terribly surprised if it was targeted at Druid.
Yeah, now already, like, exactly what Derp was talking about before. It's turn 1, especially if you've got the coin, where you can just start to snowball things right out of control with this Tempo Mage, and so far just a very weak hand, so looking for that immediate draw for something playable next turn.
Yeah. Feral Spirit's going to be tough to deal with.
Historically always been the thing with these Mana Worm Tempo Mage lists is you draw Mana Worm and you're happy, and you don't draw Mana Worm, and you're not happy.
Right. You got like Mana Worm, coin Arcane Missiles or coin Mirror Image and Frostbolt on 2. And then you want to be playing like Arcane Intellect on 3. It's kind of it's one of those decks where it really does sort of require you to hit the correct draws.
That's the case today.
Yeah, already. I mean, I don't want to panic too much. A secret would be a huge draw here, but without it, just no good play next turn.
Yeah, it feels bad to Frostbolt on the next turn because you'd really... Arcane Intellect actually pretty good.
It's solid.
I think you really just don't... You would rather play like Elemental on turn 4 or double Frostbolt. But if we Frostbolt this turn, it's just like there's nothing to do next turn. Frostbolt Hero Power would feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even hate the Kirin Tor, just because you've seen that Rock Biter. You know Savin's overloaded. There's not going to be a lot more coming down. And if you let him just go wide with more totems and eventually get down to an Argus, there's nothing like a Flame Strike or a Blizzard here to clean up a board like that.
Honestly, you aren't too unhappy seeing the Flame Tongue, because you do have a good way to answer it with the Frostbolt, although it's another turn that you're not playing anything.
Yeah. Having the 2 Frostbolts to clear this is fine, but like we talked about a little bit earlier, you don't usually want to clear the totems with, spells. It's the kind of thing that you take 0 damage clearing on the board, so I like this proactive play here, and there's not a great punish for it either. Mark, you just got to be feeling pretty confident here. The Frostbolt's going to be good. Maybe just thinking, what does he want to Frostbolt? It makes some sense to Frostbolt this totem as a 0/3, attack in with the Water Elemental, and then play like Juggler plus Mirror Image.
Might be a double Frostbolt turn if you want to get rid of this Mana Tide.
Yeah, I do think the Mana Tide's a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
You kill the 4/3, kill the Mana Tide, trade the Taunt minion. Probably just... Do you play Mirror? I don't know if you play Mirror Image after that. I guess this is a list that doesn't include Tony, so you won't...
Yeah, I actually like keeping the Mirror Image in hand. There's nothing really that you're super worried about with charge, except for, I don't know, Argent Commander. Yeah. And, Frost Element or Water Elemental only freezes if it deals damage, so because of the Divine Shield, doesn't get to freeze that either. And I
got a lot of knives.
Yeah, I was thinking it might be time to just take a risk there. And the thing is, you can Juggler, play the Mirror Image, and then actually ping for a focused. If you just get 1 knife on this Argent Commander.
You get 1 knife that you get to pick the location.
Yeah.
Well, only the Golden Jugglers are able to do that. But yeah, I like that line of playing the Mirror Image first, and then figuring out do we care about pinging or playing the Loot Hoarder.
The 1 and 9 for the Mirror Image to just take care of the commander, and if it does, you are very happy. But not really counting on it.
Well.
Not bad. Also a 1 and 9, I guess.
Whether to play the Loot Hoarder here, I suppose so.
You're worried about Lightning Storm coming down, but you just have to take risks here in this position.
I would say that in general, I think Tempo Mage is a deck that maybe takes a few more risks than your average deck. They can pop off insanely hard early on with Mana Worm Sorcerer's Apprentice kind of stuff. Kirin Tor earlier on as well. If you don't have a secret to play with it, it totally sucks. And if you do, then it's just amazing. So yeah, it does feel like a deck that takes a few more risks. You also have cards like Arcane Missiles and Knife Juggler, which are just inherently kind of RNG creatures or spells.
I do think, not to say I'm a better Tempo Mage player than Arceus, I think he's been rank 1 with it before, but I do think this is a deck that wants to run more 1-drops than just Mana Worm. Because with just Mana Worm, you end up with situations like this where you just got, you don't draw it, and then you're doing nothing useful turn 1, and you're kind of sad.
Yeah, it can kind of feel like, where's your damage coming from? How do you extend the deck's reach far enough to actually kill your opponent after in an even game? I can't say I'm particularly familiar with Tempo Mage. I gave it a shot last season, kind of tried to mess around and build a deck, and I found that even against Druid, where it's supposed to be favored, it felt inconsistent. Not to say it's a bad deck, it might be a bad pilot of it too, but it does seem to be a little bit temperamental.
I mean, the thing about Mirror Entity and Classic is you don't have the funny way to cheat it out with Mad Scientist, which you'd get later, or Mage would get later on. And turns out bringing secrets from your deck, really good.
Yeah, just about as good as it gets.
Without it, it's not actually as powerful of a card. You need so many things to go right to be able to utilize it properly.
Yeah.
Well, there's the Mirror Entity.
Yeah. Well, the one benefit here of having the Mirror Entity is that Fire Elemental can't come down this turn, so maybe we do get to clone a Fire Elemental next turn, but even if we do, it's 9 mana for Thaven. He's going to be able to play Fire Elemental plus Hex, so clear off the Mirror Entity.
Yeah, well, the Fire Elemental coming down might be for good. That's the issue here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, looking at a lot of damage here.
Yeah, not looking like there's a whole lot to do here. You can survive for the time being, but just by the skin of your teeth, and yeah, there's really just not a way to catch up as this mage. If you don't get that tempo, it's all kind of just dead draws.
Yeah. Be nice to have like a Gadget Zen, Conceal, Prep kind of stuff to get back in the game here. Those are nice tempo swings, but like you said, once you sort of lose the tempo on the board decisively, I suppose it's the same for many decks, but it's just so hard to come back and do something.
Time runs out on me.
I think despite how well Arceus has tried to conserve his resources, there's just no good way to clear this board.
You almost have to just burn the second fireball on the flame time. Oof. That is not the outcome you were looking for.
Yeah. Fire Elemental seems like a pretty natural choice, but certainly so does Defender of Argus, just kind of buffing up some of those minions. I'd expect the 4/1 to trade into the Drake here.
Yeah, you get the buff on the other one afterwards. Feels good. It's a nice natural play.
Yeah. And knowing there's no Flame Strike, Thaven probably feels very confident to extend his board and, what other direction he wants.
No BGH or Polymorph or anything like that either, so you're fine playing the Fire Element on the Flame time.
Yeah.
Alright. Triple Ragnaros. All hit face. Easy.
Yeah. I don't see a way around this 7 damage coming from the board right now.
If you take the Ragnaros card, right, and you cut it into 3 pieces, that's like 3 Ragnaroses, right?
Yeah. I'll settle for 1/1 pieces of rag that do the same thing.
Yeah.
So the requirement here is I think we have to hit the Argent Squire.
You win.
Yeah. It's a pretty low chance to hit the Argent Squire, but they've been taking game 3 now.
Right, well, we might get another chance to see that Tempo Mage. I would be curious to see it again, because, yeah, I sort of had, in my experience playing with it, a bit of the same analysis, where the, Kirin Torrent with the secrets, it's nice when it works, but it's so inconsistent in working that, yeah, and until some of those later expansion cards came out, I'm not convinced it belongs in Tempo Mage and Classic. But I guess we'll get another peek at it here.
Yeah, this is not as good of a matchup. I think Tempo Mage not the best against aggro and Classic. Again, I'm not super knowledgeable on Tempo Mage matchups, but it doesn't feel very good. You've got a lot of things that are specifically teched in to deal with bigger decks, like the mirror image, stuff like that are not going to get a lot of value in these matchups. With that being said, this is a really good hand, turn 1.
Yeah. I'm feeling the coin Sorcerer's Apprentice here. It feels pretty natural to do.
Yeah, do you just play it all? Like, play both spells?
I think so.
I would think so, yeah. Oh,
Okay, this is a surprise.
Oh, yeah.
This is okay. This in some ways actually is nice and consistent.
Huh, I am surprised by that, because even if you completely whiff on the missiles, you've still got the taunts as a backup. And yeah, very difficult. Yeah.
Also, you don't want to wait too long to play Mirror Image, because Unleash the Hound starts to get value. If you play it on turn 5 or later, then it's just free fuel for a juggler and Unleash the Hounds.
Alright, but this time, Arceus is going to do it.
I think we've got to. Just play Swipe instead. Just get it over with. Just play Swipe.
I'm very surprised by this. I can understand the concern of, sure, Explosive Trap wipes your board in that situation, and, I don't know if you're, worried about whiffing on missiles. But exactly like you were saying, later into the game, Mirror Image gets worse. At some point, you have to deal, a big number of damage to your opponent to kill them. So, I'm not seeing the game plan here.
Yeah, there's something to be said about conservation of resources in this deck, to be sure, where, you run out of cards quite quickly, and the opportunities to reload are basically just Arcane Intellect. So I could understand conserving the resources, but at the same time, this is a few turns now that Sorcerer's Apprentice could have been hitting for 3 every single turn. And, that turns out to be a lot of damage.
We haven't really talked about it, but this is a pretty beast-heavy face hunter for Thaven, running double Timberwolf, double River Croc, just to get value out of the Starving Buzzard, which we actually do see some people cutting out of their face hunter list. That was a very good.
That was insane. Yeah.
That's why he saved it. That's why he's playing the Tempo Mage, and we're not.
Clearly.
Yeah, I think it is an interesting hunter list. It's a face hunter deck, but it's not. I have a feeling that the reason that these cards are inserted in here is because he's planning to ban Rogue. So normally face hunter is very strong against rogues. They have access to cards like Misdirection. But against Druid, face hunter very bad. But if you start to put in stuff like Hunter's Mark and Starving Buzzard, all of a sudden it actually can do decently against Druid. So I have a feeling it's just a face hunter variant that's more geared toward beating Druid than it is beating Rogue.
It's reasonable.
Poor, sad, lonely Kirin Tor.
Yeah, again, we're seeing it go down with no secret.
But at least he's an honest guy. He doesn't have any secrets.
Yeah, but he strikes me as the kind of guy who would keep things from you. You know, if he had the
given chance.
opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a fair weather friend there. Worth pointing out that the water elemental is really, really annoying.
Yeah, water elemental extremely annoying, and you know, even if Savin wasn't going to be constantly frozen, a swamp boost to just ensure weapons are going to do nothing in this matchup.
Yeah. I think here, you know, it's possible to play Mirror Entity, but it doesn't seem good. The reason being, it just is additional fuel for Unleash, and Unleash is the only way we lose the game at this point. So I like the Arcane Intellect here. I would even not mind a Hero Power.
Yeah, and I mean, you're just set up to outright kill your opponent next turn, so...
Yeah.
Well, there's the Unleash, but not quite enough damage, even with the Timberwolf.
Right.
Yeah, what is...
Would have been one-off lethal even with Unleash without the tracking as well. Leroy Unleash would do 12, and Arceus being at 13, so... I don't see a great way out here.
You can clear a lot
Yeah.
with the Timberwolf, Hunter's Mark. You can get a hero power in and then hope that Leroy next turn is enough, I guess. That's all you got. Except you can't actually full clear everything in the fireball. Coming up next turn ruins your dreams.
Yeah.
So not worried about being frozen. Might have... I could see how this is most consistent in that we just hope that Leroy, you know, hero power will win next turn. We got to get him to 8 or below. But at the same time, yeah, maybe it's an acceptable risk to take. But I would also think that, you know, putting yourself outside of lethal range by killing the Kirin Tort is certainly a line worthy of attention as well.
Yeah, I do think that that made sense, and well, things did turn around there for the mage, so even with that slow, patient start, yeah, perhaps it was all calculated all along.
You were talking about how this Face Hunter is teched against Druid.
My heart is one with the eternal.
Yeah.
Here it is.
We'll see it. Double Hunter's Mark, Starving Buzzard, Timberwolf, all cards that are designed against Druid. Wow, keep it Arcane Golem. Hell of a choice there.
Wow. Well, Druid does need help ramping.
Yeah, they don't really have any cards like innately to their set that really help with that, so I understand that choice.
Do you play Yeti turn 2, you think?
Yeah.
No hesitation. It's happening.
Do you look back? Absolutely not.
Yeah. I think
yeah.
the only time you don't play Yeti on turn 2 is when you play Yeti turn 1 instead.
I don't know if it's that nuanced, but I do think you are playing Yeti turn 2, even with the possibility of getting Hunters marked.
Yeah, I think it's okay. We've got Earth and Ring there. Hunter's Mark also is a card that, yes, while it will take down a Yeti and you know, make it so that the race is a little bit more even. Yeah, Hunter's Mark is the card that you want to be using on like Ancient War and stuff.
Especially with the coining out the River Croc, not just playing Timberwolf.
Yeah. He's
awkward.
Yeah. So yeah, he's about to turn into Steve Irwin Crocodile Hunter.
Nature is amazing.
Yeah. That's the fastest Hunter's Mark I think I've ever seen in my life.
It was not the most difficult play to think up.
No, I suppose not. But all in all, this is a really strong start here for Arceus. I think he's pretty happy next couple of turns as well. It's got Argent Squire, it's got Wrath.
I think you just wrath this. Do you play Argent Squire or do you Hero Power?
I think you play Argent Squire here.
Yeah, I would agree.
The light protects me.
Hunter decks play plenty of one health minions.
Yeah, but my dumb druid brain sees the mana left open. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is not acceptable.
Oh.
I think you do that. I think you play the big Ancient of War. Although, no, you can't think that he has double Hunter's Mark. You just go for it, right?
Yeah, I feel like you really gotta. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? It gets Hunter's marked and, Unleash, I suppose, but.
Yeah, I mean, there is an owl in the deck, so like another consideration, but yeah, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, and you're still okay with the 5/5 anyway.
Yeah.
Actually, not trading means that the double Arcane Golem Timberwolf can deal with the taunts, but...
Oh, the Timberwolf only buffs beasts, I think, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It does? Oh, I'm silly. I don't know why I was thinking it buffed everything. I was thinking Leok.
Yeah, it would be good if it did. I think, in my personal experience, I've never really geared my face hunter toward druids, but even gearing it toward a druid-centered lineup, I still don't feel that great about the card. It has some synergy with the Buzzard, but I almost feel sometimes like I'd rather have Stone Tusk Boar to work with Hunter's Mark a little better.
I was running it like as a one-of in Face Hunter for a while, but I think I'm just running 2 Hunter's Marks now.
Yeah.
As my anti-druid, anti-other things that run taunts, I guess.
Yeah.
I also don't play Face Hunter a lot, so it could be wrong to run 2 of them.
Yeah, me neither.
That's a lie.
I'm the guy that you right-click on and squelch as soon as the game starts.
Greetings, traveler.
Yeah. I'll be using this button right next to my portrait quite a bit this game. I'm probably hoping for a Buzzard here and does not find it.
Yeah.
Maybe calculating what happens if the board is full and I play Timberwolf double Unleash. Is there some way to clear? Eagle Horn is definitely something we would have liked earlier in the matchup. I don't know if there's really a good solution here. I was really, really looking for the Buzzard or Juggler kind of thing. I don't know if he has Juggler in here. Let's see. He does not. He's got the Croc instead.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you've got so many early beasts that you're not running a couple of the other minions you see in Face Hunter. Like
Yeah.
Juggler and Argent Squire.
Now, Derp, if he had left all of those wolves, all of those dogs up, what do you think the Druid's best play would have been here?
Ancient of War.
Well, big game hunter, because, wolves and dogs, hunters.
Yeah, honestly. When are they going to print a card that just says destroy a beast? That sounds crazy.
That would be so powerful. Make it like a 6/3 or something.
Yeah. That could, trade with 2 beasts, if you think about it.
Oh, that's insane. Except for Mexina. Would die to Mexina.
Ooh. Well, that's what you're saving it for. You kill the Max, and then you trade it with another one.
Oh, yeah. Damn, we're finding out some new and important things here tonight.
But this is starting to make me think that this is a game that could really use an expansion or two.
That'd be interesting, an expansion pack for this game.
I mean, you mentioned Warcraft 3, Been out for how many years?
Yeah. And they actually even added expansion packs to that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't even know. I mean, there just aren't too many creative ways to go with Hearthstone that you could start adding expansions to something like this.
No interesting World of Warcraft raids that would make for unique expansions.
I don't think so. You'd probably end up with just like a bunch of cards that are like totally imbalanced and just clearing the board every single turn with ludicrous combos and stuff, and discovering all kinds of cards that weren't in your deck. Best not to add any expansions, I'd say.
Discovery.
Okay,
Alright, well, I'm
but
liking
here-
the swipe this turn because
Yeah.
it is lethal.
Alright, Argus agrees. Tragically late with that starving buzzard there. It would have been unbelievably good earlier. Finding Hunter's Mark or other things, especially with Double Unleash. That's just a very unfortunate circumstance there.
Okay, so that gives us our finals matchup, our third place game as well. Which yeah, we'll make sure we handle before we get into the finals. So it's gonna be oh, did something happen here? Oh right, we had a little bit of a. I was gonna bring over the what do you call it? The bracket here to look at, but we just had a little bit of an issue here with the actual bracket. Carlotta's manually entering those scores in place, so yeah, we'll see that Arquest make his way to the finals against Freaks and Savin here against Amber.
I'll say Arceus is a player that is very strong, and he's advanced pretty far in these tournaments, but we haven't seen him in a finals match yet, which has always kind of surprised me. He feels like a tournament favorite in a lot of these tournaments. So getting his comeuppance here, having his shot at the finals, I'll be interested to see how he does.
It was requested that I open 2 non-classic packs on stream.
Oh my!
I don't even know what these are.
The one with the
Mastery and
seashells is
Sunken
really
City.
potent. Yeah.
Is that
Seashell?
Altrock Valley, the one
All right,
below the seashell?
We'll do one of these.
Yeah, I think I did the seashell one.
Incredible. My luck continues. Achievement. Wow.
Light Ray, huh?
All right. This one looks almost like classic, so.
I think that's just a standard pack. Like, it's just any of the expansions in standard.
Oh, really? Oh, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
amazing.
You got 2 rares.
Wow. Aren't you guys so glad I did that, chat?
Awesome.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
That was awesome. Dude,
Can't wait to see these cards in Hearthstone Classic.
Yeah. Yeah, if they could like retroactively expand some of the expansions backward into this format, that would be kind of cool. I'm thinking like Cabal
Just
Lackey, maybe Dark Glare. Yeah, put Death Knight in Classic, because they already just have basically a core set, Maybe Demon Hunter also.
Yeah, I think they're about the same power level, so what could go wrong, really?
Yeah. That would be pretty cool. So queuing up for Amber against Savin here. We've got Arceus and Freaks sitting it out. Maybe getting a little breather before that finals match.
Okay. Let's see what we got.
The forest fights back.
I will show no mercy.
Let's see. Okay, so both players getting their rogues banned. I can live with that.
Again.
Yeah.
The pleasure is not mine.
What do we have? Here we got.
Nature's blessings upon
So
you.
Druid into Warrior here. Usually a bit Druid favored. They can just kind of overwhelm the Warrior. Get
It
big.
might be more than a bit Druid favored, to be honest.
Yeah. Warrior can kind of just get left behind here without having the ability to just sit back and watch the Druid ramp up. And And Amber is bringing a pretty standard druid list here as well. Single copy of Ancient of War. She's got Karen and Sylvanas in there, so good value in the mirror and good value against warriors. She's also got Rag. And she'll win Yeti. So a lot of cards that are just strong against warrior.
It's pretty similar to the Vicious Syndicate list, you know, with the redundancy and 4-drops with the double Yeti, double Shield Master.
Yeah,
I know that's something they were a fan of back when they made the report in like 2020. A while ago, but I think it still holds up, at least in this case.
Yeah, just I mean the idea of having 6 minions at the 4 slot that you can play, one of which is Keeper of the Grove, that's reactionary, and 2 of which are pretty good minions to just throw out there whenever. Yeti especially, Senjin, we might want to be a little bit more judicious about waiting for a moment when we need a taunt, but it gives us a lot of options: proactive, reactive, and just kind of middle of the road on turn 3 for Druid, but 4 mana.
It's a bit awkward, actually. Even with the double 4-drop or double proactive 4-drop, didn't draw any of them.
Where shall I strike?
Turns have been a little bit awkward here.
I feel like Druid of the Claw is probably fine in this position here. We maybe can ping with Keeper next turn if we want. Maybe ping with our face.
I think this is getting weapon executed though. Makes things a little. No, I'm not gonna use execute.
I kind of like saving the executes. There's some pretty big targets that we've got a little bit later on.
Do you like using the Keeper here over like just playing Ancient of War or like Azure Drake Coin Ping?
I would have liked to see Azure Drake Coin Ping for sure. There are things that need to be silenced in this deck.
Well, here's one of them.
Yeah.
Karen coming in right away.
Yeah, another one hanging out in the hand there. But it should be noted though that Amber's got all the tools that she needs to overwhelm the Warriors board as well. She's got the Sylvanas in hand. She's got her own Karen in hand. If some of these things manage to hit the board and do some damage, she's also got Force of Nature there waiting for Savage Roar.
This is a really awkward situation.
Yeah.
Use the silence. Suddenly there's 2 Karens.
Yeah.
How did things go so wrong?
It was all a ploy to bait him into the Sylvanas play here. And now this is pretty strong. She's got, there aren't really too many good options to deal with Sylvanas, right?
It's like you can trade both Karens in, give over a Yeti, like execute it or something. That does not feel good.
That feels terrible.
And you really can't ignore it either. You can't just play a Rag or something because then it's still in a terrible position. No matter what if the Rag hits the Sylvanas, then no matter what it takes, you're in for some bad news.
Yeah.
Yeah, really? The only, if you could say, the silver lining here is that there's just no way for Sylvanas to die right away. So you've got some time here to work with it and try to maneuver yourself into a situation that's, maybe not so dire, but...
Yeah, it just feels like you can't really play a minion on the board here, though. And she can only steal one thing, but...
that is 1 mana off lethal. With the coin innervate, 1 mana off from swipe, which would have done it.
Yeah. Is this a hand lock, or is this Druid that we're seeing here? 10 cards in hand. Curious what she'll decide to do. Karen is a possibility. It's like impossible to deal with this Karen if she plays it.
I think I like this play.
Ooh, I kind of like the play of keepering the Sylvanas. Honestly, bump her into one of the 4/5s and then keep her off so that she steals the other one.
It's interesting, but I don't actually think it's that good.
Well, the problem here is she's not going to get any value, right? Trade in the 4/3, shield slam or execute. I don't honestly much like the shield block execute here. Could have played Ragnaros or just shield slam, excuse me. Could have played Ragnaros and execute there with face, but I guess maybe concerned about the combo coming down. Yeah.
Is that a second Savage Roar just drawn?
I think it is.
It is.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Oh, wait. No, it's 22, sorry. I thought 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2
Not
off
quite
lethal here. But yeah, I mean, it's just the flood of minions here. You'd like to play Ragnaros and control the board, but at the same time, now you need to play Sunwalker, and Sunwalker doesn't feel great.
Yeah. And now you just, need to use all this removal to get rid of the Cairn if you're worried about double combo.
Yeah.
Or else you're taking 30 damage.
Yeah.
Which turns out usually kills you. Since
That's
you're still at 30 health.
Yeah, it's a big number.
Big number.
So what, we slam Karen, then execute him, then shield slam. Nope, just gonna go for the rag play here.
Yeah, unfortunately, that means that it's going down for real.
Yeah. Alright, well,
Well played.
it's hard to play around double combo, but honestly, at this point in the game, I think it's probably worthwhile to consider there. I know that Rag doesn't feel like Sunwalker plus all of this removal or just plain removal is really the way to play either, so.
I think it's reasonable that Savin didn't feel like he could afford to play around double combo. Just he could have done used all of his removal on the Cairn and then played Sunwalker, but does that win him the game?
Exactly, and also, what do you do against the Ancient of War coming down the next turn if that is in hand?
Oh man.
Jeez. You have to
Gives Ragnaros a hug before ending the game.
Yeah. Saying hello. It was a friendly little boop. It wasn't like it hurt him too much.
Yeah, I mean, they're both doing well.
All
A
right.
pat on the back.
So not too unexpected for Druid to defeat Warrior there. Game 1 in the books.
For Doomhammer, I will show no.
Now I would also say that I think that Shaman tends to be pretty favored over Warrior as well. Overwhelming in a different sense, where these totems, there's just not a great way to clear them. Things like Azure Drake Whirlwind or Baron Geddon are possibilities, but even then, Defender of Argus bumps stuff up to 3 health. Just a lot of awkward HP totals for Warrior to deal with.
Yeah, there's a few cards here that can be useful for the Warrior. Brawl, obviously good on a board flooded with minions. And it's one of the few matchups where if there's no weapon removal, you can actually use that Gore Howl and just whittle it all the way down to 0 attack. Games tend to go for a long time. You're okay with, just hitting totems and other small creatures. But one other thing that I think tips it a little more in the favor of Amber here is that the unusual inclusion of the BGH, just a little more of an edge in this matchup.
Yeah. And I think this might have been a adaptation to this deck from Winterborn as well. He tends to play BGH in this deck as well, just not afraid to go the distance. And also, it frees you up a little bit to be more liberal with your use of hexes. You don't have to save hex for some of those really big creatures. You can also save BGH for them. Just a flexible creature you can kind of play whenever too.
There's already a deck that you are more often than not playing the long game as the Shaman. You'll eventually win if you just don't die. So having more ways to get rid of those scary big minions that can kill you turns out very good in this matchup.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Slam for a card here and War-Xing the spell damage totem? It's probably too greedy.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. With the execute in hand, I think we probably want to keep Slam for that. I would Given that we have 2 War Axes in hand, I would probably want to play the War Axe here, though. I can understand the desire to get on the board with Senjin, but...
I also would have liked to see the War Axe. I think War Axe armor up, you're fine.
Yeah. A couple things about this matchup. Certainly, the warrior has an opportunity to gain a lot of armor, so hitting that button every turn might be nice. And also, just when you hold 2 War Axes, that's 4 turns worth of swings that you need to get. It's not until turn 9 that they'll run out of durability on these weapons, so getting those out sooner rather than later seems good.
Well, now that you're in this situation, which one do you War Axe? Just gonna keep giving the shaman cards?
Yeah, I mean, it's a matchup where warrior is already going to be behind on card efficiency because they're going to have to use some resources to deal with basic totems. So giving the shaman even more of an edge here is it feels tough. I get to War Axe it down next turn, and the board's not too scary. But that, a couple of cards in the shaman's favor is really all they need to tip it.
There is merit in just letting the shaman deck out with this mana tide, but from my experience playing as the shaman, that doesn't tend to go very well.
It's usually one of those things where the shaman makes the mistake of putting 2 mana tides on the board, and then you let them just go into fatigue.
Yeah, once you get the second one, then it's a little bit more doable to just let them wear themselves out of cards.
I will mention, I think that, I would also, I don't want to necessarily label it as a mistake, but I think a lot of times as control warrior, just trotting out things like Acolyte Raw onto a board or trotting out Armor Smith too early, it can be a mistake, especially in these slower matchups where if you're really going to be hurting for cards, sometimes it's better just armor up, save your Acolyte and your Armor Smith until a turn that you can use Whirlwind with them so that your Whirlwind gets a ton of value. Otherwise, it can just end up feeling a little bit piecemeal here. I don't like the execute too much here either.
Well, there aren't a lot of execute targets, and you have 2 of them.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see the Whirlwind over the Slam, but I don't know how much it actually matters. So he doesn't run Azure Drakes in this list, so you're not getting the big empowered Whirlwind to deal with totems.
Right.
I guess now it's a pretty good Whirlwind. Now it's really good.
Yeah.
Or at least as good as it's going to get.
Yeah.
I think you Taskmaster yourself as well.
Looks like he's going to go for the 1/1. I don't necessarily agree with that either. You've got BGH in hand. That can be an alternate way to, buff up a Fire Elemental and then ping it off with BGH. It's also an execute activator, and also keeping a 1/1 on the board when you have an Acolyte is, can be pretty strong too.
Yeah, I actually really like that point about the Taskmaster. Given that Amber is able to draw all those cards in the early game with the Mana Tide, I'd be concerned as the warrior that I need to ensure I'm getting tons of value from my removal. And yeah, that's one way to do it.
Yeah. And we're out of activators for execute now. The Whirlwind is gone, the Slam is gone. We don't really want to use Fiery War Axe as an activator for execute. And Amber with the nice BGH here.
Brawl coming down is nice, but probably not enough since there's a Feral Spirit follow-up for Amber.
Right. She's got so much reload and can always just keep dropping totems. I like this idea of trading on the board here for her too. She's saying, yeah, sure, brawl me, but I got the max value out of my minions.
Oof, that was the one you really did not want to win.
Yeah.
You could have actually BGH'd the BGH.
Maybe not the best play, but it was possible.
The hunter becomes the hunted. But only one copy of Brawl in this deck, that's it. And, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because brawling a bunch of totems off means that they're unlikely to get their good minions surviving the brawl. But at the same time, brawling a bunch of totems off, you're just brawling their free stuff that they can just keep producing.
surprised we didn't see a Feral Spirit there. I think, like, you've seen the Brawl. You're not scared of anything coming down. If anything, you're more scared of, like, a Ragnaros hitting your face and potentially putting you within Gorehowl range. So I think just filling the board as much as you can was the play.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's no real harm putting stuff on the board at this point. There's no copy of the Black Knight in there. None of the other cards seem to interact meaningfully with that board.
That's a good draw. Yeah, you've even seen both War Axes, so it's not like he has a great way to deal with them one at a time. Like, Feral Spirit is so hard for him to deal with at this point.
Yeah. Not exactly the kind of thing you want to swing your Gorehowl into either.
None.
I think you're fine playing Black Knight here, even with Sunwalker still in the deck.
Yeah, totally. Good choice, I think, by Amber here to totem first. Flame Tongue or the Searing Totem is not like your favorite totem to get, so she'd rather have a Taunt Totem or, Healing Totem, anything else that's relevant against Warrior. Now, we've seen both Taskmasters and we've seen one Whirlwind, so no lethal here with Grom, even if it's drawn the next turn. And now Amber feeling even more cozy with this Stoneclaw Totem up.
I don't like being so conservative with the Feral Spirits, but there's not a lot that Savin can actually do.
Yeah, I think she has to play them this turn because Savin could play Grom plus Whirlwind plus Execute on the Stoneclaw and actually get lethal. So this turn I think was absolutely a must.
No time for games.
This Hex pretty much going to close the door shut.
The Hex on the left or the Hex on the right? Tough choices we make against Warrior.
I think you go with the one on the left. Know that you've been holding it the whole time. You haven't even needed it until now.
Right. And yeah, I mean, what do you even do against this? As the Gorehowl goes below 5 HP or 5 damage, it means that there's no more lethal with Grom ever again. I reckon a second Hex would be pretty strong here.
Yeah, there'd have to be a pretty unusual sequence of events. I'm trying to look at other ways to deal damage. Baron
think you clear up the board a little bit so you can get an Alec here on the board next turn and try to finish it off with Flame Tongue Darkfighter. That's not what I had in mind, but okay.
She's getting low. She's getting a little low on cards in the deck. I could understand if she thinks so. If this ever goes to fatigue, that's a stupid way to lose this matchup.
That's fair.
She's drawn a ton of cards this game. It's been 2 with the first Mana Tide, 1 with this one, 2 Azure Drake.
I guess 5 cards left. That's a reasonable thing to be scared of.
Yeah.
I think you just totem them here. Right. Well.
Yeah. If you play Totem here, then you're not overloaded for the next turn.
How much attack is on the Gorehowl?
4 right now.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of all the cards in the wrong order here. Shield block best used with Shield Slam. Having to shield block just to cycle a card, it means that you're not really going to be able to utilize that armor to its fullest effect. We'll see if Shield Slam comes down on the 0-3 here. This is certainly not the site that most warriors want to look at. And with the second Hex in hand, Grom feels pretty bad as well.
David only has 1 Whirlwind. We were talking about the Grom Whirlwind Execute, but he already used his 1 Whirlwind.
Oh, yeah, okay. So yeah, if there's only 1 Whirlwind, you're right. Really
It
wouldn't.
actually was never a possibility, as it turns out.
Yeah.
I mean, you just throw down Grom, hope that Hex is the very bottom card.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to. There's really no other option.
Yeah, I would have. Well, I guess David's not even going to play it, but
It's kind of like, if not now, when?
yeah.
Maybe finding
Use
another
Doomhammer
card.
Rockbiter. Doomhammer Rockbiter, you can allocate next turn. Surely that's enough.
Yeah, I would think, given that there's no Black Knight, it's perfectly safe to play Valkyr here as well. Just, a card that, I suppose,
I'm
Faceless.
worried about Faceless.
Yeah, it's an answer. You still got Hex. And no Harrison, no Ooze. So Rockbiter is perfectly safe. Chase is going to go for the burst. Why not,
Yeah,
right?
next turn you still have 8 mana for Alakir.
Yeah.
Even if he somehow musters up a bunch of taunts, you
Right.
can just like Lightning Bolt, Lightning Storm. The warrior is not surviving, basically.
Yeah. Getting maybe a little bit late here to the party.
Yeah, I think that was maybe one of the very outside chances that they even had a
Hear me out
handful of
though. You
turns
can
ago.
play Geddon.
What
Um,
now?
That's the beast in his sights. If you catch what I'm
There
trying
we
to say.
go. There we
Yeah,
go.
okay. There's a stylish way to go out, and then there's the conceit button. I like where you're going with this. Yeah, it feels so hopeless. These like 2 harvest columns where you do just.
The elements will destroy you.
But which element will it be?
Yeah.
Got all the options. Well, 3 of the options.
I suppose I should thank you.
Survey says wind. So we're even giving the little hug there. She's a affectionate player when it comes to the 8 or more attack minions.
I mean, how often do we really take the time to appreciate our big boss minions?
Yeah, exactly.
They have feelings as well.
Yeah, everybody could use a little affection, a little bit of love. Okay, so game 3 here, we got Zoo against Warrior. Now, at least this one's a little bit closer per Warrior, but if they don't draw their tools in the right order, it can be tough.
Yeah, it's not the most zoo-teched warrior deck. Doesn't have any like cleaves or the big one. I actually think cleave is really good into like in control warrior. Just as it shuts down zoo so effectively.
Madness. Yeah, it has some other uses as well. Cards that are really hard to deal with, like High Main. You can cleave the 2/2s afterward. It actually gives you something.
Yeah, I mean the other cards that you see some of the definitely human warrior players in low legends like Abomination, Inner Rage, stuff like that.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a huge fan of the A-bombs. Sometimes just blinking
I actually
off your
like
own
Abomination in Druid. I don't like it in Druid, but it's pretty good as a new tech.
Yeah, I've seen
I think in Warrior it's excessive.
some folks teching in like Argent Squire into Druid as well, into just a standard combo Druid to give them a little bit more of a edge early on, or be able to mitigate some of that dangerous stuff.
Gosh, we didn't see a shield slam there.
Yeah,
He's
just
saving
going
it.
for the brawl.
Oh yeah, I guess he has brawl in hand. I'm silly.
Yeah. But, even so, it doesn't feel like perfect in this situation. Sure, you kill a bunch of minions, but, you'd always rather have like a Fiery Borax or something up, because this just kind of starts the same cycle here of, dropping big minion or dropping minions and being ahead on the board. The Warrior's always playing a little bit
We must
behind.
cleanse the
This
Sunwell.
is at least
Why
a
kill one when you can kill many minions.
It's a bit of an opportunity to stabilize. A draw gonna help a bit more, but Sunwalker with the taunt, you know, bunch of armor, shield block, shield slam. I think things are actually looking somewhat up for Savin here.
Yeah, I think I would have liked the Harvest Column on the last turn just because we already have a Juggler on the board, and so it provides a little synergy with that card. You can trade in the Harvest Column, and you know you get the extra knife. Okay.
Juggle.
Yeah, speaking of juggles. See, Amber's jugglers get like full medical, dental, all of that. They're responsible and they do their job when they need to, and that knife juggler really did.
Well, you know, Amber, she's been nice to the minions, so the minions are nice to her.
That's right. That's
That's
right.
how it works, right?
It is.
What now?
And a lot of cards in hand here, but not a clear line of play to remove this board. And sort of what I was saying earlier is that if you brawl the board and you don't have a way to get it back, you know, the Zoo deck's just going to reload with a couple of minions and you face the exact same problem that you faced in the first place.
You can like shield master, shield slam one of these 3/2s. Looks like that's the play. It's not great, but I didn't really. There wasn't much else to do.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we see the tap here. I would have just played both those minions.
Yeah, it can be a little bit risky to fully empty the hand against the warrior here. I think one of the only ways we lose as Zoo is that we run out of cards to play. So this to me seems like it's just fine. You know, it maintains a positive board presence. A bunch of stuff that was already hard to deal with is even harder to deal with this turn.
It's fine, but I don't know. I don't think you need it. I think just playing the Harvest Golem was fine. It's it's a sticky minion. It'll stick around even if everything gets cleared. And you've got two of them on the field. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm just so passionate about this specific turn. Clearly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I assume that when Shield Block was played here, the intended follow-up was Shield Slam on the 4/4. Now I think maybe Savin might be thinking, well, do I have to execute one of these things too? Maybe execute the 2/3. The downside of doing that is we lose out on 2 armor, which has the same amount of damage we would have taken either way.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, at execute, you'd love to target it at like a Doom Guard, but what you're kind of saying is, if a Doom Guard comes down, I just die anyway, so.
Right. I kind of liked tapping first here. Or does it not matter? That's just lethal anyway.
Yeah, just tap into the second Soulfire. It's easy.
Yeah. Could have been like a tap into Doom Guard. Yeah, I mean, what the hell do you do against this board?
Not much.
Yeah, you can't even shoot one of your own minions this time.
I suppose that Savin could play Grom just to give Amber a target to hit with her face. If she plays Blinktron, then it would be good.
Yeah, but what if she gets Cursed Blade? Hold up.
Okay, well, a second execute off the top isn't like the worst thing. But that's still 4 damage on the board and nowhere to get back from it.
I did like
you got all the things, but
it looked like Savin did attempt an execute on Amber's face, which it's a clever usage of the card.
yeah.
Honestly, I don't know why more people aren't trying this.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's hard for a warrior to deal 1 damage to somebody's face, but if they ever did, it seems good.
Okay, we're just gonna be a quick 3-0 here for our 3rd place game. So, congrats to Amber. $10 in her pocket, and
Don't spend it all in one place.
especially don't let that place be the Blizzard store.
Hey, have you seen the Golden Classic pack? It's like $70 for 20 packs or something. But they're golden.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
That's
remember
pretty
this
cool.
game you've already paid for? You want to pay for it again?
Hold up. You're buying Hearthstone? Not I.
yeah, you guys must have full classic collections at this point.
Yes. Yeah.
I have had a full classic collection for a while, I think.
Not me. I does that like Priestess of Elune and stuff like that.
Ooh.
I had to craft Murlocs to get old.
No way. What if we figure out that Priestess of Elune has been the best card in Classic the whole time? We've been sleeping on it.
And that 5/4 body just really does work.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big 6 mana, gives you health, doesn't die to BGH. Kind of nuts.
You know, there's a part of me, I think there was this discussion in the Discord at one point. There's a part of me that thinks that Dark Scale Healer could find its way into like one deck ever. Priestess of Elune, not so much, but like there is another neutral healing minion in Classic.
Well, you think of the value. Let's say that you play a bunch of Murlocs early in the game, and your opponent doesn't respond, and then you play that Cold Light Seer, I think is his name, that gives all your Murlocs +2 health. And then your opponent plays Baron Gut and knocks them all down to 1, and then you heal all that
Wait a
stuff.
minute.
Yeah, you see where I'm going with this? It's pretty good, huh?
Well, I'm sold.
I've heard enough. I'm putting it in all my decks. Azure Drake who?
It's vulnerable to swipe on earlier turns, but I don't know if we need to have that discussion right now.
I think we've had enough discussion about swipe today.
Well, we might have some more. We got, let's see, what decks do we have coming up here in the finals? Arceus definitely bringing a Druid deck.
Yeah, I think they do both have Druid.
No, Freak's actually not bringing a Druid deck here.
Oh, never mind.
He's got the Priest, Shaman, Warlock, and Rogue. So all kind of teched against Druid. It's the 2-sap Rogue. I suppose Priest is maybe the only one that I wouldn't consider super teched against the Druid.
Oh, speaking of Rogue, I'll never guess what both players banned.
Really? Huh.
Yeah,
You'll have to see it.
All the
there will
decks.
be no Rogues in the top 4 today.
Right.
Not happening.
Alright. Looks like Arceus kind of drawing the short end of the stick here, getting Druid into Zoo on the first game, but got an Innervate. So there's a chance.
Yeah, Innervate, once you can get to an Ancient of War, which is a couple turns away, it's a powerful play against Zoo. That's a ton of health you get, basically.
Let's see.
That 10 health body that the Zoo kind of just has to slowly work his way through.
Yeah. I mean, and there are 2 of them in the deck too. So, also 2 Sunwalkers lurking in there as well. The one thing I would say is a little bit difficult for Arceus' Druid deck here is that he's got 2 Chillwind Yetis instead of Sengens. Also worth noting that he has 2 Argent Squires that didn't manage to pick up early on in the game. It's too bad. Thalnos Swipe, though, a good inclusion in Druid, helps deal with a lot of these 2 health minions that may have been buffed by the Young Priestess, may have been buffed, or may have just been like Flame Imp and Knife Juggler. Not seeing any of those in hand, though, right now.
Well, there's the Argent Squire.
Right,
I
yeah.
don't think you're playing it this turn. So you really want to turn for Ancient of War.
Right.
Especially after you see this, presumably the Soulfire go down on the 3/3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a natural play. You think you gotta play it right. Now, I'm noticing something kind of curious here. Freaks is at 30 health and has an Archer on the board. That doesn't normally happen when I see Zoo players.
Yeah, I think the Archer must have a chance to miss your own face or something.
Yeah, it could be just like the mouse is bugged and the however the bot is doing the input doesn't work.
We must cleanse
Something
the
went wrong
Sunwell.
here for sure.
Yeah. So the Ancient of War, there's only 9 damage on board, so this thing might actually survive. There are
Pretty
no
unlikely. I think
Yeah. At the
Stu
very
has a
least,
lot of ways to deal 1 damage.
yeah.
It does
do-
dodge the Black Knight, which is not something you normally say when you're up against a Zoo deck, but comes out just a little early.
Yeah.
Well, that's not 1 damage.
That is not. That is not. And that is not either.
It is 1 damage, but it can't be played. I think you might just full pass.
You wouldn't like to play the Leper Gnome here?
You play the Leper Gnome, but I don't think you attack.
Yeah. I'm thinking the same thing. The 5/10 is going to smash into the 1/3. And what else is it going to do?
It's the Blood Mage. Potentially a swipe, if it is picked up.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Azure Drake to try and draw into that swipe. Would like to have a spell damage swipe here. Alright, not quite.
I mean, double Ancient of War, pretty good into Zoo.
Yeah. Juggler Argus, though, can cause some problems. That's going to be a pretty clean trade with these 3/2s, if that's how Freaks decides to go about it.
Put this apple on your head.
My shield for Argus.
Does the juggle land? Yes, it does.
It's pretty much where we always want those juggles to go. Well, it feels like trading the middle 3 minions off, that Abusive Sergeant, Leper Gnome, and Shattered Sun Cleric. It feels like that's the play here. Don't think we want to lose the Divine Shield on that Argent Squire.
Almost out of time.
Agree. Well, there is a swipe. That would be a great time for it.
I'll quote you on that one.
You can quote me all you want, it's just not here.
And it feels like Arceus just really, as long as he's surviving, next turn, he should be okay. 2 Ancients of Lore, that's 10 points of healing, and I haven't seen a Doomguard yet either.
Well, this could be it's a lot of knives. This could be a lot of damage.
Put this apple on your head.
Yeah,
It's like 3 damage face. What? That one missed.
yeah, weird. Okay, just about the worst juggles there that Freaks could have hoped for.
Yeah.
I guess you clear both the minions on the right, swing in with the juggler.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
A lot of damage. And still no way to clear just yet.
and Arceus still praying for that spell damage swipe next turn. Okay, can send it all.
Well, that's a good draw. It's less good with these knife jugglers on board, but
Right.
you
All
know,
the
you can
same,
kill the
yeah.
wolf.
Yeah.
Kill the wolf. You've got your Argent Squire, which will take a couple juggles, in theory.
Yep. The alternate line maybe is to kill one of the jugglers if you just assume that one of the knives is going to go to that 4/1 anyway if it trades with the wolf.
Looks like that's the play, actually. I don't know. I like keeping the Yeti alive.
The light protects me.
I think
But-
this makes sense.
Yeah, it's hard to decide there really. I think both plays have a lot of merit, but the double knives do hurt pretty bad. So I would expect this wolf to go on the right-hand side of the... Okay, gonna go for another... Maybe play it between the juggler now. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh. Okay, well. Down to 5 HP. 4 HP, I suppose.
Okay.
Well, you're down to 2 with the keeper.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
basically
you gotta be
just
down to
roll,
1.
but-
Yeah, you have to hero power, and then you're down to 1.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's possible that nothing gets drawn, I suppose.
yeah. Just wait.
Oh.
This hellfire.
Yeah, we haven't seen any Doom guards
Hmm.
yet. We've seen one
You should
of
look
these.
for Hellfire anyways.
Yeah, come
Yeah.
on.
Alright, well, nothing too unexpected there, Zoo. A very annoying matchup for Druid. And right as Arceus was stabilizing there as well.
Okay, well, yeah, gonna remove Zoo from playability now. This does mean we've got Shaman and everybody's favorite.
Rogue, did you say?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm a big fan of Rogue.
It's a pretty fun deck to play.
I actually do think it's a fun deck to watch, just because it does very funny things.
Yeah, it's
It's
also
less fun to be the one against it.
Right. Well, a lot of times when you're playing against Rogue, you are just watching Rogue draw through half their deck while you kind of just alt tab out and find something new to watch on YouTube.
Yeah, it's like that thing, that like human phenomenon where like, you know, if you watch somebody else get hit in the nuts, it's really, really funny. But when it happens to you, it's like, oh my god, this is the worst day of my
This
life.
sucks. Yeah.
It's still kind of funny though.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're like into that, I guess.
I'll take one for the team so everybody can enjoy watching. Speaking of a kick to the nuts here, Rockbiter answering the Mana Worm on turn 1. I'm sure Arceus had pretty high hopes there about playing the mirror image afterward. And, hell.
Yeah, I actually something there. Like, I'm not sure if you crunch the numbers what the correct thing to do is, but there's definitely an argument to be made that you want to hold on to it and play at the same turn as mirror image, because you know Rockbiter is a potential answer, or you know, getting a minion down and potentially like Flame Tongue is going to protect it that following turn. Now we see it still would have got blasted by Lightning Bolt. Probably wouldn't have mattered.
Right, but you know, there are 4 chances to kill an unprotected Mana Worm. There are really only 2 chances to kill a protected Mana Worm. So, you know, I could definitely see Arceus is definitely more of an expert, I think, than any of us at Tempo Mage, but it seems like one of those situations which is definitely conceivable to hold on to the Mana Worm. And just the way that we've seen him play with this deck so far in the tournament, where he's been pretty conservative about using his resources. You know, he's afraid to just kind of run out of cards in top deck. It makes some sense to maybe, you know, hold on to the Mana Worm for one more turn. Then again, holding a Loot Hoarder in the hand, you probably want to get rid of you probably want to play Loot Hoarder on 2 anyway.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, it's maybe a bit eye-opening as somebody who's, you know, played the deck, but yeah, I wouldn't say had great success with it, to see just how much he's utilizing the hero power, and yeah, really thinking of Loot Hoarder less like a minion that I care about getting out onto the board, and more about just it's a way to cycle, that kind of thing.
Well,
Elemental actually pretty annoying to deal with here. There's, you know, there's a way to remove it with Argus plus Lightning Bolt. It doesn't feel great. to do that, to get only half value on the Argus, and also to use the coin and overload ourselves going into our Doomhammer turn.
It seems pretty bad.
Yeah, and I think as well this probably...
Trial Spirit?
Yeah, maybe?
Although I guess that also overloads you from Doomhammer. It is annoying. It stalls the elemental.
Yeah, I think Argus plus Lightning Bolt is the play, even as awkward as it is.
It might just be Argus. Just go face.
Okay.
I think this is reasonable.
But yeah, I think this does give you some potential intel on the hand of Freaks. I think generally speaking, Shaman is good with using a Hex in this matchup, given that they know what they're up against. So not seeing a Hex come down, you're reasonably confident there isn't one in hand right now, which is somewhat important when you're sitting on Ray.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I wonder.
No, I like, I think you got to hero power down the 3-1 here. Choice is whether you want to Frostbolt the 2-3. You're going to be able to protect your board a little bit with Mirror Image.
Yeah, you probably hit the 2-3 with your
What to do?
elemental.
What to do?
Although you could just freeze his face on Doomhammer turn. It's also a very viable play.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I wonder if Arceus's read here is that Freaks is holding Doomhammer and maybe didn't want to overload for that reason.
yeah, this is the play I like. Just trade the minions. This could die to Lightning Storm, but
Yeah,
I'm not actually too sad about it, because that's basically his whole turn.
right. And just leaving up a 2-1 to be pinged off next turn as well.
If he does play the Doomhammer, then he's hitting down these 2 taunts, or he's risking getting frozen and missing another turn of Doomhammering.
Yeah, and after this board is done with, there's not like a ton of great targets for Doomhammer. I guess there's a second mirror image that can be yet more fodder for the Doomhammer.
Could coin Lightning Bolt, I suppose, but I don't think that's good.
Yeah, it also gives Arceus a read there. If coin Lightning Bolt, then you're pretty sure that there's no Fire Elemental in hand, so maybe playing some mind games. I wonder if that doesn't deploy the mirror image here.
It's tempting, but not great.
I think we'd be a little bit, well, we're kind of, we feel fairly certain that there's no Lightning Storm in hand here, because it would have been played last turn, so maybe the mirror image just buying some time for the board is okay.
Oof. This is not what you'd like to see as the Doomhammer wielder.
Yeah, 8 to the face for the break.
Well, you can get a lot of pings going. Knife Juggler, Mirror Entity, Arcane Missiles, Hero Power. Maybe they all 6 of them hit Minion. It's just that easy.
It's a little awkward this turn. Yeah, if you want to like get the Water Elemental out and clear the board, it's like kind of hard. You kind of want to ping and Frostbolt and play the Water Elemental, but we're 1 mana shy of that.
I like just playing the Mirror Entity here. Or Mirror Image, rather. Just with the Knife Juggler. Get some pings off, see where they land.
Yeah.
That's the most natural thing to me to clear this board off. And you want the board to be clear, because you want to play Rag next turn, ideally. That is also a possibility.
Yeah, it seems pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, got some burn in hand. Starting to see. I gotta do some stuff quick, though.
Gotta do something.
Nice, okay, I like this. Getting the Water Elemental on the board is pretty huge. If we play Water Elemental like next turn, it just doesn't feel great. Just because the rock or the Doomhammer will already be expired. And not like super often that we see somebody with 4 charges on a Doomhammer and opponent's face with 30. But that thing has been used for some board
Very
clearing.
true.
Probably be used
Coin
for some
double
more.
3-drop here.
Alakir's sitting in hand.
Yeah, I guess you can't play that if you play the Feral Spirits, but just
Hey.
playing like Mana Tide Hero Power, what does that do?
Yeah, doesn't feel good.
Like
Yeah,
you
the Fear of Spirit doesn't feel super good into a 3/6 either.
Yeah, you could coin Black Knight and still have Alakir, but then Ragnaros has a 50-50 shot of ruining your day.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't, like, you're still not in a good spot.
Yeah, and Freak's gonna go for the slow line here. Maybe looking for a Hex. And also this plays a little bit around
Ooh.
yeah, it plays around Ragnaros a little bit, but hey, I don't know. The Knife Juggler is looking pretty good here.
Like Knife Juggler, Sorcerer's Apprentice, Mirror Entity,
Yeah, the Mirror Entity's got to be
Ping
played
to
here.
guarantee the totem will die.
Yeah,
It's a little awkward that you're not freezing the face on the last couple Doomhammer swings, but I think you're in such a commanding position off of that turn that you're not too upset about taking, even if you're taking like 10 damage, I don't think you're too upset about it.
Is it? Yeah, is it the end of the world here if we just don't even kill the Mana Tide if we freeze the face? Like we have 2 Fireballs left in the deck, 2 Arcane Intellects left in the deck. I think a second Frostbolt, right? Still got a Frostbolt left.
You might be right that it's just better to let him draw another card. I'm surprised that we're playing so little here, but
Yeah,
that has been what Arceus has been doing this whole time. So
Yeah, I'm definitely learning a lot here. As somebody who just doesn't really know how classic Tempo Mages played without all of those really powerful tools like Mad Scientist. Just watching how conservative he is with his resources, he's really not. He's not dumping his hand like ever.
opened up with the coin. So you can actually Alakir, the first hit won't get frozen. But then it doesn't matter because the Alakir gets Mirror Entity.
Yeah, and he knows it's Mirror Entity at this point too, because he brings the coin out.
That was the reason he did that. And unfortunately, unless he wants to just throw out a Sun Fury at a 2/3, which honestly might be correct
Not
with
the
this
worst.
Alakir in hand.
He can also Earth Shock this 3/6. Oh, and a second Mirror Entity. Yeah, actually, maybe it was okay to play the Sun Fury last turn just to trigger the secret.
Honestly, playing the Alakir and then
What
Earth
to
Shocking
do, what to
the
do.
Mirror Entity
Mm-hmm.
is probably fine. Even
Yes.
though you do have to use both Alakir swings to actually kill the Water Elemental. Maybe that's not good enough, I'm not sure.
No, I was thinking the same thing, that maybe it's possible to just Earth Shock theirs, but actually not the worst to hit face here, given that we have some draws for burn damage. All the burn damage is still in Arceus' deck.
Well, he used a Frostbolt. Did he only use one? I think he might have used both.
Yeah, just used one.
Yeah, so still some chances to just burn down the face. And juggles, I suppose, but those kind of depreciate in value as more minions start coming on the board here.
You weren't totally relying on the Juggler hitting face. You have the hero power.
Yeah, that's true. It's one thing that Mage does have, is the ability to kind of just ping down here and just anticipate lethal when it's coming out. And Freak's really stubbornly playing around this Mirror Entity.
These minions have to come out eventually.
Right.
I guess next turn you can Sun Fury Alakir, but is that enough? It might be, actually. Really hoping for a Lightning Storm draw, because I think the best thing Arceus can do this turn is just load the board up,
Yeah.
just so he has an answer to Alakir. And Lightning Storm would shut that down, even if it delays Alakir by a turn.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking with how passive Arceus has been. Like, at this point, is he just thinking 3 pings to the face and a fireball draw is kind of coming my way? Because, like, Freaks has been sitting on a lot of these cards for quite some time. I think it's reasonable to be worried about a Lightning Storm coming, not wanting to commit too much.
Yeah, Freaks. There's 2 Lightning Storms in this deck. He will draw them eventually. In theory.
Yeah, halfway through.
Arguably, he is unlucky not seeing one yet halfway through stack. I would say he is getting pretty unlucky here.
Yeah. Do we play Sun Fury here to start it off? It feels a little scary, doesn't it?
Definitely is a little scary. But yeah.
You could, like... I don't know. I don't see very much. I assume the first charge of Alakir just hits the 4-3. You probably just send the second one to the face.
Oh my.
Oh wow, really? We're gonna Black Knight the Frog? Wait a moment.
Maybe. Oh. Hey, you trying to get the most juice out of that spell power here.
That's not good.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of rope troubles today. Well, maybe we gotta blame like Blizzard servers for this or something. You know, you always get that little bit of time when the rope's right at the end burning.
How many knives can you get?
Let's see. 1, 2. Yeah, I think 4.
Still have enough mana to ping. Not enough mana to play the second mirror entity though.
Yeah, do we care? Do we maybe keep one of these minions in hand? I think we want to play the Thalnos even though it's got spell damage.
Here's the thing, I don't care. I don't know what Arceus is thinking.
The problem here is that we don't get all of our knives at the right time, right? So I think it was correct to loop in with the 3/4 first.
Yeah, I think you just play second mirror entity and ping face. I'm surprised that was the...
It goes for the freeze. I think that's probably pretty reasonable here.
Mm-hmm.
Like Fireball is, and Frostbolt still win the game. And
True.
I like the choice to play Thalnos there instead of the Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Well, not a whole lot you can do now. After floating 6 mana last turn, with a little bit of a indecision at the end. I guess the Mirror Entity can't actually trigger.
Right.
Something.
Right. Fireball can trigger. Just gotta find it.
It's somewhere in there.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of chances at it, right? You've got 2 Fireballs and a Frostbolt and 2 Arcane Intellects now to help find it, plus the Thalnos on board.
You can, like,
so
Alakir, Earthshock, the Blood Mage, so it doesn't draw. Then Lightning Bolts one of the things, use the Sun Fury to take out the other. You're not dead on
right.
board. I actually think you want to save the Divine Shield on the Alakir. So you probably sacrifice the Sun Fury.
Yeah, the question really is here, you know, how does Freaks plan to win this?
Put this apple on your head. Someday I'll be just like you.
Okay. Lightning Storm card. Does not enter
Would
the
have been
hand.
nice.
It would have helped. Well, I mean, spell damage is not enough, but it's the best option, I guess.
Yeah, just no way out. Well, very, very well played from Marcus. Tell you what, never expected to see Tempo Mage doing this well. So difficult to navigate that game. I gotta say, hats off to Arceus for he's so many choices every single turn, and seemed to have found the right path through, just kind of dealing slow incremental damage. And that water elemental that came down on turn 4, right? Did it ever die?
Took some time, yeah.
Yeah, stayed alive till the end of the game on what, 9 or 10 turn, 11th turn.
Yeah, both players really played that one quite slow. I mean, reluctant to ever trigger the mirror entity. But hold your horses. Forget that last game.
Heals all wounds.
Well, this I think is a rather difficult matchup for the Paladin, just because the Priest, unlike many other decks, has ways to deal instances of damage that can pop Divine Shields. So, something as simple as Pyro Coin, Power Word Shield can just run away with the game from the very beginning. I wouldn't be surprised to see Arceus keep Squire, Equality, and True Silver in the opening hand. Maybe ditch the Blessing of Kings. But... okay, so he doesn't even want the Equality.
Yeah, I like the True Silver keep. I mean, it's just way, way, way too good against a minion-heavy deck. But this should be interesting. Again, I do want to mention, like, so lucky to get that Holy Nova, but there's just a single copy in this Priest list. So between that and the Wild Pyromancer, I think going to be really, really key cards at dealing with these tiny minions coming the way of freaks.
Fairly lucky. There is also the double Pyro, which is really good against these 1-health minions. There's the Akanai Circle, which can do some damage. He has Akanai, right? Wait, check. I would assume so.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, okay. But there's a lot of different ways that Priest can gather up a board clear beyond the Holy Nova.
Yeah. 2 copies of Light Spawn, also, gotta say. Some things I did not expect to see here. Tempo Mage and Light Spawn Priest in the finals. Right, well, speaking of things that you don't want to see.
Yeah.
That said, this card can appreciate in value over the course of the matchup. The Priest just doesn't have too many things that they can play.
Prophet, guide me.
No, but this also isn't a Priest deck that goes very heavy into the high end, right? It does top out at 6. It's looking to get rid of a lot of stuff early. Like you mentioned, if you're making a Pyromancer play, you're happy doing a 2, maybe even 3 card combo at times.
Yeah. This is a strong, exactly what a Paladin is terrified to see. Now he's, with True Silver, we got to trade our entire board off.
This is a pretty good Divine Favor. It does come with the asterisk that Holy Nova exists and is about to wreck your day. But
I would say similar to what we see in the Warrior against Paladin matchup here. Might be best to leave this Northshire Cleric up and let it draw a couple of cards, see if we can find some value out of Divine Favor.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of maybe the first Divine Favor coming down now, guaranteeing value.
Right.
I mean, you do have 2 equalities. Like, you're not super, super worried about kind of mid-sized minions when you're playing this list.
That's a smart choice. I think his freaks here, the read that you're definitely getting is my opponent has Divine Favor in hand. I need to play something like Stranglethorn. Don't be concerned with drawing more cards.
Yeah, don't draw and take out that Loot Hoarder. Give him the card.
Yeah.
I smell blood. Reporting for duty.
And now it seems appropriate to take out the cleric, I think.
Maybe the perfect Holy Nova.
It's pretty close.
It accomplishes more or less what I think you would want Holy Nova to do.
Well, that's a good draw for Divine Favor, if that's the game plan,
Yeah,
which I would imagine it is.
you gotta.
Gotta play these eventually.
Yeah.
Protects me.
3 mana, draw 3, still very powerful. And getting archery quality is nice too. I think equality, in my mind, is one of those cards that you may want to keep in your opening hand, just because it allows for bait potential.
We'll see how Freaks wants to play this, seeing one Divine Favor. I think Arceus played the one on the right rather than the one on the left. And the one on the left has been in his hand for the entire game, so if Freaks has been paying super close attention, could know that... I mean, doesn't know that it's a Divine Favor, but could have a idea that it's either that or like a Leroy or an Avenging Wrath.
Right. Yeah, and especially when, you play Divine Favor and still have 5, you play Divine Favor with 5 mana up, that's kind of giving a signal like, well, you've got heavy stuff in your hand. If it were 1-drops, you certainly would have played them onto the board.
Yeah, and I think kind of two competing thoughts here. One's got to be the other Divine Favor, and the other being equality, right? It's something like this, I mean, to some extent, I guess, plays a little bit around equality, right? Taking the minion out, minimizing how much can get done, but I think that's often what you're worried about is spells like that, Consecrate.
Right.
I mean, the play here seems fairly obvious. Don't think there's any other good play.
Faith reveals
Just
the
Equality
way.
Consecrate.
I
I don't know if that was an emote or just an automatic thing that she said.
Can't tell anymore.
Yeah.
I obviously playing Equality Consecrate means that we, kind of reset the race, and but not playing Equality would be that very dangerous game that we
Faith
could play where
reveals the way.
we bait them into thinking that we should have played Equality in that last turn, so they surely don't have it this turn.
Yeah, I guess you're not gonna die next turn. You can get pretty low, but you're not gonna
I
die.
have little time.
Not ever really that.
It just
concerned
seems
about dying
too
first.
good to pass up. Even though like
Yeah.
maybe it gets better, but
Yeah, just develop a modest board here.
Makes sense to me. Yeah, because even, if you were to try to maximize value next turn, I gotta think if you're Freaks in that position, you just go, well, why even extend onto the board? You're looking at basically killing your opponent anyway.
exactly. Actually, the Sylvanas makes things a little bit awkward, but considering you're about to get another 3-card Divine Favor, in theory, assuming that whatever
I
he
have no time for
draws
games.
isn't just the perfect answer.
It's time for a little
Well, actually, he's going to play the Berserker, so only going to get 2 cards off Divine Favor. Then.
Yeah, still okay. I mean, it's an Arcane Intellect. Could be worse. I think this is the turn where you really do have to plan to play it. The Sylvanas does kind of complicate things a little bit, because we would really like to play
Faith
Blessing of
reveals
Kings
the
here.
way.
I actually think you might Blessing of Kings it anyways and just accept the 5/5 getting taken, but maybe that's just too bad.
Well, the other possibility here is just to equip the second True Silver, given
Faith
that
reveals the way.
there is no weapon destruction in this priest deck, so we could just queue up the second True Silver and not play Blessing of Kings here, just accept that we'll probably have some minions on board next turn if we did this turn.
Definitely want to keep swinging with that True Silver,
Yeah,
regardless of what you do.
yeah. What do we swing into?
The face, I think.
I don't know, I'm kind of thinking if we just sit here and wait, maybe Faith will reveal the way.
Ooh, you might be onto something. Oh, really?
Okay, not gonna play the Divine Favor.
Favor in.
Okay. Thought I saw Hero Power. Yeah.
No, never mind. That's interesting to me.
He wants to get one more draw off it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you just throw out this Holy Nova, right? Like, you don't risk getting any cards off of Divine Favor.
Yeah, I would think so. Well, maybe, I don't know. Is Divine Favor really the card that you read in Arceus's hand? I would think that at this point, if he didn't play it last turn, the most likely candidate for that card is probably Avenging Wrath. Because he wouldn't want to play it last turn, he wouldn't have played it earlier on in the game. I could see that being the thought process here.
If that's the case, this is the best play into Avenging Wrath. I guess you get 2 cards. And
Yeah.
Does this priest deck have any direct damage even? I guess just Holy Smites. You could get double Holy Smited or something.
Yeah, Holy Smite, Arcanine,
No, even that's not
Hero
enough because you
Power.
heal off of the weapon.
Yeah. Well, Harvest Golem's off the top, not exactly what we wanted, but, you know, looking at a priest with 4 HP that's going to go up to 6, and I don't know if there's really a way. Yeah, there's no way to clear that board.
Yeah, needed the Akanai Soul Priest. Clear the board. You need to hero power yourself first, and then you're up to 6, and maybe you survive, but
You have been.
Right,
yeah,
yeah.
not happening.
That is a win that I think Arceus would be really happy about. You really don't want to have to face... You really don't want to have to face Priest with Paladin there, and managing to pull it out, that's going to feel good.
Well, so that leaves the Druid left. I know Freaks likes this Priest deck into Druid. I'm less convinced, but he likes the matchup. And if he can win with it, then it's a Shaman into Druid, which we've already talked about is at least somewhat Shaman favored, so it's doable for Freaks. We'll see how this game goes. I think this is the big moment. Does the Priest deck pull through in the end?
Well, find out if Wild Growth is in the opening hand or Innervate. Might affect some of our judgment here. Well, not the greatest starting hand for Arceus.
No.
Is someone injured?
Circle of Healing here would be pretty devastating.
Yeah, that would be a very, very big draw here.
Yeah. On the next turn would be a pretty big draw as well.
Not gonna be that lucky.
You can still have a strong Holy Smite heal play.
Right. Yeah, I like the Holy Smite heal play here. Just get yourself a card. Does set us up for the... Well, I guess, yeah, we probably want to heal the Pyro.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, the Keeper is going to get some value.
Yeah, and I think you're fine using the Keeper to kill the Pyro rather than silence the Cleric.
I must safeguard the land.
Yeah, I like killing the Pyro here. Just, you got the board presence. But it does give an additional draw to the Priest. That said, if you're playing a kind of, curving priest deck that curves out like this with minions, you don't really want to be hero powering too much on the early turns.
No, I don't hate doing it here, though. The Blade Master, coin heal. 4/5's not easy to deal with as a druid either.
I think if you're Blade Mastering, I actually think you play Power Word Shield. I don't think you coin heal it. But I do think that is the play. Just Blade Master, Power Word Shield, get a 4 or 5. If you want access to the Black Knight next turn, if like an Innervate Ancient of War comes down or something.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really
Yeah.
good point.
Ancient of War, the one simple trick that all players hate. Looks like just a Drake, but that still doesn't line up perfectly here. If the Blade Master trades in, goes back up to 3 health, doesn't set us up for a great turn. How do you feel about Harrison here? Yeah. It's never going to get value anyway.
Yeah, I think it was marginally better than Drake, but you do kind of want better cards than what you have in your hand. So I guess that's what the Ancient Lore is for eventually.
Sure. Temple Enforcer actually really strong here.
Yeah, the numbers just line up so well for the priest.
Card's nuts. Well, now we need double spell damage. Last turn we needed 1, this turn we need 2.
Now this list doesn't run Cabal Shadow Priest, so Thalnos is fairly safe to play on the board. We're not like worried about losing a card there to 2-card swing.
Oh, there's actually a
Actually, just
single
like-
copy of Shadow Priest in here, so
Oh, I'm mistaken.
yeah,
well, that
might be
plays
considering
with
that.
There's
Yeah.
one, yeah.
Then we're terrified of that.
He's gonna have it when he needs it, of course.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see.
Feels terrible to just throw away a Dasher Drake, though, into this board as well. So do we keep loading up the board with more minions here, or do we try and preserve the health of this Blade Master?
I think Tiger, second Power Word Shield, trade is a good play.
Yeah.
You got 2 big minions. It's awkward to deal 2 damage with the spell damage already killed.
Yep.
Maybe I should be playing this deck. I'm just making all the right plays. Oh, never mind. Hold up. That wasn't what I had in mind.
Well, it's awkward to play Ancient of War here, for sure. Ancient of Lore, maybe not so much, but still, it is a pretty awkward play to play Ancient of Lore because we expect that, there's a Shadow Word Death. There are 2 copies in this deck, so I don't really see another option. Maybe you can try trading off the Thalnos first and see if there's anything else, but reasonably speaking, what else are we going to get that's going to be good here?
You play Azure Drake, hope for a swipe. I actually think you probably Ancient of Lore here. Like you said, it's not a great play, but what else do you do?
Yeah. And we've already seen 2 Power Word Shields, so we know it's not some combat trick that's going to outvalue us here. It's probably just going to be Shadow Word Death.
Innervate?
Well, Wrath is actually pretty good here.
Mm-hmm.
Any spell damage that we can get to start removing some of these giant minions.
You can
Don't see any nice way to do this. I'm looking at Pyro Nova, Holy Smite. You're just short.
Could play
Pyro, Holy Smite face. Wait a minute.
Can't you heal the Blade Master and swing it into the and then Holy Nova and swing it into the 4/5? That leaves it with 2 HP.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe that's the line.
it's reasonable. You aren't developing anything is the problem with that play.
Right, but you're not losing anything either. Is he going to go for the
Yeah, but you really want to stay as a head on the board if you can, because Druid is going to keep playing these big minions, and looks like he is going to go for this play.
You've got to go for light spawns as well. wish we had a swipe here.
Sure do. Not today, though.
Yeah, I mean, the Drake Wrath kills the 5/4 here, but that's not dealing with the light spawn.
You can Argent Squire as well.
Let's see.
I mean, it's a real gamble here playing Ancient of War. And I think maybe our read is that there's no Shadow Word Death because it would have been easily played last turn. Maybe our read here is that it must be Black Knight if it's been sitting in the hand that long.
Yeah, I mean,
Black Knight is pretty devastating here.
It is. And that's the one thing that you can do playing against Priest is still go reasonably low. Being at 14, staring at 8 damage. Yeah, like we talked about before, just maybe a couple points here and there of direct damage, but you're not that
Silence
worried.
is actually pretty big against Light Spawn, even with the useless 0/5.
Yeah, could be.
Trying to look at the positives here.
Yeah.
Still a bit of a dire situation.
Yeah, I'm anticipating probably... Okay, so he's actually going to play the Nova here. And yeah, he'll right back up with the Earthen Ring. I was thinking maybe play Earthen Ring earlier.
You're not dead. With
No,
the silence play.
I think that's what it is.
I think you silence, and you probably actually play Asher Drake instead of killing the 3/1, just because you want more cards. Because you're still not dead.
Yeah, and I mean, you
Right.
can look for a swipe with the Drake as well.
Yeah, I guess you play the Drake first. Look for swipe. If you hit it, you're popping off. Nope.
I must safeguard them.
Alright, no direct damage this turn. Maybe Arceus finding his way back into the game here with 9 HP. Ragnaros is a serious threat, but Freaks, gets ever closer to drawing another one of those Shadow Word deaths.
This is legitimately doable, though,
Yeah,
for Arceus.
yeah, it feels like at 9 health, you shouldn't be in the game, but it's still, wide open at this point.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wish you had a card like, Leroy Jenkins in the deck. Something to just squeeze out those last couple points of damage. And realistically here, what do you do to clear? It's so awkward that these minions have 4 HP. But not trading does feel kind of bad too.
Yeah. Like, it is nice that you get a bit of, you get to heal up a little bit here. I think this is a reasonable line. The damage to face still does matter. There is still a tiny bit that you can do with, like, the Akanai Soul Priest.
Might have even made sense if we're going to flood the board like this to just hit face with both of them, put your opponent at 3, and you've got 3 creatures up with 3 attack.
Let's see.
So, like, Arceus knows this is the Black Knight, right?
He's got to know.
I think so.
I guess I could be a Shadow Word Death.
Oh, Ragnaros will be alive regardless. We can trade into the 3/2. We can trade into the 3/3.
Now, how
That's
about
5 damage on board.
With the Enervate, lets you play a lot of things on the board. It's just what things do you play on the board?
Yeah. And if we know it's the Black Knight, maybe also have to anticipate that the Black Knight comes down next turn and just as a minion on the board, even if we don't play a taunt.
Yeah, like, I'd almost be tempted to draw with the Wild Growth as well as play Ragnaros, just because it sets you up, a little bit better for the following turns, maybe.
I think this is the best play. As long as this hits a minion, or a minion with attack, then you're not going to die to the Akanai.
Wow. Yeah,
Holy hell.
You're down to 1.
that is.
You're down to 1 because he can hit his own guy. 1 health and a dream.
Wow. And really just like one Shadow Word death away from victory as well.
Embrace the void.
Alright, gonna opt not to go full face.
Yeah. There's not a great way to clear this, though. Well, there's not a great way to clear this, though.
Yeah, if there were only just like one card that would do some decent spell damage. I wonder if you're ever thinking here in Arceus' spot. Do you want to start hero power in every turn, or do you want to cycle the wild growth? Because it seems natural to play Swipe, Yeti, and wild growth.
Yeah, you probably wild growth first here.
Yeah, there are some big
I don't know what
draws.
you can draw that you want to play over Swipe Yeti, but
What if?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it would beat out the Yeti. I mean, there is a Farseer left. A Wrath will be good down the line. Be nice to have that other Ancient of Lore in hand.
Time grows short.
Yeah.
Light
Oh,
protects.
Squire.
that's a. Oh, he's not even gonna hero power. He just wants as much minions on the board as he can get. Well, Shadow or Death is nice. After Rag already saved the day.
Yeah. That's looking pretty scary. There's no way to clear these minions anymore, so... oh, what does Freaks do?
You uproot here.
You certainly play with
Yeah.
wild growth, I would think. First, see if you find anything that isn't a 10-5. But yeah, I mean, what else would it be? Yeah, what else could it possibly be?
What if?
I mean, this is kind of the problem with Priest. The reason why, obviously, they looked great for the first 9 turns of this game, and then, here we are, Druid at no HP and just
Yeah,
in the best position they've been in all day. And that's kind of happens when you're playing Priest a lot, as it turns out.
yeah. Starting to think maybe add a couple of Arcane Golems in there, maybe some Wolf Riders,
Grows short.
and a Leroy, Mind Blast. Alright, so he does uproot it.
I'm liking this Leroy idea.
See, Shadow Priest. That's Shadow form too.
Yeah, I don't hate a
Actually just gonna do
single
it.
copy of Mind Blast, you know?
Yeah.
None.
Definitive proof in this situation that Mind Blast would be good.
Arceus, having the Ancient of War the whole time, having the read that it was Black Knight, seeing the Black Knight come out at the very end, that's gotta feel so good.
Yep. Just confirming what you already thought. Alright, so that's gonna do it for us. Arceus is the first place winner here. Taking home, I think, $100. Got Freaks in second, and Amber pulling up finishing out the podium there with third. So big congratulations to everybody that played today. Real proud of the community all around. We saw a lot of new faces that were advancing pretty far in the tournament as well. So really nice to see some new blood in here. Some serious upsets as well. Reigning champion Thunder going down early. Phasure, unfortunately, going down early. Satura knocked out by Freaks there in the quarterfinals. So a lot of upsets, a lot of interesting games. Just not a lot of Rogue.
Yeah,
Not a lot of
people.
complaints from me. Yeah.
The EU players are rejoicing for their tournament week.
I don't think it's a surprise to see Arceus take the tournament home. One of the best classic ladder players. I think he's really flexible. I've seen him with a few different decks do well on ladder.
More than a few. Seems like he's the master of many different decks. So and a creative player too. We've seen some very successful inventions from him. This Tempo Mage is doing great. We also saw Wisp Rogue, I think, at one point. But
Hey.
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 Well, first off, congratulations. First place, big money in first place. Yeah, why don't you just start with, let's talk deck lists. Run us through your lineup and what you were thinking with that.
Okay, so the main thing is I definitely learned from the first 2 tournaments. Like the first one, I didn't realize how much aggro there was going to be. The second one, I realized I played way too heavy against aggro, which basically counted Phasia, but lost to most other stuff, like having like too many users and stuff. I tried to strike something a lot more balanced, which I feel like was quite good into most decks. I know obviously Miracle Rogue overall is just gonna like have a solid win rate against most of my decks, but I figured against pretty much everything else, a lot of it was gonna be decent. My last pick was the Ramp Druid, which I was probably tossing up between like either that, Warlock, or Hunter. Really wasn't too sure.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we actually did see from at least everything on the cast, it was quite a balanced lineup across the board. So bringing something pretty balanced, I guess you don't get countered by too much out there. Makes sense why it did good. Now, what I'm really curious about, we talked about it a lot on the cast here, is this mage deck. We were calling it, it's a tempo mage. You've got Kirin Tora able to plop down secrets on the same turn, snowball, mana worm out of control. But watching you pilot the deck, you were so slow and methodical and using your hero power a lot more than we were expecting you to. Can you talk a little bit about your play style with that deck and why you find it advantageous to go so slow and careful?
Yeah, so a lot of the time I feel like I'm not really worried about the other people taking the board away from me. I don't feel like I need to like play too much on the board. I was also, especially against like the Shaman, I was extremely afraid of Lightning Storm. Like I thought to myself, Lightning Storm is the only way I lose the game. If I just don't play into Lightning Storm, even if I play like 1 card per turn, I'm in a decent spot. The other thing being I'm also like holding the Juggler mirror images to use reactively, because like if he ends up getting small minions I want to deal with, that takes care of that. But it's like if I play it proactively, well, it doesn't take care of anything on top of potentially dies to Lightning Storm. Against the Hunter, I didn't want to use Arcane Missiles like 10-1 against the Leponome because I saw how many like just small health minions he had, including like Wolf Rider and Arcane Golem, and figured like it could easily get way more value later. And it's like the only way he can even do damage is by playing small minions in the first place. So it's like I could just ping after ping, and even if there's nothing to ping, there's still Loot Hoarder and it was going to be fine.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I think we all learned a lot watching you play the deck. But yeah, finally, I wanted to bring up the Druid. I think as people who are big Hearthstone Classic nerds, if you're immersed in the Discord, probably not that unusual to see that there are versions of Druid that don't run the combo. But I think if you're maybe more of a casual player, what you see on Ladder, it's certainly just combo Druid everywhere, just in tons of different variations. So yeah, can you talk about the choice of bringing it without the combo?
I've had way too many bad experiences with Combo Druid, and I feel like one of the main advantages is Combo has a way to finish Miracle early, and because there's so many taunts, it's like, well, you have way too much stuff to sap, but the point is, obviously, now we don't have to be scared of Miracle. The other thing is I noticed, like, too often as Druid, like, you're way too weak to aggro, I feel like. So I figured with this list, it was a lot better into aggro. Not necessarily straight up counter, maybe good matchup, but also felt like it was good into control just because of, just the nature of it being a ramp. It still has obviously like some weaknesses. Like I was super afraid of like Freaks' lineup because every single deck had Black Knight, and was thinking like my ramp druid has no good matchup and he could literally just win based on like my ramp druid just being bad into his entire lineup. But Also because a lot of people like I realize they run a lot of different stuff. Like some people go kind of heavy to control and play late game. Others are more aggressive. But I figured overall it was a decent last choice. The only main other alternative in terms of, like to run combo druid instead is like I've just had too many bad experiences. It's mainly I just don't feel like consistent enough.
Yeah, I'd say one thing that I noticed there is you pointed out early on that you'd kind of overreacted with some of your tech choices and in earlier tournaments, and you came with something more balanced. When I look at your druid list, obviously no combo, but in addition to that, I would expect a super anti-aggro druid to be running the 2 Sunwalkers, but also 2 Senjins. Now your list has the 2 Chillwind Yetis instead. So it seems like you're kind of prepared there for the Druid Mirror. You're not overreacting by putting too much taunt in your deck, but you're trying to balance it there.
That was the main goal of the Yetis, yeah. Because I felt like I tried like a bunch of other things, like instead of Squires, I like tried stuff like Golems, but it's just too slow. Like I need something better against aggro, and it's like, yeah, obviously most Druid lists, if they do want to be anti-aggro, they'd probably run Senjins or Golems, but because I'm already running 4 drops, I feel like this helps to curve out better because having the 2 extra 4 drops, which every list has, either being Yetis, Senjins, or sometimes Golems, there's no need to put in any extra, just messes with the curve. So figured Squires were decent. And another thing too is Squires in general are alright, since like throughout the mid game there are times here and there, like on turn 6 you could just like play it with a 5 drop and fill out the curve.
Yeah, something that I've noticed, Satur is another one of our tournament champions as well, and I heard something similar in our winners interview with him, that he, typically reserves maybe 2 or 3 spots in each deck to tech, as opposed to committing an entire deck archetype to beating something. And it seems like that balance there by putting cards like Argent Squire in that can trip up Zoo or get favorable trades early on and just kind of keep you alive long enough to get to Ancient of War, Ancient of Lore, whatever it is that you're going. It seems like that's been really successful. But that chameleon approach isn't very common. A lot of players are bringing very targeted lineups. And so I got to say, it shows a lot of experience and a lot of good diligence on your turns to be able to play a flexible deck like this, know the tools that you have, and not just have it be a binary, oh, I'm going to win this matchup, oh, I'm going to lose this matchup.
Yeah, I think overall I just prefer to have balance. Like I think if I play specifically for set up matchups anyway, it's like, because I have to win like 5 against 5 different people or something like that, it's like eventually you're probably going to fight someone whose matchup is like more favored against yours. So it's like I'm trying to account for that too, and that's why I prefer going for something balanced. Don't worry about, because that's what I did last time. I teched pretty hard against weapons by having like Ooze in every single deck, and then I realized, okay, then there ended up being a Zoo mirror. I ran Ooze, the other guy ran basic Zoo. It's like, well, okay, I guess I'm losing.
Yeah. So you had a great performance today. You've had some strong tournament victories in the past as well. I wanted to point out, you've reached rank 1 on the ladder and finished a season there. You've won a tournament. You've essentially completed the multiplayer campaign here in Hearthstone. What's next for you?
I guess win more tournaments, and I mean, I guess money's nice. Other than that, there's nothing else to say. There's really much to progress to other than keep doing the same thing.
Sure.
I mean, I don't really expect to play other formats as much. There's just, again, too much time to learn it. I would play probably another if there ended up being a deck that was really fun, but other than that, yeah, nothing else to really say going forward.
Maybe a repeat championship that you're thinking of here as well.
That's kind of like a general thing. I mean, like, obviously I'm going for it, especially when there's like cash prizes. There's no reason not to. Like, that's already a great incentive.
Well, so, and where is this giant cash prize going? Now that you could, put a down payment on a house, buy a new sports car, where does your mind go for that?
I figure this question's always going to end up being asked, but like, I don't think there's any good answer I can really give you, other than it's probably just being left. Because then I'd always argue, it's like, am I really spending the cash money, or am I spending my own money when I spend money? And in the end, so what difference does it really make? Realistically, it's gonna sit there. I'm not really the kind of person to really just eagerly spend money just because I get it. It's more like, look, if I see something come up and I want it, I'll get it. I know there's a few things in mind that I have that I need to probably get, like for one, a better PC. Mine's really crap. But obviously it's probably going to cost a lot more anyway.
Right, and then as long as when you make that purchase and you slide the money in your briefcase across the counter to the person on the other end, you make sure you tell them how you got that money, and yeah, maybe build your following a little bit.
Depending on where I spend it, I feel like if it is for like a GPU or something, maybe that's quite fitting, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It's helping you continue your legacy as a top tier gamer. That's probably nice.
And make it so I don't lose to roping.
Yeah, that's honestly, it's something that we saw today, and I usually like to be very generous in my praise of people who take their time in a tournament to actually think through their turns and make sure that absolutely positively they're not missing something. But we saw some really, really close encounters today. We saw one instance in which someone roped and allowed lethal to their opponent, which was a little tragic. Tell us a little bit about patient play in tournaments, and you were spending a lot of time on your turns. Why was that, and what benefit do you think that has?
I mean, obviously the main one is just simply thinking throughout all your plays. I feel like it's pretty much self-explanatory. More time you have to think about your turn. I think the main big difference is there's a lot of times people have like a general idea of like the standout play to make, but then it's like there are times it's like you can just say, hold on, wait a minute, let's take a step back. Look at the board, look at what I got in hand, and then also pay attention to what your opponent's got in hand. Like potentially like get a read if like they've been holding any cards. Like I think that's like a big thing that you can really do to go extra is pay attention to what cards your opponent you think they have or don't have, because a lot of times it's like if they played a certain card, it could be that they don't have another card, and you can get a lot of reads.
Well, speaking of which, I'm genuinely curious here. So in your last match here, Druid against Priest, you held this Ancient of War for quite a while. You end up playing it Uprooted at the very end, and you got to see what the card was that was in your opponent's hand. Was that your read for most of the game, that the Black Knight was sitting there waiting for you?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say most of the game. It was more like towards the end, it's like, when you actually have to think about it, was like, okay, my options are basically, the difference, like it's two main points. When it was lore versus war, well, it's like, if it's Shadow at Death, then I'd rather play lore first anyway. And that's three things that completely destroy me. And the point is, if he doesn't have Black Knight or Death, then it's still fine to play lore into war. So regardless, I felt like lore was pretty much just better. The main consideration was the Rag turn. He already used his 1 Holy Nova, his 2 Smites. I'm pretty sure there was like just 1 Arcanine Soul Priest was the only thing to finish me. And so I'm thinking, okay, the difference is what is more likely? For him to have Black Knight or Arcanine Soul Priest? And he has had that 1 card for a super long time. It's probably a lot more likely to be Black Knight. Yeah. The other thing too is even if he did have Arcanine Soul Priest, it still wasn't a guaranteed loss, because Ragnaros could just win the 50-50, hit one of the 2 minions, and I still wouldn't die to Soul Priest. The only other thing to say was at the very end, where uprooting instead of I don't think that play really mattered at all. No. Because even if he had a Soul Priest, I don't even know if he had, I don't remember if he actually had Circle, but even if he had Circle, because that would have been the only way to clear, die to death regardless, I would still have a Yeti, I would still be able to clear his board, I'd still be able to build my own board. It didn't really matter.
Right, and with no cards in hand for the Priest there, and 2 Yetis on the board, there's nothing that can really interact with them anymore.
The only thing that could have been scary was Sylvanas, so at the very least, by uprooting, I can at least potentially, play to get the game over with before Sylvanas can do anything.
Yeah. Well, after so many successes that you've had, I'm wondering if you have any advice for ladder players, tournament players, folks that are looking to kind of follow your competitive lead. What kind of advice would you like to give to some of these Hearthstone players that are your new fans?
Not too sure, because I feel like one of the main difference in terms of the tournament play would be the deck lists people run. Like, some of them I just don't really know about. I know some of them probably people play more so for fun. I guess if they're serious about winning, maybe change them, but I don't really know what they see in them. Like, maybe they see stuff that I don't see, so don't want to like speak too strongly about that. In terms of ladder, it's again, I feel like just pretty basic stuff, right? Like, learn matchups, learn your, I guess, deck in and out. I would say, to put it simply, the biggest thing for me when learning Miracle Rogue was realizing how many different ways you have to win. Like, I mainly always thought of it as, you know, you want to play to get Auctioneer, have an insane turn, get a ton of value, and then end up winning. But obviously, you can't always have that. You do have a lot of alternative ways to win. Like, one can simply be, you get a massive Edwin out early on, pray it doesn't die. Or even just getting like a 3 mana free cold blood it and protect it as you kill off all the other minions. Or another even being just straight up doing a Leroy cold blood into conceal and pray that there's no clear for it and no taunt. Or even if there's taunt, maybe you have sap. But yeah, really like looking for like all the different like ways that the game can pan out for you to be able to win.
Yeah, I've watched your stream a few times, listened to you reason through your plays, and I have to say one thing that's really stuck out to me about your reasoning in particular, and also that kind of applies, I think, a lot more to Classic than it does to other formats, is this concept of prophylaxis, where you're always thinking about what your opponent has. Can you speak a little bit about that? The value of imagining what's in your opponent's hand, trying to get reads on what they have, and how we kind of play around their threats, or what we perceive are their threats.
I mean, I feel like this has generally been like a pretty basic thing. Like, I'd say it's normal to see in like tournament play, and like streamers probably do this, but I guess if you take it more casually, maybe not so much. The main thing, I guess, is like seeing like something like, again, like how is the game going to pan out? Like, because for the most part, you can tell what decks people are running, and especially in the tournament format when there's an open deck list, you know every possible card your opponent can have. A lot of times you don't need to think much about like do they have a specific free card comp or anything, but you know, maybe specifically if there's one card that can lose you the game, think to yourself, okay, if he has this and I play like, let's like the Lightning Storm for example, if I play on my minions, I feel like if he had Lightning Storm, he would win the game. Do I need to take this risk? So then I need to think, okay, let's say I don't play all my minions. Can I still be in a good position? Like, what cards can he possibly have that really screw me over? And I didn't really think there was any. And I guess like that's the main thing. Just know what potential cards your opponent could have that would really screw you over, and I guess judge whether it's worth trying to play around them, or if you feel like you just need to take the risk and play into it.
Yeah, I feel like this Paladin deck that you brought is a good example of how you would play prophylactically, because you have lots of options with Argent Protector and Harvest Golem and Blessing of Kings and you know, just whether you play Argent Squire or not. You have all these options that you can play, but if you just play out a bunch of stuff with 1 health, then you might be setting yourself up for, say, a swipe. Do you feel like that deck, that Paladin deck in particular, tends to have to play around its opponent's threats in order to build a board more so than others, or do you think it's just kind of the same thing?
I think the Paladin's like a good example of this, because the other thing is like you actually get decent options. Like, for example, like you could just have a bunch of 1-drops that you play and then flood the board. But then if, let's say you're afraid of an AoE, you have the options to perhaps use Blessing of Kings or True Silver Champion, and you don't have to play into those. And then, like, you know, if you're afraid they might have Shadow of Death, then you can avoid playing the Kings, play the True Silver instead. If you're afraid of like Hearthstone or Ooze, you know, play Kings instead. Like, you have a lot of different options. Another thing being like, also like when going for clears, there's quite a few times, like the main one was against the Priest on the Equality Consecrate turn. I was considering, can I get away with just Consecrate? Because I could have traded. I could have traded in True Silver, the Elven Archer, and then a booster of the Argent Squire, cleared his entire board, and kept my equality. The main thing was thinking like, okay, how long would it take for this equality to really get enough value though? And I'm already spending like a few resources on his minions that's then not going to face. And considering I feel like he was playing probably like 1 minion per game, I felt like, that was probably the time I needed to pull the trigger, start being like, okay, just kill the board now. For the rest of the game, when there's the board, I probably just have to start ignoring it. Either my weapon deals with it, or I ignore it.
Yeah, in that particular case, that was one thing that we were actually talking about is, because the priest doesn't have great ways to deal face damage, you might be able to face tank. I think it was something like 14 damage on that turn. You might be able to face tank 14 and bait out yet another minion. But like you say, if he's only playing 1 minion per turn, that's a 15 health point investment, essentially, just to get 1 extra minion killed with equality. And again, like you say, you're already investing resources in like abuse Savin and clearing the board with your weapon and stuff like that. So I think that really was the play.
I really didn't want to bait out more minions though, because so one, it's like, this is an example where he can get a read of that and just play around it. The other reason though is like, I really didn't want to give up my board. Because if I do, it's like I need my board for my kings to be able to do anything. If I'm able to king a minion, then I can have my True Silver pick off his other minions. Like I felt like I really wanted to play for the board. I did not want to sacrifice it at all. So yeah, I didn't want to go for that greedy play. I felt like that's one of those plays you can try and make and hope that like it works out, but I just felt like it was too risky. And I would say if you're really desperate, like maybe you don't have enough resources and you just need to get enough value, but I was not in that position. I had a decent board and a decent hand, so didn't need to be greedy.
Yeah, I think a lot of classic plays come down to how greedy are you, or how greedy do you need to be in order to advance your board state and win the game. And like you say, in that situation, even if your opponent plays a couple of minions on the next turn, maybe squeezes in a Amani Berserker in there, even if that happens, they don't have taunt, right? And
I mean, my True Silver killed it. Will kill it.
Right, exactly. They don't have taunt. They're, even if they trade with your minions, you still have a large amount of HP. But face tanking a little bit too much damage there means that you probably do have to deal with their minions on board after that. So I think that was a wise choice. Okay, so you might be familiar that we do a deck spotlight once a week, trying to kind of highlight somebody's deck. So I don't mean to put you on the spot here. You don't have to answer right now, but it seems like this mage deck would be a good candidate for that, given that it was so successful in the tournament. Would you feel interested in maybe showing the community, teaching them a little bit about the choices that you made with that deck?
That'd be really cool to do. Because the thing is, like, I always liked mage, especially because I was mainly, especially back then, like more of an arena player. Because, well, main reason being that you actually got rewards for it. Other than standard, it's like, once you hit legend, it's like, unless you're pushing for the actual tournaments, then, you're not really making a difference. So it was like hit legend in ranked and then, spam arena. Where obviously mage is like the best class, but obviously it's also because it has so many really good cards. And so I'm mainly thinking, okay, how can I utilize these cards? Because it's like, it's got so many good ones. It's like, surely this class has to be able to be good somehow in a way that's similar. And I know a lot of the main differences are because you don't get as much choice in arena, so people can't really plan for as much. So having just simple strong cards is a lot better. The other thing being that like mage does have a lot of those. A lot of them can be for different things. Like Flame Strike can be great for controlling, but then like that only helps if you're trying to play a long game. And so if you're trying to play a shorter game, then like a lot more of cards like something like Ice Lance can like lose a ton of value. Trying to think if there's any others. I guess Polymorph is the kind of thing where it's like, I think of comparing to Fireball, because I know there's a lot of times like, I'll compare Fireball to something like Kill Command, or even Leroy, right? We just use it as 4 mana 6 damage, but you can use it to trade into minions too, on top of spell synergy. Like, it's really, really good. And then like, there were the rare times like, there'd be an Ancient of War, and it's like, well, now you don't really have anything to be able to deal with it. Overall it was just a super strong class with a lot of good cards, and figured I guess the main way is do something similar to Tempo Mage, but I never liked how Tempo Mage really ran out of steam so quickly. Like, as an example, similar to Arena, where like a lot of times mages would utilize their ping a lot more, and the main benefit was they had the best hero power in the game for this format, and I think it was I was able to highlight that pretty well.
Yeah, and it's very similar in Arena as well, right? Is that the strength of Mage in Arena is that they just have that ping, so you never really feel truly comfortable playing the 2-3 against a 2-1 because the Mage is just gonna ping your stuff off. And like we saw today, holding on to arcane missiles, feeling like if you can deal with the board with your hero power early on, that's important. And I suppose just in general, in Classic, that's one of the big differences with Classic and Standard is that you spend so much more time hero powering in Classic. It doesn't mean you do it every turn, but finding relevant ways to use that extra 2 mana in Classic can really make the difference between a win and a loss, running out of resources in your hand or being able to squeeze out that last damage to get that reach that your deck needs to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only other thing was like, it's also kind of why like I put in Loot Hoarder as a 2-drop, because like stuff like against like Zoo, for example, like there's so many like good minions to ping, so many good times to use something like arcane missiles, but then like any of your 2-drops would instantly just die to whatever they play. And so at the very least, if there's not something to ping, then Loot Hoarder works. The other thing also being, because it's like kind of a control-y deck, being able to just simply have a mulligan and just not float mana, I thought was really helpful.
Yeah, I noticed your addition of the Azure Drakes and Ragnaros in that deck as well. Ragnaros makes complete sense to me because you're trying to finish somebody off is one of the things that gives you reach. And
it's also just a super strong card in general.
Yeah. And, maybe these are things that we can discuss next week as well. But there were a couple choices that you made there. You chose not to include Flame Strike in the deck. You chose not to include Polymorph in the deck. You put an Ooze in there. I assume because you were afraid of some of the weapon classes as well.
I figured also because just like I felt like probably could use more 2-drops. I just figured that the last spot could be used on something like Polymorph, but overall in terms of like what is more likely to make the difference, I figured it's a lot more likely that there's going to be a weapon I could use, or hell, even just playing the 2-mana card versus a Polymorph. Because the main cases where it shines would be if there's Sylvanas or Cairn, or maybe even Ragnaros or Ancient of War. But a lot of times you're probably either not getting to that spot, or Fireball can often be enough.
Yeah, this is something that I've considered a lot with this Paladin deck that you're running, and I think is similar to what you're talking about here with Mage. Is some Paladins will run 2 copies of Avenging Wrath, or 2 copies of Consecrate, 2 copies of Blessing the Kings, whatever it is, and in my opinion, because you're running 1 copy of each of these Blessing the Kings, Consecrate, or Avenging Wrath. In my opinion, part of what makes this deck powerful is that you have good top deck consistency, and you're not sitting with answers in your hand waiting to play them. You're instead making sure that every single card you draw can be a proactive threat when you can. Do you kind of feel the same way?
Mostly. The main thing that I thought about was also the Loot Hoarders, because the main thing was like, the main idea I'm pretty sure was like from Opposition's list, where he showed me this. I didn't really have as much success when I played it. Well, I also know one of the main differences I'm pretty sure is like he preferred charges, whereas I preferred, I guess, going back to the original playstyle of Shokadin being, flood board, small minions, that kind of thing. And I figured, like, I notice a lot of the times I'll end up just having to hero power because there may be nothing else to play. Like 2-drops, for example. If Archer Protector requires a minion already being board, Juggler requires it to not instantly die. So being able to just straight up have 1 damage extra for free instead of hero powering is a really big deal. And also something cheap to... And also even just the cycle I feel like can be a big deal, helping you draw into cards like Divine Favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that really is part of it. It's just finding ways to cycle. I do think that your, addition of Worgen Infiltrator is one that absolutely belongs in the deck. It's a change I've been meaning to make to that deck list for a while. It's a card that just works very well with Argent Protector, works very well
Yeah.
with Elusive Sergeant, works with
I
Blessing.
always thought it was weird that opposition decided that he would want to get rid of that one. I could argue like you have a decent amount of one drops, but in terms of, like ones you just want to play on turn one, it's like I would feel like a lot of the times I don't want to have to play abusive on one because it's like, you know, you get to trade into a Void Walker with your Squire or something if you're able to hold it. And if like they play like a Void Walker, if you don't have like Juggler, you are so screwed.
Right.
But yeah, I feel like you need to be able to have one drops, and like I feel like Worgen, like this is like the perfect spot for it. Like you're able to actually buff it, which makes the stealth that much more valuable. Have a lot of buffs for it, and then also just simply being a really cheap minion, making it so that you can easily dump for Divine Favor. Like I feel like it's one of the. It was a really core card to this deck. I feel.
Yeah, I feel the same way. And for what it's worth, I think opposition's kind of a dumbass for not putting it in there in the first place, but I won't blame him too much. We all know that. We all know it. I'm just saying it out loud.
I would say I'm not as familiar with his list though. Like maybe I would also say the play style I preferred a lot more. I like a lot more of the arena style too, where it's like I always like being in control of the board, but I also like not really having to ever feel like you're about to like easily fall behind. Like that's something I really disliked about too aggressive decks, where it's like you could play super hard for the board, but then you could instantly lose it to a single card. So being able to play these decks where you can get the board early, you can fight against other people who fight for the board early, and then you can keep the board, and never really like fully lose it. I was a big fan of that.
Yeah, and then I think there are differing play styles with that deck. Sometimes you lose your board, and yeah, like you say, you're just completely lost. Other times you lose your board and you got like Arcane Golems and Leroy in hand. You're like, well, shit, I'll just send it instead. But I like this, the Harvest Golem that was in the original list. I don't think there were any Wolf Riders in the original list. And the Harvest Golem did well for you today. Just a really solid minion that's hard to remove. Not a good way to deal with it. Cards like Earth Shock that you would think would be good, just they're not quite. Still going to get 2 for 1 on the Harvest Golem. So, those worked out really well. I like that you took that more modest approach instead of going for the full smorg. As much as I appreciate the full smorg.
Yeah, it's just back to the balancing is like more so what the deck list is about. It's like Harvest Golem is, for one, being able to keep something on board, and just simply it being so sticky and like so much better into aggro. Like Smorg is just like it's just straight up good into setup matchups, bad into others, and I just wanted to strike a balance, especially going into tournament format.
Absolutely. Well, I remember a couple tournaments ago, I was watching the tail end of your stream, and you mentioned that you too would have liked to have been interviewed. So I hope we managed to satisfy that urge here as well. As we're wrapping up, any shout outs you want to give? Anything you want to say to the community? I'm sure you've already got quite a few fans. I know that I'm included in that. But to all your new fans, anything you want to say?
Don't really have much to say. I guess I guess fighting Phasure has been pretty interesting. He's got some pretty interesting decks, I would say. Like it was like anti-aggro hunter, but again, I guess it's more like depending on what matchups you verse. But like overall, like before versing him, for the most part, I would say I'm very used to seeing a lot of like the same stuff over and over again. So being able to like see people take current decks and do a few tweaks to them to put them in quite a bit of a different direction, like going to straight up anti-aggro, but still being able to like do pretty damn well on that area has been interesting. Other than that, no specific shout outs or anything.
So, fellas, you got any other questions for our guest?
Stream delay.
All right. Well,
particularly.
Arceus, congratulations on your victory again today. Well deserved. And well, I think see you pretty soon as well. So I hope you can mentally rest a little bit and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yeah, it was really fun. You too.
Awesome. Thanks. Alrighty. I think that's going to wrap it up for Hearthstone NA tournament number 6. Once again, RQ is here, the winner, for taking down first place at $75. And second place, we got Freaks. Third place, we had Amber as well. So some new podium entrants. Great to see everybody. If you haven't already, you can check out links in the description. You can get that Hearthstone Discord. Join the community if you want. Otherwise, I think we're all set here for the night.
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered it. So, yeah, big thanks to everyone, all that usual stuff, and that's it.
All right.
Thanks y'all for watching. I am very tired. It's 1 a.m. here.
Yeah. All right. Good night, Hearthstone folks.
All right.
We'll see you next week.